Chapter 16 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot. Book 4, The Mahayana. Chapter 16, Main Features of the Mahayana. The obscurest period in the history of Buddhism is that which follows the reign of Asoka. But the inquirer cannot grope for long in these dark ages without stumbling upon the word Mahayana. This is the name given to a movement which in its various phases may be regarded as a philosophical school, a sect, and a church. And though it is not always easy to define its relationship to other schools and sects, it certainly became a prominent aspect of Buddhism in India about the beginning of our era, besides achieving enduring triumphs in the Far East. The word signifies great vehicle or carriage, that it is a means of conveyance to salvation, and is contrasted with Hinayana, the little vehicle, a name bestowed on the more conservative party, though not willingly accepted by them. The simplest description of the two vehicles is that given by the Chinese traveler I Ching, 635 to 713 A.D., who saw them both as living realities in India. He says, quote, "Those who worship Bodhisattvas and read Mahayana sutras are called Mahayanists, while those who do not do this are called Hinayanists." Unquote. In other words, the Mahayanists have scriptures of their own not included in the Hinayanist canon, and adore superhuman beings in the stage of existence immediately below Buddhahood, and practically differing little from Indian deities. Many characteristics could be added to I Ching's description, but they might not prove universally true of the Mahayana, nor entirely absent from the Hinayana. For however divergent the two vehicles may have become when separated geographically, for instance in Ceylon and Japan, it is clear that when they were in contact, as in India and China, the distinction was not always sharp. But in general the Mahayana was more popular, not in the sense of being simpler, for parts of its teaching were exceedingly abstruse, but in the sense of striving to invent or include doctrines agreeable to the masses. It was less monastic than the older Buddhism, and more emotional, warmer in charity, more personal in devotion, more ornate in art, literature, and ritual, more disposed to evolution and development, whereas the Hinayana was conservative and rigid, secluded in its cloisters, and open to the plausible if unjust accusation of selfishness. The two sections are sometimes described as Northern and Southern Buddhism, but except as a rough description of their distribution at the present day, this distinction is not accurate, for the Mahayana penetrated to Java, while the Hinayana reached Central Asia and China. But it is true that the development of the Mahayana was due to influences prevalent in northern India, and not equally prevalent in the south. The terms Pali and Sanskrit Buddhism are convenient and as accurate as can be expected of any nomenclature covering so large a field. Though European writers usually talk of two yanas or vehicles, the great and the little, and though this is clearly the important distinction for historical purposes, yet Indian and Chinese Buddhists frequently enumerate three. These are the Shravakayana, the vehicle of the ordinary bhikshu who hopes to become an arhat; the Prateka Buddhayana, for the rare beings who are able to become Buddhas, but do not preach the law to others; and in contrast to both of these, the Mahayana, or vehicle of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. As a rule, these three vehicles are not regarded as hostile or even incompatible. Thus, the Lotus Sutra maintains that there is really but one vehicle, though by a wise concession to human weakness, the Buddha lets it appear that there are three to suit diverse tastes. And the Mahayana is not a single vehicle, but rather a train comprising many carriages of different classes. It has an unfortunate but distinct later phase known in Sanskrit as Mantrayana and Vajrayana, but generally described by Europeans as Tantrism. This phase took some of the worst features of Hinduism, such as spells, charms, and the worship of goddesses, and with misplaced ingenuity fitted them into Buddhism. I shall treat of it in a subsequent chapter, for it is chronologically late. The silence of Xuan Zhuang and I Ching implies that in the 7th century it was not a noticeable aspect of Indian Buddhism. Although the record of Mahayana in literature and art is clear and even brilliant, it is not easy either to trace its rise or connect its development with other events in India. Its annals are interminable lists of names and doctrines, but bring before us few living personalities, and hence are dull. They are like a record of the Christian Church's fight against Arians, Monophysites, and Nestorians, with all the great figures of Byzantine history omitted or called in question. Hence I fear that my readers, if I have any, may find these chapters repellent, a mist of hypotheses and a catalogue of ancient paradoxes. I can only urge that if the history of the Mahayana is uncertain, its teaching fanciful, and its scriptures tedious, yet it has been a force of the first magnitude in the secular history and art of China, Japan, and Tibet. And even today the most metaphysical of its sacred books, the Diamond Cutter, has probably more readers than Kant and Hegel. Since the early history of the Mahayana is a matter for argument rather than precise statement, it will perhaps be best to begin with some account of its doctrines and literature, and proceed afterwards to chronology. I may, however, mention that general tradition connects it with King Kanishka, and asserts that the great doctors Asvaghosha and Nagarjuna lived in and immediately after his reign. The attitude of Kanishka and of the council which he summoned towards the Mahayana is far from clear, and I shall say something about this difficult subject below. Unfortunately, his date is not beyond dispute, for while a considerable consensus of opinion fixes his ascension about 78 A.D., some scholars place it earlier, and others in the 2nd century A.D. Apart from this, it appears established that the Sukhavati Yuha, which is definitely Mahayanist, was translated into Chinese between 147 and 186 A.D. We may assume that it was then already well known and had been composed some time before, so that whatever Kanishka's date may have been, Mahayanist doctrines must have been in existence about the time of the Christian era, and perhaps considerably earlier. Naturally, no one date is like a reign or a council can be selected to mark the beginning of a great school. Such a body of doctrine must have existed piecemeal and unauthorized before it was collected and recognized, and some tenets are older than others. Enlarging I Ching's definition, we may find in the Mahayana 7 lines of thought or practice. All are not found in all sects, and some are shared with the Hinayana, but probably none are found fully developed outside the Mahayana. Many of them have parallels in the contemporary phases of Hinduism. 1. A belief in Bodhisattvas, and in the power of human beings to become Bodhisattvas. 2. A code of altruistic ethics which teaches that everyone must do good in the interest of the whole world, and make over to others any merit he may acquire by his virtues. The aim of the religious life is to become a Bodhisattva, not to become an Arhat. 3. A doctrine that Buddhas are supernatural beings, distributed through infinite space and time, and innumerable. In the language of later theology, a Buddha has 3 bodies, and still later there is a group of 5 Buddhas. 4. Various systems of idealist metaphysics which tend to regard the Buddha essence or nirvana much as Brahman is regarded in the Vedanta. 5. A canon composed in Sanskrit and apparently later than the Pali canon. 6. Habitual worship of images and elaboration of ritual. There is a dangerous tendency to rely on formulae and charms. 7. A special doctrine of salvation by faith in a Buddha, usually Amitabha, and invocation of his name. Mahayanism can exist without this doctrine, but it is tolerated by most sects and considered essential by some. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an historical sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Arsenault. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot, Chapter 22. Bodhisattvas. Let us now consider these doctrines and take first the worship of Bodhisattvas. This word means one whose essence is knowledge, but is used in the technical sense of a being who is in process of obtaining, but has not yet obtained Buddhahood. The Pali Canon shows little interest in the personality of bodhisattvas and regards them simply as the preliminary or larval form of a Buddha, either Sakyamuni or some of his predecessors. It was incredible that a being so superior to ordinary humanity as a Buddha should be suddenly produced in a human family, nor could he be regarded as an incarnation in the strict sense. But it was both logical and edifying to suppose that he was the product of a long evolution of virtue, of good deeds and noble resolutions, extending through countless ages and culminating in a being superior to the Devas. Such a being awaited in the Tushita heaven, the time fixed for his appearance on earth as a Buddha, and his birth was accompanied by marvels. But though the Pali Canon thus recognizes the Bodhisattvas as a type which, if rare, yet makes its appearance at certain intervals, it leaves the matter there. It is not suggested that saints should try to become Bodhisattvas and Buddhas, or that Bodhisattvas can be helpers of mankind. But both these trains of thought are natural developments of the older ideas and soon made themselves prominent. It is a characteristic doctrine of Mahayanism that men can try and should try to become bodhisattvas. In the Pali Canon, we hear of arhats, pacceka Buddhas, and perfect Buddhas. For all three, the ultimate goal is the same, namely nirvana. But a pacceka Buddha is greater than an arhat, because he has greater intellectual powers, though he is not omniscient. And a perfect Buddha is greater still, partly because he is omniscient and partly because he saves others. But if we admit that the career of the Buddha is better and nobler, and also that it is, as the introduction to the Jataka recounts, simply the result of an earnest resolution to school himself and help others, kept firmly through the long chain of existence, there is nothing illogical or presumptuous in making our goal not the quest of personal salvation, but the attainment of bodhisattvaship, that is the state of those who may aspire to become Buddhas. In fact, the arhat, engrossed in his own salvation, is excused only by his humility, and is open to the charge of selfish desire, since the passion for nirvana is an ambition like any other, and the quest for salvation can be best followed by devoting oneself entirely to others. But though my object here is to render intelligible the Mahayanist point of view, including its objections to Hinduism, I must defend the latter from the accusation of selfishness. The vigorous and authoritative character of Gautama led him to regard all mankind as patients requiring treatment, and to emphasize the truth that they could cure themselves if they would try. But the Buddhism of the Pali Canon does not ignore the duties of loving and instructing others. It merely insists on man's power to save himself if properly instructed, and bids him do it at once. Sell all that thou hast and follow me. And the Mahayana, if less self-centered, has also less self-reliance and self-discipline. It is more human and charitable, but also more easygoing. It teaches the believer to lean on external supports which, if well chosen, may be a help, but if trusted without discrimination, become paralyzing abuses. And if we look at the abuses of both systems, the fossilized monk of the Hinayana will compare favorably with the Tantric adept. It was to the corruptions of the Mahayana rather than of the Hinayana that the decay of Buddhism in India was due. The career of the Bodhisattva was early divided into stages, bhumi, each marked by the acquisition of some virtue in his triumphant course. The stages are variously reckoned as 5, 7, and 10. The Mahavastu, which is the earliest work where the progress is described, enumerates 10 without distinguishing them very clearly. Later writers commonly look at the Bodhisattva's task from the humbler point of view of the beginner who wishes to learn the initiatory stages. For them, the Bodhisattva is primarily not a supernatural being or even a saint, but simply a religious person who wishes to perform the duties and enjoy the privileges of the Church to the full, much like a communicant in the language of contemporary Christianity. We have a manual for those who would follow this path in the Bodhicaryavatara of Santideva, which in its humility, sweetness, and fervent piety has been rightly compared with the De Imitatione Christi. In many respects, the virtues of the Bodhisattva are those of the Arhat. His will must be strenuous and concentrated. He must cultivate the strictest morality, patience, energy, meditation, and knowledge. But he is also a devotee, a bhakta. He adores all the Buddhas of the past, present, and future, as well as sundry superhuman bodhisattvas. And he confesses his sins, not after the fashion of the Patimokkha, but by accusing himself before these heavenly protectors and vowing to sin no more. Santideva lived in the 7th century, but tells us that he follows the Scriptures and has nothing new to say. This seems to be true, for though his book, being a manual of devotion, presents its subject matter in a dogmatic form, its main ideas are stated and even elaborated in the Lotus. Not only are eminent figures in the Church, such as Sariputra and Ananda, they are designated as future Buddhas, but the same dignity is predicted wholesale for 500 and again for 2,000 monks, while in Chapter 10 is sketched the course to be followed by young men or young ladies of good family who wish to become bodhisattvas. The chief difference is that the Bodhicaryavatara portrays a more spiritual life. It speaks more of devotion, less of the million shapes that compose the heavenly host, more of love and wisdom, less of the merits of reading particular sutras. While rendering to it and the faith that produced it all honor, we must remember that it is typical of the Mahayana only in the sense that the De Imitatione Christi is typical of Roman Catholicism, for both faiths have other sides. Santideva's Bodhisattva, when conceiving the thought of Bodhi, or eventual supreme enlightenment to be obtained, it may be only after numberless births, feels first a sympathetic joy in the good actions of all living beings. He addresses to the Buddhas a prayer which is not a mere act of commemoration, but a request to preach the law and to defer their entrance into nirvana. He then makes over to others whatever merit he may possess or acquire, and offers himself and all his possessions, moral and material, as a sacrifice for the salvation of all beings. This, on the one hand, does not much exceed the limits of dhanam, or the virtue of giving as practiced by Sakyamuni in previous births, according to the Pali Scriptures. But on the other, it contains in embryo the doctrine of vicarious merit and salvation through a Savior. The older tradition admits that the future Buddha, for example, in the Vesantara birth story, gives all that is asked from him, including life, wife, and children. To consider the surrender and transfer of merit, patidana in Pali, as parallel is a natural though perhaps false analogy. But the transfer of karma is not altogether foreign to Brahmanic thought, for it is held that a wife may share in her husband's karma, nor is it wholly unknown to Sinhalese Buddhism. After thus deliberately rejecting all personal success and selfish aims, the neophyte makes a vow, pranidhana, to acquire enlightenment for the good of all beings, and not to swerve from the rules of life and faith requisite for this end. He is then a son of Buddha, a phrase which is merely a natural metaphor for saying that he is one of the household of faith, but still paves the way to later ideas which make the celestial Bodhisattva an emanation or spiritual son of a celestial Buddha. Asanga gives a more technical and scholastic description of the 10 bhumis, or stages, which mark the Bodhisattva's progress toward complete enlightenment and culminate in a phase bearing the remarkable but ancient name of Dharma Megha, known also to the Yoga philosophy. The other stages are called Mudita, joyful, Vimala, immaculate, Prabhakari, light-giving, Arsismati, radiant, Durjaya, hard to gain, Abhimudki, facing, because it faces both transmigration and nirvana, Dhiramgama, far-going, Akala, immovable, Sadhumati, good-minded. The incarnate Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Tibet are a travesty of the Mahayana, which on Indian soil adhered to the sound doctrine that saints are known by their achievements as men and cannot be selected among infant prodigies. It was the general, though not universal, opinion that one who had entered on the career of a bodhisattva could not fall so low as to be reborn in any state of punishment, but the spirit of humility and self-effacement which has always marked the Buddhist ideal tended to represent his triumph as incalculably distant. Meanwhile, although in the whirl of births he was on the upward grade, he yet had his ups and downs, and there is no evidence that Indian or Far Eastern Buddhists arrogated to themselves special claims and powers on the ground that they were well advanced in the career of Buddhahood. The vow to suppress self and follow the light, not only in this life but in all future births, contains an element of faith or fantasy. But has any religion formed a nobler or even equivalent picture of the soul's destiny, or built a better staircase from the world of men to the immeasurable spheres of the superhuman? One aspect of the story of Sakyamuni and his antecedent births thus led to the idea that all may become Buddhas. An equally natural development in another direction created celestial and superhuman bodhisattvas. The Hinayana held that Gautama, before his last birth, dwelt in the Tushita heaven enjoying the power and splendor of an Indian god, and it looked forward to the advent of Maitreya. But it admitted no other bodhisattvas, a consequence apparently of the doctrine that there can only be one Buddha at a time. But the luxuriant fancy of India, which loves to multiply divinities, soon broke through this restriction and fashioned for itself beautiful images of benevolent beings who refuse the bliss of nirvana that they may alleviate the sufferings of others. So far as we can judge, the figures of these bodhisattvas took shape just about the same time that the personalities of Vishnu and Siva were acquiring consistency. The impulse in both cases is the same, namely, the desire to express in a form accessible to human prayer and sympathetic to human emotion the forces which rule the universe. But in this work of portraiture, the Buddhists laid more emphasis on moral and spiritual law than did the Brahmins. They isolated in personification qualities not found isolated in nature. Siva is the law of change, of death and rebirth, with all the riot of slaughter and priapism which it entails. Vishnu is the protector and preserver, the type of good energy warring against evil, but the unity of the figure is smothered by mythology and broken up into various incarnations. But Avalokita and Manjusri, though they had not such strong roots in Indian humanity as Siva and Vishnu, are genii of purer and brighter presence. They are the personifications of kindness and knowledge. Though manifold in shape, they have little to do with mythology and are analogous to the archangels of Christian and Jewish tradition and to the Amisha Spentas of Zoroastrianism. With these latter they may have some historical connection, for Persian ideas may well have influenced Buddhism about the time of the Christian era. However difficult it may be to prove the foreign origin of Bodhisattvas, few of them have a clear origin in India, and all of them are much better known in Central Asia and China. But they are represented with the appearance and attributes of Indian devas, as is natural, since even in the Pali Canon devas formed the Buddha's retinue. Sakyamuni himself, that is, by the practice of moral and intellectual virtues through countless existences, but subsequently they came to be regarded as emanations or sons of superhuman Buddhas. Thus the Karanda Vyuha relates how the original Adi Buddha produced Avalokita by meditation and how he in his turn produced the universe with its gods. Millions of unnamed bodhisattvas are freely mentioned, and even in the older books copious lists of names are found, but two, Avalokita and Manjusri, tower above the rest, among whom only a few have a definite personality. The Tantric school counts 8 of the first rank. Maitreya, who does not stand on the same footing as the others, Samantabhadra, Mahastana Prapta, and above all, Kshitigarbha have some importance, especially in China and Japan. Avalokita, in many forms and in many ages, has been one of the principal deities of Asia, but his origin is obscure. His main attributes are plain. He is the personification of divine mercy and pity, but even the meaning of his name is doubtful. In its full form, it is Avalokitesvara, often rendered the Lord who looks down from heaven. This is an appropriate title for the God of mercy, but the obvious meaning of the participle Avalokita in Sanskrit is passive, the Lord who is looked at. Kern thinks it may mean the Lord who is everywhere visible as a very present help in trouble, or else the Lord of view, like the epithet Drishtiguru applied to Siva. Another form of the name is Lokesvara, or Lord of the World, and this suggests the Avalokita may be a synonym of Loka, meaning the visible universe. It has also been suggested that the name may refer to the small image of Amitabha, which is set in his diadem, and thus looks down on him. But such small images set in the head of a larger figure are not distinctive of Avalokita. They are found in other Buddhist statues and paintings, and also outside India, for instance at Palmyra. The Tibetan translation of the name means he who sees with bright eyes. Xuanzhuang's rendering Quan Tzu Zai expresses the same idea, but the more usual Chinese translation Quan Yin or Quan Shi Yin, the deity who looks upon voices or the region of voices, seems to imply a verbal misunderstanding, for the use of yin or voice makes us suspect that the translator identified the last part of Avalokitesvara not with Isvara, Lord, but with Svara sound. Avalokitesvara is unknown to the Pali Canon and the Milinda Panha. So far as I can discover, he is not mentioned in the Divyavadana, Jakhmola, or any work attributed to the Asvaghosha. His name does not occur in the Lalita Vistara, but a list of Bodhisattvas in its introductory chapter includes Mahakaruna Kundin and suggests Mahakaruna, the Great Compassionate, which is one of his epithets. In the Lotus, he is placed second in the introductory list of Bodhisattvas after Manjusri, but chapter 24, which is probably a later addition, is dedicated to his praises as Samantamurka, he who looks at every way or the omnipresent. In this section, his character as the all-merciful Savior is fully developed. He saves those who call on him from shipwreck and execution, from robbers and all violence and distress. He saves, too, from moral evils such as passion, hatred, and folly. He grants children to women who worship him. This power, which is commonly exercised by female deities, is worth remarking as a hint of his subsequent transformation into a goddess. For the better achievement of his merciful deeds, he assumes all manner of forms and appears in the guise of a Buddha, a Bodhisattva, a Hindu deity, a goblin, or a Brahmin, and in fact in any shape. The chapter was translated into Chinese before 417 A.D., and therefore can hardly be later than 350. He is also mentioned in the Sukhavati Vyuha. The records of the Chinese pilgrims, Fahizhen and Xuanshuang, indicate that his worship prevailed in India from the 4th till the 7th century, and we are perhaps justified in dating its beginnings at least 2 centuries earlier. But the absence of any mention of it in the writings of Asvaghosha is remarkable. Avalokita is connected with a mountain called Potala or Potalaka. The name is borne by the palace of the Grand Lama at Lhasa and by another lamastic establishment at Johol in North China. It reappears in the sacred island of Pu'uto near Ningpo. In all these cases, the name of Avalokita's Indian residence has been transferred to foreign shrines. In India, there were at least 2 places called Potala or Potalaka, one at the mouth of the Indus and one in the south. No certain connection has been traced between the former and the Bodhisattva, but in the 7th century the latter was regarded as his abode. Our information about it comes mainly from Xuanshuang, who describes it when speaking of the Malakuta country, and is near the Malaya mountain. But apparently he did not visit it, and this makes it probable that it was not a religious center, but a mountain in the south of which Buddhists in the north wrote with little precision. There is no evidence that Avalokita was first worshipped on this Potalaka, though he is often associated with mountains such as Kapota in Magadha and Valvati in Kataha. In fact, the connection of Potala with Avalokita remains a mystery. Avalokita has, like most bodhisattvas, many names. Among the principal, a Mahakaruna, the Great Compassionate One, Lokanatha, or Lokesvara, the Lord of the World, and Padmapani, or Lotus-handed. This last refers to his appearance as portrayed in statues and miniatures. In the older works of art, his figure is human, with redundant limbs, and represents a youth in the costume of an Indian prince, with a high jeweled chignon, or sometimes a crown. The headdress is usually surmounted by a small figure of Amitabha. His right hand is extended in the position known as the gesture of charity. In his left, he carries a red lotus, and he often stands on a larger blossom. His complexion is white or red. Sometimes he has 4 arms, and in later images a great number. He then carries besides the lotus such objects as a book, a rosary, and a jug of nectar. The images with many eyes and arms seem an attempt to represent him as looking after the unhappy in all quarters and stretching out his hands in help. It is doubtful if the Bodhisattvas of the Gandhara sculptures, though approaching the type of Avalokita, represent him rather than any other. But nearly all the Buddhist sites of India contain representations of him which date from the early centuries of our era, and others are preserved in the miniatures of manuscripts. He is not a mere adaptation of any one Hindu god. Some of his attributes are also those of Brahma. Though in some late texts he is said to have evolved the world from himself, his characteristic function is not to create, but like Vishnu, to save, and like Vishnu, he holds a lotus. But also he has the title of Isvara, which is specially applied to Siva. Thus, he does not issue from any local cult and has no single mythological pedigree, but is the idea of divine compassion represented with such materials as the art and mythology of the day offered. He is often accompanied by a female figure, Tara. In the Tantric period, she is recognized as his spouse, and her images, common in northern India from the 7th century onward, show that she was adored as a female bodhisattva. In Tibet, Tara is an important deity who assumes many forms, and even before the Tantric influence had become prominent, she seems to have been associated with Avalokita. In the Dharma Sangraha, she is named as one of the 4 devas, and she is mentioned twice under the name of Tolo Pusa by Xuanzang, who saw a statue of her in Vaishali, and another at Tiladhaka in Magadha. This last stood on the right of a gigantic figure of Buddha, Avalokita being on his left. Xuanzang distinguishes Tolo, Tara, and Quan Su Tsai, the latter under the name of Kuan Yin or Kwanon, has become the most popular goddess of China and Japan, but is apparently a form of Avalokita. The god, in his desire to help mankind, assumes many shapes, and among these, divine womanhood has, by the suffrage of millions, been judged the most appropriate. But Tara was not originally the same as Kuan Yin, though the fact that she accompanies Avalokita and shares his attributes may have made it easier to think of him in female form. The circumstances in which Avalokita became a goddess are obscure. The Indian images of him are not feminine, although his sex is hardly noticed before the Tantric period. He is not a male deity like Krishna, but a strong, bright spirit, and like the Christian archangels, above sexual distinctions. No female form of him is reported from Tibet, and this confirms the idea that none was known in India, and that the change was made in China. It was probably facilitated by the worship of Tara and of Hariti, an ogress who was converted by the Buddha and is frequently represented in her regenerate state caressing a child. She is mentioned by Suan Shuang and by I Ching, who adds that her image was already known in China. The Chinese also worshipped a native goddess called Tian Hu, or Tu Mu. Kuan Yin was also identified with an ancient Chinese heroine called Miao Shen. This is parallel to the legend of Tsitsang Kshitikarbha, who, though a male bodhisattva, was a virtuous maiden in two of his previous existences. Evidently, Chinese religious sentiment required a Madonna, and it is not unnatural if the god of mercy, who is reputed to assume many shapes and to give sons to the childless, came to be thought of chiefly in a feminine form. The artists of Tang dynasty usually represented Avalokita as a youth with a slight mustache, and the evidence as to early female figures does not seem to me strong, though a priori I see no reason for doubting their existence. In 1102, a Chinese monk named Pu Ming published a romantic legend of Kuan Yin's earthly life which helped to popularize her worship. In this and many other cases, the later developments of Buddhism are due to Chinese fancy and have no connection with Indian tradition. Tara is a goddess of North India, Nepal, and the Lamist Church, and almost unknown in China and Japan. Her name means she who causes to cross, that is, who saves, life in its troubles being by a common metaphor described as a sea. Tara also means a star, and in Puranic mythology is the name given to the mother of Buddha, the planet Mercury. Whether the name was first used by Buddhists or Brahmins is unknown, but after the 7th century there was a decided tendency to give Tara the epithets bestowed on the Shaktis of Siva and assimilate her to those goddesses. Thus, in the list of her 108 names, she is described among other more amiable attributes as terrible, furious, the slayer of evil beings, the destroyer, and Kali, also as carrying skulls and being the mother of the Vedas. Here we have, if not the borrowing by Buddhists of Seva deity, at least the grafting of Seva conceptions on a bodhisattva. The second great bodhisattva, Manjusri, has other similar names, such as Manjunatha and Manjugosha, the word Manju meaning sweet or pleasant. He is also Vajisvara, the lord of speech, and Kumarabhuta, the prince, which probably implies that he is the Buddhist's eldest son, charged with the government under his direction. He has much the same literary history as Avalokita, not being mentioned in the Pali Canon, nor in the earlier Sanskrit works such as the Lalita Vistara and the Divya Vadana. But his name occurs in the Sukhavati Vyuha. He is the principal interlocutor in the Lagavatara Sutra and is extolled in the Ratna Karandaka Vyuha Sutra. In the greater part of the Lotus, he is the principal bodhisattva and instructs Maitreya, because though his youth is eternal, he has known many Buddhas through his innumerable ages. The Lotus also recounts how he visited the depths of the sea and converted the inhabitants therefore, and how the Lord taught him what are the duties of a bodhisattva after the Buddha has entered finally into nirvana. As a rule, he has no consort and appears as a male Athene, all intellect and chastity, but sometimes Lakshmi or Sarasvati, or both, are described as his consorts. His worship prevailed not only in India, but in Nepal, Tibet, China, Japan, and Java. Fahisain says that he was honored in central India, and Suan Shuang that there were stupas dedicated to him at Mutra. He is also said to have been incarnate in Atisa, the Tibetan reformer, and in Vairocana, who introduced Buddhism to Khotan. But great as is his benevolence, he is not so much the helper of human beings, which is Avalokita's special function, as the personification of thought, knowledge, and meditation. It is for this that he has in his hands the sword of knowledge and a book. A beautiful figure from Java bearing these emblems is in the Berlin Museum. Miniatures represent him as of a yellow color, with the hands, when they do not carry emblems, set in the position known as teaching the law. Other signs which distinguish his images are the blue lotus and the lion on which he sits. An interesting fact about Manjusri is his association with China, not only in Chinese, but in late Indian legends. The mountain Wu Tai Shan in the province of Shanxi is sacred to him and is covered with temples erected in his honor. The name Mountain of Five Terraces is rendered in Sanskrit as Pankasirsha or Pankasiska, and occurs both in the Svayambhu Purana and in the text appended to miniatures representing Manjusri. The principal temple is said to have been erected between 471 and 500 A.D. I have not seen any statement that the locality was sacred in pre-Buddhist times, but it was probably regarded as the haut of deities, one of whom, perhaps some spirit of divination, was identified with the wise Manjusri. It is possible that during the various inroads in Greco-Bactrians, Yuezhi, and other Central Asian tribes into India, Manjusri was somehow imported into the pantheon of the Mahayana from China or Central Asia, and he has, especially in the earlier descriptions, a certain pure and abstract quality which recalls the Amisha Spentas of Persia. But still his attributes are Indian, and there is little positive evidence of a foreign origin. I Ching is the first to tell us that the Hindus believed he came from China. Suan Shuang does not mention this belief, and probably did not hear of it, for it is an interesting detail which no one writing for a Chinese audience would have omitted. We may therefore suppose that the idea arose in India about 650 A.D. By that date, the temples of Wu Tai Shan would have had time to become celebrated, and the visits paid to India by distinguished Chinese Buddhists would be likely to create the impression that China was a center of the faith and frequented by Bodhisattvas. We hear that Vajrabodhi, about 700, and Pranya, 782, both went to China to adore Manjusri. In 824, a Tibetan envoy arrived at the Chinese court to ask for an image of Manjusri, and later the Grand Lamas officially recognized that he was incarnate in the emperor. Another legend relates that Manjusri came from Wu Tai Shan to adore a miraculous lotus that appeared on the lake which then filled Nepal. With a blow of his sword he cleft the mountain barrier and thus drained the valley and introduced civilization. There may be hidden in this some tradition of the introduction of culture into Nepal, but the Nepalese legends are late and in their collected form do not go back beyond the 16th century. After Avalokita and Manjusri, the most important bodhisattva is Maitreya, also called Ajita, or unconquered, who is the only one recognized by the Pali Canon. This is because he does not stand on the same footing as the others. They are superhuman in their origin as well as in their career. whereas Maitreya is simply a being who, like Gautama, has lived innumerable lives and ultimately made himself worthy of Buddhahood, which he awaits in heaven. There is no reason to doubt that Gautama regarded himself as one in a series of Buddhas. The Pali Scriptures relate that he mentioned his predecessors by name and also spoke of unnumbered Buddhas to come. Nevertheless, Maitreya or Mateya is rarely mentioned in the Pali Canon. He is, however, frequently alluded to in the exegetical Pali literature, in the Anagata Vamsa, and in the earlier Sanskrit works such as the Lalita Vistara, Divya Vadana, and Mahavastu. In the Lotus he plays a prominent part, but still is subordinate to Manjusri. Ultimately he was eclipsed by the two great Bodhisattvas, but in the early centuries of our era he received much respect. His images are frequent in all parts of the Buddhist world. He was believed to watch over the propagation of the faith and to have made special revelations to Asanga. In paintings he is usually of a golden color. His statues, which are often gigantic, show him standing or sitting in the European fashion and not cross-legged. He appears to be represented in the earliest Gandharan sculptures, and there was a famous image of him in Udayana, of which Fahain, 399 to 414 AD, speaks as if it were already ancient. Xuanzhuang describes it as well as a stupa erected to commemorate Sakyamuni's prediction that Maitreya would be his successor. On attaining Buddhahood, he will become lord of a terrestrial paradise and hold 3 assemblies under a dragon flower tree, at which all who have been good Buddhas in previous births will become arhats. I Ching speaks of meditating on the advent of Maitreya in language like that which Christian piety uses of the second coming of Christ, and concludes a poem which is incorporated in his work with the aspiration, quote, "Deep as the depth of a lake be my pure and calm meditation. Let me look for the first meeting under the tree of the dragon flower, when I hear the deep rippling voice of the Buddha Maitreya." Unquote. But messianic ideas were not much developed in either Buddhism or Hinduism, and perhaps the figures of both Maitreya and Kalki owe something to Persian legends about Soshayant the Savior. The other bodhisattvas, though lauded in special treatises, have left little impression on Indian Buddhism and have obtained in the Far East most of whatever importance they possess. The makers of images and miniatures assign to each his proper shape and color, but when we read about them, we feel that we are dealing not with the objects of real worship or even the products of a lively imagination, but with names and figures which have a value for picturesque but conventional art. Among the best known is Samantebhadra, the All-Gracious, who is still a popular deity in Tibet and the patron saint of the sacred mountain Omei in China, with which he is associated as Manjusri with Wu Taishan. He is represented as green and riding on an elephant. In Indian Buddhism, he has a moderately prominent position. He is mentioned in the Dharma Sangraha, and in one chapter of the Lotus he is charged with the special duty of protecting those who follow the law. But the Chinese pilgrims do not mention his worship. Mastamaprapta is a somewhat similar figure. A chapter of the Lotus, 14, is dedicated to him without, however, giving any clear idea of his personality, and he is extolled in several descriptions of Sukhavati, or paradise, especially the Amitayurdhyana Sutra. Together with Amitabha and Avalokita, he forms a triad who rule this happy land and are often represented by 3 images in Chinese temples. Vajrapani is mentioned in many lists of bodhisattvas, for example, in the Dharma Sangraha, but is of somewhat doubtful position as Suan Xuan calls him a deva. Historically, his recognition as a bodhisattva is interesting, for he is merely Indra transformed into a Buddhist. The mysterious personages called Vajrahadra and Vajrasattva, who in later times are even identified with the original Buddha spirit, are further developments of Vajrapani. He owes his elevation to the fact that Vajra, originally meaning simply thunderbolt, came to be used as a mystical expression for the highest truth. More important than these is Kshitikarbha, Tizang, or Jizo, who in China and Japan ranks second only to Kuan Yin. Visser has consecrated to him an interesting monograph which shows what strange changes and chances may attend spirits, and how ideal figures may alter as century after century they travel from land to land. We know little about the origin of Kshitikarbha. The name seems to mean earth womb, and he has a shadowy counterpart in Akasagarbha, a similar deity of the air, who it seems never had a hold on human hearts. The earth is generally personified as a goddess. Kshitikarbha has some slight feminine traits, though on the whole decidedly masculine. The stories of his previous births relate how he was twice a woman. In Japan he was identified with the mountain goddess of Kamado, and he helps women in labor, a boon generally accorded by goddesses. In the pantheon of India, he played an inconspicuous part, though reckoned one of the 8 great bodhisattvas, but met with more general esteem in Turkestan, where he began to collect the attributes afterwards defined in the Far East. It is there that his history and transformations become clear. He is primarily a deity of the netherworld, but like Amitabha and Avalokita, he made a vow to help all living creatures, and specially to deliver them from hell. The Taoists pictured hell as divided into 10 departments, ruled over by as many kings, and Chinese fancy made Tizang the superintendent of these functionaries. He thus becomes not so much a savior as the kindly superintendent of a prison who preaches to the inmates and willingly procures their release. Then we hear of 6 Tizangs, corresponding to the 6 worlds of sentient beings, the gracious spirit being supposedly to multiply his personality in order to minister to the wants of all. He is often represented as a monk, staff in hand and with shaven head. The origin of this guise is not clear, and it perhaps refers to his previous births. But in the 8th century, a monk of Chihua was regarded as an incarnation of the Tizang, and after death his body was gilded and enshrined as an object of worship. In later times the Bodhisattva was confused with the incarnation, in the same way as the portly figure of Putai, commonly known as the Laughing Buddha, has been substituted for Maitreya in Chinese iconology. In Japan, the cult of the 6 Jizos became very popular. They were regarded as the deities of roads, and their effigies ultimately superseded the ancient phallic gods of the crossways. In this martial country, the Bodhisattva assumed yet another character as Shogun Jizo, a militant priest riding on horseback and wearing a helmet who became the patron saint of warriors, and was even identified with the Japanese war god Hachiman. Until the 17th century, Jizo was worshipped principally by soldiers and priests, but subsequently his cult spread among all classes and in all districts. His benevolent activities as a guide and savior were more and more emphasized. He heals sickness, he lengthens life, he leads to heaven, he saves from hell. He even suffers as a substitute in hell, and is the special protector of the souls of children amid the perils of the underworld. Though this modern figure of Jizo is wrought with ancient materials, it is in the main a work of Japanese sentiment. End of section 2.
Chapter 18 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Russell Newton. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot. Chapter 18. The Buddhas of Mhayanism. This mythology did not grow up around the Buddha without affecting the central figure. To understand the extraordinary changes of meaning, both mythological and metaphysical, which the word Buddha undergoes in Mahayanist theology, we must keep in mind not the personality of Gautama, but the idea that he is one of several successful Buddhas who, for convenience, may be counted as 4, 7, or 24, but who really form an infinite series extending without limit backwards into the past and forwards into the future. This belief in a series of Buddhas produced a plentiful crop of imaginary personalities and also of speculations as to their connection with one another, with the phenomenon of the world, and with the human soul. In the Pali Canon, the Buddhas antecedent to Gautama are introduced much like ancient kings as part of the legendary history of this world. But in the Lalita Vistara, chapter 20, and the Lotus, chapter 7, we hear of Buddhas, usually described as Tathagatas, who apparently do not belong to this world at all, but rule various points of the compass, or regions described as Buddha fields, Buddha Kshetra. Their names are not the same in the different accounts, and we remain dazzled by an endless panorama of an infinity of universes with an infinity of shining Buddhas illuminating infinite space. Somewhat later, 5 of these unearthly Buddhas were formed into a pentad and described as Jinas, or Dhyana Buddhas, Buddhas of contemplation, namely Vairocana, Akshobhya, Ratnasabhava, Amitabha, and Amgasiddhi. In the fully developed form of this doctrine, these 5 personages are produced by contemplation from the Adi Buddha, or original Buddha spirit, and themselves produce various reflexes, including Bodhisattvas, human Buddhas, and goddesses like Tara. The date when these beliefs first became part of the accepted Mahayana creed cannot be fixed, but probably the symmetrical arrangement of 5 Buddhas is not anterior to the Tantric period of Buddhism. The most important of the 5 are Vairocana and Amitabha. Akshobhya is mentioned in both the Lotus and smaller Sukvati Vyuha as the chief Buddha of the Eastern Quarter, and a work purporting to be a description of his paradise, still extant in the Chinese, is said to have been translated in the time of the Eastern Han Dynasty. But even in the Far East, he did not find many worshippers. More enduring has been the glory of Vairocana, who is the chief deity of the Shingon sect in Japan and is represented by the gigantic image in the temple at Nara. In Java, he seems to have been regarded as the principal and supreme Buddha. The name occurs in the Mahavastu as the designation of an otherwise unknown Buddha of luminous attributes, and in the Lotus, we hear of a distant Buddha world called Vairocana Rasmi Pradamadita, embellished by the rays of the sun. Vairocana is clearly a derivative of Vairocana, a recognized title of the sun in Sanskrit, and is rendered in Chinese by Ta Zhi, meaning great sun. How this solar deity first came to be regarded as a Buddha is not known, but the connection between a Buddha and light has always been recognized. Even the Pali texts represent Gautama as being luminous on some occasions, and in the Mahayanist Scriptures, Buddhas are radiant and light-giving beings, surrounded by halos of prodigious extent and emitting flashes which illuminate the depths of space. The visions of innumerable paradises in all quarters containing jeweled stupas and lighted by refulgent Buddhas, which are frequent in these works, seem founded on astronomy, vaporized under the influence of the idea that there are millions of universes, all equally transitory and unsubstantial. There is no reason, so far as I see, to regard Gautama as a mythical solar hero, but the celestial Buddhas clearly have many solar attributes. This is natural. Solar deities are so abundant in Vedic mythology that it is hardly possible to be a benevolent god without having something of the character of the sun. The stream of foreign religions which flowed into India from Bactria and Persia about the time of the Christian era brought new aspects of sun worship, such as Mithra, Helios, and Apollo, and strengthened the tendency to connect divinity and light. And this connection was peculiarly appropriate and obvious in the case of a Buddha, for Buddhas are clearly revealers and light givers, conquerors of darkness, and dispellers of ignorance. Amitabha, or the Buddha of measureless light, rising suddenly from an obscure origin, has, like Avalokita and Vishnu, become one of the great gods of Asia. He's also known as Amitayus, or measureless life, and is therefore a god of light and immortality. According to both the Lotus and the smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, he is the lord of the western quarter, but he's unknown to the Lalita Vistara. This gives the ruler of the West a lengthy title, which suggests a land of gardens. Now, paradise, which has a biblical authority as a name for the place of departed spirits, appears to mean in Persian a park or enclosed garden, and the Avesta speaks of four heavens: the good thought paradise, the good word paradise, the good deed paradise, and the endless lights. This last expression bears a remarkable resemblance to the name of Amitabha, and we can understand that he should rule the West, because it is the home to which the sun and departed spirits go. Amitabha's paradise is called Sukhavati, or happy land. In the Puranas, the city of Varuna, who is suspected of having a non-Indian origin, is said to be situated in the west and is called Sukha, Linga P, and Vayu P, or Mukhya, so Vishnu P and others. The name Amitabha also occurs in the Vishnu Purana as the name of a class of gods, and it is curious that they are in one place associated with other deities called the Mukhyas. The worship of Amitabha, so far as its history can be traced, goes back to Saraha, the teacher of Nagarjuna. He is said to have been a Sudra, and his name seems un-Indian. This supports the theory that this worship was foreign and imported into India. This worship, and the doctrine on which it is based, are in almost complete contradiction of Gautama's teaching, for they amount to this, that religion consists in faith in Amitabha and prayer to him, in return for which he will receive his followers after death in his paradise. Yet, this is not a late travesty of Buddhism, but a relatively early development, which must have begun about the Christian era. The principal works in which it is preached are the Greater Sukhavata Vyuha, or Description of the Happy Land, translated into Chinese between 147 and 186 A.D., the lesser work of the same name translated in 402 A.D., and the Sutra of Meditation on Amitayus, translated in 424. The first of these works purports to be a discourse of Sukya Muni himself, delivered on the Vulture's Peak in answer to the questions of Ananda. He relates how innumerable ages ago there was a monk called Dharmakara who, with the help of the Buddha of that period, made a vow or vows to become a Buddha, but on conditions. That is to say, he rejected the Buddhahood to which he might become entitled unless his merits obtained certain advantages for others, and having obtained Buddhahood on these conditions, he can now cause them to be fulfilled. In other words, he can apportion his vast store of accumulated merit to such persons and in such manner as he chooses. The gist of the conditions is that he should, when he obtained Buddhahood, be lord of a paradise whose inhabitants live in unbroken happiness until they obtain nirvana. All who have thought of this paradise 10 times are to be admitted therein, unless they have committed grievous sin, and Amitabha will appear to them at the moment of death, so that their thoughts may not be troubled. The Buddha shows Ananda a miraculous vision of this paradise, and its joys are described in language recalling the account of the New Jerusalem in the book of Revelation, and, though coarser pleasures were excluded, all the delights of the eye and ear, such as jewels, gardens, flowers, rivers, and the songs of birds, await the faithful. The smaller Sukhavati Vyuha, represented as preached by Sukyamuni at Sravasti, is occupied almost entirely with a description of the paradise. It marks a new departure in definitely preaching salvation by faith only, not by works, whereas the previous treatise, though dwelling on the efficacy of faith, also makes merit a requisite for life in heaven. But the shorter discourse says dogmatically, beings are not born in that Buddha country as a reward and result of good works performed in this present life. No, all men or women who hear and bear in mind for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 nights the name of the Amitayas, when they come to die, Amitayas will stand before them in the hour of death. They will depart this life with quiet minds, and after death they will be born in paradise. The Amitayur Dhyana Sutra also purports to be the teaching of Sakyamuni, and has an historical introduction connecting it with Queen Vaidehi and King Bimbisara. In theology, it's more advanced than the other treatises. It is familiar with the doctrine of Dharmakaya, which will be discussed below, and it represents the rulers of paradise as a triad, Amitayas being assisted by Avalokita and Mahathasprampta. The Amitayur Dhyana Sutra also purports to be the teaching of Sakyamuni, and has an historical introduction connecting it with Queen Vaidehi and King Bimbisara. In theology, it is more advanced than the other treatises. It's familiar with the doctrine of Dharmakaya, which will be discussed below, and it represents the rulers of paradise as a triad, Amitayus being assisted by Avalokita and Mahathamaprapta. Admission to the paradise can be obtained in various ways, but the method recommended is the practice of a series of meditations, which are described in detail. The system is comprehensive, for salvation can be obtained by mere virtue, with little or no prayer, but also by a single invocation of Amitayus, which suffices to free from deadly sins. Strange as such doctrines appear when set beside the Pali texts, it is clear that in their origin, and even in the form which they assume in the larger Sukhavati Vyuha, they are simply an exaggeration of ordinary Mahayanist teaching. Amitabha is merely a monk who devotes himself to the religious life, namely seeking bodhi for the good of others. He differs from everyday devotees only in the degree of sanctity and success obtained by his exertions. The operations which he performs are nothing but examples on a stupendous scale of parinamana, or the assignment of one's own merits to others. His paradise, though in popular esteem equivalent to the Persian or Christian heaven, is not really so. Strictly speaking, it is not an ultimate ideal, but a blessed region in which nirvana may be obtained without toil or care. Though this teaching had brilliant success in China and Japan, where it still flourishes, the worship of Amitabha was never predominant in India. In Nepal and Tibet, he is one among many deities. The Chinese pilgrims hardly mention him. His figure is not particularly frequent in Indian iconography, and, except in the works composed especially in his honor, he appears as an incidental rather than as a necessary figure. The whole doctrine is hardly strenuous enough for Indians. To pray to the Buddha at the end of a sinful life, enter his paradise, and obtain ultimate nirvana in comfort, is not only open to the same charge of egoism as the Hinayana scheme of salvation, but is much easier and may lead to the abandonment of religious effort. And the Hindu, who above all things likes to busy himself with his own salvation, does not take kindly to these expedients. Numerous deities promise a long spell of heaven as a reward for the mere utterance of their names, yet the believer continues to labor earnestly in ceremonies or meditation. It would be interesting to know whether this doctrine of salvation by the utterance of a single name or prayer originated among Buddhists or Brahmins. In any case, it is closely related to old ideas about the magic power of Vedic verses. The 5 jinnas and other supernatural personages are often regarded as manifestations of a single Buddha force, and at last, this force is personified as Adi Buddha. This admittedly theistic form of Buddhism is late and is recorded from Nepal, Tibet, in the Kalachakra system, and Java, a distribution which implies that it was exported from Bengal. But another form in which the Buddha force is impersonal and analogous to the Parabrahma of the Vedanta is much older. Yet, when this philosophic idea is expressed in popular language, it comes very near to theism. As Kern has pointed out, Buddha is not called Deva or Isvara in the lotus simply because he is above such beings. He declares that he has existed and will exist for incalculable ages, and has preached and will preach in innumerable millions of worlds. His birth here and his nirvana are illusory, kindly devices which may help weak disciples but do not mark the real beginning and end of his activity. This implies a view of Buddha's personality which is more precisely defined in the doctrine known as Trikaya, or the 3 bodies, and expounded in the Mahayana Sutra Lankara, the Awakening of Faith, the Sarvarna Prabhasa Sutra, and many other works. It may be stated dogmatically as follows, but it assumes somewhat divergent forms according as it is treated theologically or metaphysically. A Buddha has 3 bodies or forms of existence. The first is the Dharmakaya, which is the essence of all Buddhas. It is true knowledge, or bodhi. It may also be described as nirvana, and also as the one permanent reality underlying all phenomenon and all individuals. The second is the Sambhogakaya, or body of enjoyment, that is to say, the radiant and superhuman form in which Buddhas appear in their paradises, or when otherwise manifesting themselves in celestial splendor. The third is the Nirmanakaya, or the body of transformation, that is to say, the human form worn by Sakyamuni and any other Buddha, and regarded as a transformation of his true nature, and almost a distortion, because it is so partial and inadequate an expression of it. Later theology regards Amitabha, Amitayus, and Sakyamuni as a series corresponding to the 3 bodies. Amitabha does not really express the whole Dharmakaya, which is incapable of personification, but when he is accurately distinguished from Amitayus, and frequently they are regarded as synonyms, he is made the more remote and ethereal of the 2. Amitayus, with his rich ornaments and his flask containing the water of eternal life, is the ideal of a splendidly beneficent Savior and represents the Sambhogakaya. Sakyamuni is the same beneficent being shrunk into human form, but this is only one aspect and not the most important of the doctrine of the 3 bodies. We can easily understand the Sambhogakaya and the Nirmanakaya. They correspond to a deity such as Vishnu and his incarnation Krishna, and they're puzzling in Buddhism simply because we think naturally of the older view, not entirely discarded by the Mahayana, which makes the human Buddha the crown and apex of a series of lives that find in him their fulfillment, but it is less easy to understand the Dharmakaya. The word should perhaps be translated as body of the law, and the thought originally underlying it may have been that the essential nature of a Buddha, that which makes him a Buddha, is the law which he preaches. As we might say, the teacher lives in his teaching. While it survives, he is active and not dead. The change from metaphor to theology is illustrated by Xuan Chuang, where he states, no doubt quoting from his edition of the Pitakas, that Gautama, when dying, said to those around him, "Say not that the Tathagata is undergoing final extinction. His spiritual presence abides forever unchangeable." This apparently corresponds to the passage in the Pali Canon, which runs, "It may be that in some of you the thought may arise, the word of the Master is ended. We have no more a teacher, but it is not thus that you should regard it. The truths and the rules which I have set forth, let them, after I am gone, be the teacher to you." But in Buddhist writings, including the oldest Pali texts, Dharma or Dhamma has another important meaning. It signifies phenomenon or mental state, the two being identical for an idealistic philosophy, and comprises both the external and the internal world. Now, the Dharmakaya is emphatically not a phenomenon, but it may be regarded as the substratum or totality of phenomena, or as that which gives phenomena whatever reality they possess, and the double use of the word Dhamma rendered such divagations of meaning easier. Hindus have a tendency to identify being and knowledge. According to the Vedanta philosophy, he who knows Brahman knows that he himself is Brahman, and therefore he actually is Brahman. In the same way, the true body of the Buddha is prajna, or knowledge. By this is meant a knowledge which transcends the distinction between subject and object, and which sees that neither animate beings nor inanimate things have individuality or separate existence. Thus, the Dharmakaya, being an intelligence which sees the illusory quality of the world and also how the illusion originates, may be regarded as the origin and ground of all phenomenon. As such, it is also called Tathagatagarbha, or Dharma Dhatu, the matrix or storehouse of all phenomena. On the other hand, inasmuch as it is beyond them and implies their unreality, it may also be regarded as the annihilation of all phenomena, in other words, as nirvana. In fact, the Dharmakaya, or Bhuta Tathata, is sometimes defined in words similar to those which the Pali Canon makes the Buddha use when asked if the perfect saint exists after death. It is neither that which is existence, nor that which is non-existence, nor that which is at once existence and non-existence, nor that which is neither existence nor non-existence. In a more theological language, it may be said that according to the general opinion of the Mahayanists, a Buddha attains to nirvana by the very act of becoming a Buddha, and is therefore beyond everything which we call existence. Yet the compassion which he feels for mankind, and the good karma which he has accumulated, cause a human image of him, Nirmanakaya, to appear among men for their instruction, and a superhuman image, perceptible yet not material, to appear in paradise. End of chapter 18. End of section 3. Recorded by Russell Newton.
Section 4 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot. Section 4, Chapter 19. Mahayanist Metaphysics. Thus the theory of the three bodies, especially of the Dharmakaya, is bound up with a theory of ontology. Metaphysics became a passion among the travelers of the great vehicle, as psychology had been in earlier times. They may indeed be reproached with being bad Buddhists, since they insisted on speculating on those questions which Gautama had declared to be unprofitable and incapable of an answer in human language. He refused to pronounce on the whence, the whither, and the nature of things, but bade his disciples walk in the eightfold path and analyze the human mind, because such analysis conduces to spiritual progress. India was the last country in the world where such restrictions were likely to be observed. Much Mahayanist literature is not religious at all, but simply metaphysics treated in an authoritative and ecclesiastical manner. The nature and origin of the world are discussed as freely as in the Vedanta, and with similar results. The old ethics and psychology receive scant attention. Yet the difference is less than might be supposed. Anyone who reads these treatises and notices the number of apparently eternal beings and the talk about the universal mind is likely to think that the old doctrine, that nothing has an Atman or soul, has been forgotten. But this impression is not correct. The doctrine of Naratmayam is asserted so uncompromisingly that from one point of view, it may be said that even Buddhas do not exist. The meaning of this doctrine is that no being or object contains an unchangeable permanent self, which lives unaltered in the same or in different bodies. On the contrary, individual existences consist of nothing but a collection of skandhas or asatana, a succession or series of mental phenomena. In the Pali books, this doctrine is applied chiefly to the soul and psychological inquiries. The Mahayana applied it to the external world and proved by ingenious arguments that nothing at all exists. Similarly, the doctrine of karma is maintained, though it is seriously modified by the admission that merit can be transferred from one personality to another. The Mahayana continued to teach that an act, once performed, affects a particular series of mental states until its effect is exhausted, or, in popular language, that an individual enjoys or suffers through a series of births the consequences of previous acts. Even the instance of Amitabha's paradise, though it strains the doctrine of karma to the utmost, does not repudiate it. For the believer performs an act, to wit, the invocation of Amitabha, to which has been attached the wonderful result that the performer is reborn in a blessed state. This is not essentially different from the idea found in the Pali canon that attentions paid to a Buddha may be rewarded by a happy rebirth in heaven. Mahayanist metaphysics, like all other departments of this theology, are beset by the difficulty that the authorities who treat of them are not always in accord, and do not pretend to be in accord. The idea that variety is permissible in belief and conduct is deeply rooted in later Buddhism. There are many vehicles, some better than others, no doubt, and some very ramshackle, but all are capable of conveying their passengers to salvation. Nominally, the Mahayana was divided into only 2 schools of philosophy. Practically every important treatise propounds a system with features of its own. The 2 schools are the Yogacaras and Madhyamakas. Both are idealists and deny the reality of the external world, but whereas the Yogacaras, also called the Vijnanavadins, admit that Vijnana, or consciousness, and the series of states of which it consists are real, the Madhyamakas refuse the title of reality to both the subjective and the objective world, and hence gained a reputation of being complete nihilists. Probably the Madhyamakas are the older school. Both schools attach importance to the distinction between relative and absolute knowledge. Relative knowledge is true for human beings living in the world. That is to say, it is not more false than the world of appearance in which they live. The Hinayanist doctrines are true in this sense. Absolute knowledge rises above the world of appearance and is altogether true, but difficult to express in words. The Yogacara makes 3 divisions, dividing the inferior knowledge into 2. It distinguishes first illusory knowledge, parikalpita, such as mistaking a piece of rope for a snake, or belief in the existence of individual souls. Secondly, knowledge which depends on the relations of things, paratantra, and which, though not absolutely wrong, is necessarily limited, such as belief in the real existence of ropes and snakes. And thirdly, absolute knowledge, parinishpanna, which understands all things as the manifestation of an underlying principle. The Madhyamakas more simply divide knowledge into samvriti satya and paramartha satya, that is, the truth of everyday life and transcendental truth. The world and ordinary religion, with its doctrines and injunctions about good works, are real and true as samvriti. But in absolute truth, paramartham, we attain nirvana, and then the world, with its human Buddhas and its gods, exists no more. The word sunyam, or sunyata, that is void, is often used as the equivalent of paramartham. Void must be understood as meaning not an abyss of nothingness, but that which is found to be devoid of all the attributes which we try to ascribe to it. The world of ordinary experience is not void, for a great number of statements can be made about it, but absolute truth is void, because nothing whatever can be predicated of it. Yet even this colorless designation is not perfectly accurate, because neither being nor not being can be predicated of absolute truth. It is for this reason, namely, that they admit neither being nor not being, but something between the two, that the followers of Nagarjuna are known as the Madhyamikas, or School of the Middle Doctrine, though the European reader is tempted to say that their theories are extreme to the point of being a reductio ad absurdum of the whole system. Yet though much of their logic seems late and useless sophistry, its affinity to early Buddhism cannot be denied. The fourfold proposition that the answer to certain questions cannot be of any of the statements is not, both is and is not, neither is nor is not, is part of the earliest known stratum of Buddhism. The Buddha himself is represented as saying that most people hold either to a belief in being or to a belief in not being. But neither belief is possible for one who considers the question with full knowledge. Quote, that things have being is one extreme. That things have no being is the other extreme. These extremes have been avoided by the Tathagata, and it is the middle doctrine that he teaches, end quote, namely, dependent origination as explained in the chain of 12 links. The Madhyamika theory, that objects have no absolute and independent existence, but appear to exist in virtue of their relations, is a restatement of this ancient dictum. The Mahayanist doctors find an ethical meaning in their negations. If things possessed sabvahava, real, absolute, self-determined existence, then the four truths, and especially the cessation of suffering and attainment of sanctity, would be impossible. For if things were due not to causation, but to their own self-determining nature, and the Hindus always seem to understand real existence in this sense, cessation of evil and attainment of the good would be alike impossible. The Four Noble Truths imply a world which is in a state of constant becoming. That is a world which is not really existent. But for all that, the doctrine of Sunyana, as stated in the Madhyamika aphorisms ascribed to Nagarjuna, leaves the impression of audacious and ingenious sophistry. After laying down that every object in the world exists only in relation to every other object and has no self-existence, the treatise proceeds to prove that rest and motion are alike impossible. We speak about the path along which we are passing, but there is really no such thing. For if we divide the path accurately, it always proves separable into that part which has been passed over, and the part which will be passed over. There is no part which is being passed over. This, of course, amounts to a denial of the existence of present time. Time consists of past and future, separated by an indivisible and immeasurable instant. The minimum of time which has any meaning for us implies a change, and two elements, a former and a subsequent. The present minute or the present hour are fallacious expressions. Therefore, no one ever is passing along a path. Again, you cannot logically say that the passer is passing, for the sentence is redundant. The verb adds nothing to the noun, and vice versa. But on the other hand, you clearly cannot say that the non-passer is passing. Again, if you say the passer and the passing are identical, you overlook the distinction between the agent and the act, and both become unreal. But you cannot maintain that the passer is different from the passing, for a passer as distinct from passing, and passing as distinct from a passer, have no meaning. Quote, but how can two entities exist at all if they exist neither as identical with one another nor as different from one another? End quote. The above, though much abridged, contains an idea of the logic of these sutras. They proceed to show that all manner of things, such as the 5 skandhas, the elements, contact, attachment, fire and fuel, origination, continuation, and extinction, have no real existence. Similar reasoning is then applied to religious topics. The world of transmigration, as well as bondage and liberation, are declared non-existent. In reality, no soul is in bondage, and none is released. Similarly, karma, the Buddha himself, the 4 truths, and the 12 links in the chain of causation are all unreal. This is not a declaration of skepticism. It means that the Buddha, as a human or celestial being, and nirvana as a state attainable in this world, are conceivable only in connection with this world, and, therefore, like the world, unreal. No religious idea can enter into the unreal, that is, the practical, life of the world unless it itself is unreal. This sounds a topsy-turvy argument, but it is really the same as the Advaita doctrine. The Vedanta is, on the one hand, a scheme of salvation for liberating souls which transmigrate unceasingly in a world ruled by a personal God. But when true knowledge is attained, the soul sees that it is identical with the highest Brahman, and that souls which are in bondage, and God who rules the world, are illusions like the world itself. But the Advaita has at least a verbal superiority over the Madhyamaka philosophy, for in its terminology Brahman is the real and the existent, contrasted with the world of illusion. The result of giving to what the Advaita calls the real and existent the name of sunyata, or void, is disconcerting. To say that everything without distinction is non-existent is much the same as saying that everything is existent. It only means that a wrong sense is habitually given to the word exist, as if it meant to be self-contained and without relation to other objects. Unless we can make a verbal contrast and assert that there is something which does exist, it seems futile to insist on the unreality of the world. Yet this mode of thought is not confined to textbooks on logic. It invades the scriptures and appears, for instance, in the Diamond Cutter, which is still one of the most venerated books of devotion in China and Japan. In this work, the Buddha explains that a bodhisattva must resolve to deliver all living beings, and yet must understand that after he has thus delivered innumerable beings, no one has been delivered. And why? Because no one is to be called a bodhisattva for whom there exists the idea of a being or person. Similarly, a saint does not think he is a saint, for if he did so think, he would believe in a self and a person. There occur continually in this work phrases cast in the following form: what was preached as a store of merit, that was preached as no store of merit by the Tathagata, and therefore it is called a store of merit. If there existed a store of merit, the Tathagata would not have preached a store of merit. That is to say, if I understand this dark language rightly, accumulated merit is part of the world of illusion which we live in, and by speaking of it as he did, the Buddha implied that it, like everything else in the world, is really non-existent. Did it belong to the sphere of absolute truth, he would not have spoken of it as if it were one of the things commonly, but erroneously, supposed to exist. Finally, we are told of the highest knowledge. Quote, even the smallest thing is not known or perceived there. Therefore it is called the highest perfect knowledge. End quote. That is to say, perfect knowledge transcends all distinctions. It recognizes the illusory nature of all individuality and the truth of sameness, the never-changing one behind the ever-changing many. In this sense, it is said to perceive nothing and know nothing. One might expect that a philosophy thus prone to use the language of extreme nihilism would slip into a destructive, or at least negative, system. But Mahayanism was pulled equally strongly in the opposite direction by the popular and mythological elements which it contained, and was, on the whole, inclined to theism and even polytheism quite as much as to atheism and atheism. A modern Japanese writer says that Dharmakaya may be considered to be the equivalent to the Christian conception of the Godhead. This is excessive as a historical statement of the view current in India during the early centuries of our era, but it does seem true that Dharmakaya was made the equivalent of the Hindu conception of Parambrahma, and also that this is very nearly equivalent to the Chinese Tao. The work called Awakening of Faith, and ascribed to Ashvaghosha, is not extant in Sanskrit, but was translated into Chinese in 553 A.D. Its doctrine is practically that of the Yogacara school, and this makes ascription doubtful, but it is a most important treatise. It is regarded as authoritative in China and Japan at the present day, and it illustrates the triple tendency of the Mahayana towards metaphysics, mythology, and devotional piety. It declares that faith has 4 aspects. 3 of these are the 3 jewels, or Buddha, the law, and the church, and cover between them the whole field of religion and morality as generally understood. The exposition is tinged with a fine, unselfish emotion and tells the believer that though he should strive not for his own emancipation, but for the salvation of others, yet he himself receives unselfish and supernatural assistance. He is remembered and guarded by Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in all quarters of the universe who are eternally trying to liberate mankind by various expedients. By expedient is meant a modified presentment of the truth, which is easier of comprehension and, if not the goal, at least on the road to it, such as the paradise of Amitabha. But the remaining aspect of faith, which is the one that the author puts first in his enumeration and treats at great length, is, quote, to believe in the fundamental truth, that is, to think joyfully of suchness, end quote. By suchness, in Sanskrit, Bodhisattva, in Chinese, Shanzhu, is meant absolute truth as contrasted with the relative truth of ordinary experience. The word is not illuminating nor likely to excite religious emotion, and the most that can be said for it is that it is less dreary than the void of Nagarjuna. Another and more positive synonym is Dharma Dhatu, the all-embracing totality of things. It is only through our ignorance and subjectivity that things appear distinct and individuate. Could we transcend this subjectivity, isolated objects would cease to exist. Things in their fundamental nature cannot be named or explained. They are beyond the range of language and perception. They have no signs of distinction, but possess absolute sameness, samatha. From this totality of things, nothing can be excluded, and to it nothing can be added. Yet it is also sunyata, negation or the void, because it cannot be said to possess any of the attributes of the world we live in. Neither existence nor non-existence, nor unity can be predicted of it. According to the celebrated formula of Nagarjuna, known as the 8 No's, there is in it neither production, utpada, nor destruction, ukcheda, nor annihilation, nirodha, nor persistence, sasvata, nor unity, ekarta, nor plurality, nanharta, nor coming in, agamanata, nor going out, nirgama. When we perceive that both subject and object are unreal, we also see that suchness is the one reality, and from that point of view, it may be regarded as the Dharmakaya of all Buddhas. It is also called Tathagata Garbha, the womb or storehouse of the Buddha, from which all individual existences are evolved under the law of causation. But this aspect of it is already affected by ignorance, for in Bhuta-tattva, as known in the light of the highest truth, there is neither causation nor production. The Yogacara employs the word sunyana, void, though not so much as its sister school, but it makes special use of the term alaya vijnana, the receptacle or store of consciousness. This, insofar as it is super-individual, is an aspect of suchness, but when it affirms and particularizes itself, it becomes citta, that is the human mind, or, to be more accurate, the substratum of the human mind, from which is developed manas, or the principle of will, self-consciousness, and self-affirmation. Similarly, the Vedanta philosophy, though it has no term corresponding to alaya vijnana, that Brahman is in one aspect immeasurable and all-embracing, but in another is infinitesimal and dwells in the human heart, or that Brahman, after creating the world, entered into it. Again, another aspect of suchness is enlightenment, bodhi. That is absolute knowledge free from the limitations of subject and object. This is the universal dharmakaya of the Tathagatas, and on account of this, all Tathagatas are spoken of as abiding in enlightenment a priori. This enlightenment may be negative, as sunyata, in the sense that it transcends all relations, but may also be affirmative, and then, quote, it transforms and unfolds itself whenever conditions are favorable in the form of a Tathagata, or some other form, in order that all beings may be induced to bring their store of merit to maturity. It will be seen from the above that the absolute truth of the Mahayanists varies from a severely metaphysical conception, the indescribable thing in itself, to something very like an all-pervading benevolent essence, which from time to time takes shape in a Buddha. And here we see how easy is the transition from the old Buddhism to a form of pantheism. For if we admit that the Buddha is a superhuman intelligence appearing from time to time according to a certain law, We add little to this statement by saying that the essence or spirit of the cosmos manifests itself from time to time as a Buddha. Only such words as essence or spirit are not really correct. The world of individuals is the same as the highest truth, the same as the Dharmakaya, the same as nirvana. It is only through ignorance that it appears to be different and particularized. Ignorance, the essence of which consists in believing in the distinction between subject and object, is also called defilement, and the highest truth passes through various stages of defilement, ending with that where, under the influence of egoism and passion, the external world of particulars is believed to be everything. But the various stages may influence one another, so that under a higher influence, the mind, which is involved in subjectivity, begins to long for nirvana. Yet nirvana is not something different from or beyond the world of experience. It does not really involve annihilation of the skandhas. Just as in the Advaita, he who has the true knowledge sees that he himself and everything else is Brahman. So for the Mahayanist, all things are seen to be nirvana and to be the Dharmakaya. It is sometimes said that there are 4 kinds of nirvana. A. Absolute nirvana, which is a synonym of the Dharmakaya, and in that sense universally present in all beings. B. Apadhishisha nirvana, the state of enlightenment which can be attained during life, while the body with its limitations still remains. C. Anapadhishisha nirvana, a higher degree of the same state attained after death when the hindrances of the body are removed. D. Nirvana without abode, or apradhisthita nirvana. Those who attain to this understand that there is no real antithesis between samsara and nirvana. They do not seek for rest or emancipation, but devote themselves to beneficent activity and to leading their fellows to salvation. Although these statements, that nirvana and samsara are the same, are not at all in the manner of the older Buddhism, yet this ideal of disinterested activity, combined with nirvana, is not inconsistent with the portrait of Gautama preserved in the Pali Canon. The Mahayanist Buddhism of the Far East makes free use of such phrases as the Buddha in the heart, the Buddha mind, and the Buddha nature. These seem to represent such Sanskrit terms as Bodhisattva and Bodhisattva, which can receive either an ethical or a metaphysical emphasis. The former line of thought is well shown in Sandideva, who treats bodhicitta as the initial impulse and motive power of the religious life, combining intellectual illumination and unselfish devotion to the good of others. Thus regarded, it is a guiding and stimulating principle, somewhat analogous to the Holy Spirit in Christianity. But the bodhicitta is also the essential quality of a Buddha, and the Holy Spirit, too, is a member of the Trinity. And insofar as a man has the bodhicitta, he is one with all Buddhas. This conception is perhaps secondary in Buddhism, but it is also as old as the Upanishads, and only another form of the doctrine that the spirit in every man, Antarayaman, is identical with the Supreme Spirit. It is developed in many works still popular in the Far East, and was the fundamental thesis of Bodhidharma, the founder of the Zen school. But the practical character of the Chinese and Japanese has led them to attach more importance to the moral and intellectual side of this doctrine than to the metaphysical and pantheistic side. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot. Chapter 20, Mahayanist Scriptures. In a previous chapter, I have discussed the Pali Canon, and I shall subsequently have something to say about the Chinese and Tibetan canons, which are libraries of religious and edifying works, rather than sacred books similar to the Vedas or the Bible. My present object is to speak of the Sanskrit literature, chiefly sutras, which appeared contemporaneously with the rise of Mahayanism in India. The Mahayanist Scriptures are the largest body of sacred writings extant in the world, but it is not easy either to define the limits of the canon or to say when it was put together. According to a common tradition, Kanishka played for the Church of the Great Vehicle, much the same part as Asoka for the Theravadins, and summoned a council which wrote commentaries on the Tripitaka. This may be reasonably held to include a recension of the text commented on, but we do not know what that text was, and the brief and perplexing accounts of the council which we possess indicate not that it gave its imprimatur to Mahayanist sutras, but that it was specially concerned with the Abhidharma works of the Sarvastivadin school. In any case, no canon formed in the time of Kanishka can have been equivalent to the collections of writings accepted today in China and Tibet, for they contain works later than any date which can be assigned to his reign, as do also the 9 sacred books revered in Nepal. It was agreed among Indian Buddhists that the scriptures were divided among the 3 pitakas or baskets, but we may surmise that there was no unanimity as to the precise contents of each basket. In India, the need for unanimity in such matters is not felt. The Brahmins also recognized that the most holy and most jealously preserved scriptures could exist in various recensions, and the Mahabharata shows how generations of respectful and uncritical hearers may allow adventitious matter of all sorts to be incorporated in a work. Something of the same kind happened with the Pitakas. We know that the Pali recension which we possess was not the only one, for fragments of a Sanskrit version have been discovered. There was probably a large floating literature of sutras, often presenting several recensions of the same document worked up in different ways. Just as the additions were made to the list of Upanishads up to the Middle Ages, although the character of the later works were different from that of the earlier, so new sutras, modern in date and in tone, were received in the capacious basket. And just as the Puranas were accepted as sacred books, without undermining the authority of the Vedas, so new Buddhist scriptures superseded without condemning the old ones. Various Mahayanist schools had their own versions of the Vinaya, which apparently contain the same rules as the Pali text, but also much additional narrative, and Asanga quotes from works corresponding to the Pali Nikayas, though his doctrine belongs to another age. The Abhidharma section of the Pali Canon seems, however, to have been peculiar to the Theravada school. The Sarvastivadin Pitaka of the same name was entirely different, and judging from the Chinese canon, the Mahayanists gave the title to philosophic works by such authors as Asanga and Vasubandhu, some of which were described as revelations from Maitreya. Specially characteristic of Mahayanist Buddhism are the Vaipulya Sutras, that is, sutras of great extension or development. These works, of which the Lotus is an example, follow the same scheme as the older sutras, but are of wider scope and on a much larger scale, for they often consist of 20 or more chapters. They usually attempt to give a general exposition of the whole Dharma, or at least some of the aspect of it which is extolled as sufficient for the right conduct of life. The chief speaker is usually the Buddha, who is introduced as teaching on the Vulture Peak, or some other well-known locality, and surrounded by great assemblage, many of whom are superhuman beings. The occasion of this discourse is commonly signalized by his sending forth rays of light, which illuminate the universe until the scene includes other worlds. As early as the Anguttara Nikaya, we find references to the danger of a taste for ornate and poetic sutras, and these compositions seem to be the outcome of that taste. The literary ideas and methods which produce them are illustrated by the Sutralankara of Asvaghosha, a collection of edifying tales, many of which use the materials supplied by the Pali Nikayas in Vinaya, but present them in a more effective and artistic form. It was thought a pious task to amplify and embellish the simple narratives handed down by tradition. The Mahayanist Scriptures are composed in Sanskrit, not in Pali, but it is only rarely, for instance in the works of Asvaghosha, that Buddhist Sanskrit conforms to the rules of the classical language. Usually the words deviate from this standard both in form and meaning, and often suggest that the text, as we have it, is a Sanskritized version of an older work in some popular dialect, brought into partial conformity with literary usage. In the poetical portions, this process of Sanskritization encountered greater difficulties than in prose, because meter and prosody often refused to admit the changes required by grammar, so that this poetical dialect cannot be called either Sanskrit, Pali, or Magadhi, but remains a mixture of learned and popular speech. But Sanskrit did not become a sacred language for the Mahayanists, like Latin or Roman Catholics. It is rather Pali which has assumed this position among the Hinayanists. For Burmese and Sinhalese translations of the Pitakas acquired no authority. But in the north, the principle that every man might read the Buddha's word in his own vernacular was usually respected, and the populations of Central Asia, the Chinese, the Tibetans, and the Mongols, translated the scriptures into their own languages without attaching any superstitious importance to the original words, unless they were the dharanajis or spells. About the time of the Christian era, or perhaps rather earlier, greater use began to be made of writing for religious purposes. The old practice of reciting the scriptures was not discontinued, but no objection was made to preserving and reading them in written copies. According to tradition, the Pali scriptures were committed to writing in Ceylon during the reign of Vatagamani. That is according to the most recent chronology, about 20 BC, and Kanishka caused to be engraved on copper plates the commentaries composed by the council which he summoned. In Asvaghosha, we find the story of a Brahmin who, casually taking up a book to pass the time, lights on a copy of the Sutra of the 12 Causes and is converted. But though the Buddhists remained on the whole true to the old view that the important thing was to understand and disseminate the substance of the master teaching, and not merely to preserve the text as if it were a sacred formula, still we see growing up in Mahayanist works ideas about the sanctity and efficacy of scriptures which are foreign to the Pali canon. Many sutras, for instance the Diamond Cutter, extol themselves as all sufficient for salvation. The Prajnaparamita commences with a salutation addressed not as usual to the Buddha, but to the work itself, as if it were a deity, and Hodgson states that the Buddhists of Nepal worship their 9 sacred books. Nor was the idea excluded that certain words, especially formulae or spells called dharaji, have in themselves a mysterious efficacy and potency. Some of these are cited and recommended in the Lotus. Insofar as the repetition of sacred words or spells is regarded as an integral part of the religious life, the doctrine has no warrant in the earlier teaching. It obviously becomes more and more prominent in later works, but the idea itself is old, for it is clearly the same that produced a belief in the Brahmanic mantras, particularly the mantras of the Atharva Veda, and earlier Buddhism did not reject mantras in their proper place. Thus the deities presented themselves to the Buddha and offered to teach him a formula for which will protect his disciples from the attacks of evil spirits. Zhuan Chuang even states that the council which sat at Rajagriha after the Buddha's death compiled 5 Pitakas, one of which consisted of Dharajnis, and it may be that the collection of such texts was begun as early as the collection of discourse and rules. But for many centuries there is no evidence that they were in any way confounded with the Dharma. The Mahayanist scriptures are so voluminous that not even the clergy were expected to master any considerable part of them. Indeed, they make no claim to be a connected whole. The theory was rather that there were many vehicles plying on the road to salvation, and many guidebooks. No traveler thought of taking the whole library, but only a few volumes which suited him. Most of the Chinese and Japanese sects avowedly based themselves upon 3 sutras, selected according to the taste of each school from the hundreds quoted in catalogues. Thus the Tian Tai sect has for its scriptures the Lotus, the Nirvana Sutra, and the Prajnaparamita, while the Shinsu sect admits only the 3 Amidast Sutras. The following are the names of some of the principal Mahayanist scriptures. Comparatively few of them have been published in Europe, and some exist only in Chinese or Japanese translations. 1. Prajnaparamita, or Transcendental Knowledge, is a generic name given to a whole literature consisting of treatises on the doctrine of sunyata, which vary greatly in length. They are classed as sutras, being described as discourses delivered by the Buddha on the Vulture Peak. At least 10 are known, besides excerpts which are sometimes described as substantive works. The great collection translated into Chinese by Xuan Chuang is said to consist of 200,000 verses and to comprise 16 different sutras. The earliest translation of one of these treatises into Chinese was made about 170 AD, and everything indicates that portions of the Prajna Paramita are among the earliest Mahayanist works, and date from about the 1st century of our era. Prajna not only means knowledge of the absolute truth, that is to say of sunyata, or the void, but is regarded as an ontological principle synonymous with Bodhi and Dharmakaya. The Buddhas not only possess this knowledge in the ordinary sense, but they are the knowledge manifest in human form, and Prajna is often personified as a goddess. All these works lay great stress on the doctrine of sunyata and the non-existence of the world of experience. The longest recension is said to contain a polemic against the Hinayana. The Diamond Cutter is one of the best known of these transcendental treatises, and the 2 short works called Heart of the Prajna Paramita, which are widely read in Japan, appear to be brief abstracts of the essence of this teaching. 2. The Saddharma Pundarika, or Lotus of the Good Law, is one of the best-known Mahayanist sutras, and is highly esteemed in China and Japan. It purports to be a discourse delivered by Sakyamuni on the Vulture Peak to an assemblage of Bodhisattvas. The lotus clearly affirms the multiplicity of vehicles or various ways of teaching the law, and also the eternity of the Buddha, but it does not emphasize, although it mentions, the doctrine of sunyata. The work consists of 2 parts, of which the second, chapters 21 through 26, is a later addition. This second part contains spells and many mythological narratives, including one of an ancient bodhisattva who burnt himself alive in honor of a form of Buddha. Portions of the lotus were translated into Chinese under the Western Xin dynasty, 265 to 316 AD, and it is quoted in the Mahaprajna Paramita Sastra ascribed to Nagarjuna. The first part is probably not later than the 1st century AD. The lotus is unfortunately accessible to English readers only in a most unpoetic translation by the late Professor Kern, but it is a great religious poem, which, starting from humanity, regards religion as cosmic and universal rather than something mainly concerned with our earth. The discourses of Sakyamuni are accompanied in it by stupendous miracles culminating in a grand cosmic phantasmagoria in which is evoked the stupa, containing the body of a departed Buddha, that is a shrine containing the eternal truth. 3. The Lalita Vistara is a life of Sakyamuni up to the commencement of his mission. Though the setting of the story is miraculous, and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas innumerably are freely spoken of, yet the work does not enunciate the characteristic Mahayanist doctrines so definitely as the other treatises here enumerated. It is said to have originally belonged to the school of the Sarvastivadins, and to have been subsequently accepted by the Mahayanists. And though it is not an epic, but a collection of ballads and legends, yet it often reads as if it were a preliminary study of the Asvaghosha's Buddhakarita. It contains Sanskrit versions of old legends, which are almost verbal renderings of the Pali text, but also new material, and seems to be conscious of relating novelties which may arouse skepticism, for it interrupts the narrative to anathematize those who do not believe in the miracles of the Nativity, and to extol the merits of faith, Shraddha, not Bhakti. It is probably coeval with the earlier Gandharan art, but there are no facts to fix its date. 4. The Lankavatara gives an account of the revelation of the good law by Sakyamuni, which visits Lanka. It is presumably subsequent to the period where Ceylon had become a center of Buddhism, but the story is pure fancy and unconnected with history or with older legends. It relates how the Buddha alighted on Mount Malaya in Lanka. Ravana came to pay his respects and asked for definitions of virtue and vice, which were given. The Bodhisattva Mahamati, apparently Manjushri, proceeded to propound a series of more abstruse questions, which are answered at considerable length. The Lankavatara represents a mature phase of speculation, and not only criticizes the Sankhya, Pasupata, and other Hindu schools, but is conscious of the growing resemblance of Mahayanism to Brahmic philosophy, and tries to explain it. It contains a philosophy about Nagarjuna, and another which mentions the Guptas, and it appears to allude to the domination of the Huns. This allusion would make its date as late as the 6th century, but a translation into Chinese, which is said to correspond with the Sanskrit text, was made in 513. If so, the barbarians referred to cannot be the Huns. An earlier translation made in 443 does not agree with our Sanskrit text, and perhaps the work existed in several recensions. 5. The Suvarjana Prabhasa, or Glitter of Gold, is a Vaipulya Sutra in many ways resembling the lotus. It insists on the supernatural character of the Buddha. He was never really born nor entered into nirvana, but is the Dharmakaya. The scene is laid at Rajagriha, and many Brahmanic deities are among the interlocutors. It was translated into Chinese about 420 AD, and fragments of a translation into Uyghur have been discovered in Turkestan. The contents comprise philosophy, legends, and spells. 6. Ganja Vyuha, or the structure of the world, which is compared to a bubble. The name is not found in the catalogue of the Chinese Tripitaka, but the work is said to be the same as the Avatamsaka Sutra, which is popular in the Far East under the name of Huayan in China or Keigan in Japan. The identity of the two books could not have been guessed from the extracts and analyses which have been published, but is guaranteed by high authorities. It is possible, however, that the Ganda Vyuha is only a portion of the larger work called Avatamsaka. So far as can be judged from the extracts, this text preaches in a fully developed form the doctrines of Sunyata, Dharmakaya, the omnipresence of the Buddha, and the redemption of the world by the exertions of Bodhisattvas. Yet it seems to be fairly early, for a portion of it was translated into Chinese about 170 AD, and about 405 Kumarajiva translated a commentary on it, ascribed to Nagarjuna. 7. Tathagata Guhyaka. This work is known by the analysis of Rajendralala Mitra, from which it appears to be a tantra of the worst class, and probably late. Its proper title is said to be the Sriguhya Samaja. Watanabe states that the work catalogued by Nanjio under number 1027 and translated into Chinese about 1000 AD is an expurgated version of it. The Sikshak Samukaya cites the Tathagata Guhya Sutra several times. The relations of these works to one another are not quite clear. 8. Samadharanya is a Vyakaranya or narrative, describing different forms of meditation, of which the Samati Raja is the greatest and best. The scene is laid on the Vulture's Peak, and the principal interlocutors are Sakyamuni and Kandraprabha, a rich man of Rajagriha. It appears to be the same as the Khandra Pradipa Sutra, and is a complete and copious treatise which not only expounds the topic from which it takes its name, but incidentally enumerates the chief principles of Mahayanism. Watanabe states that as the Yueteng Sanmei Shing, translated about 450 and again in 557 AD. 9. Dasabu Misvara. An account of the 10 stages in the career of Bodhisattva before he can attain to Buddhahood. The scene is laid in the paradise of Indra, where Sakyamuni was temporarily sojourning, and the principal interlocutor is a bodhisattva named Vajragarbha. It is said to be the same as the Dasa Bhumika Sutra, first translated into Chinese about 300 AD, but this work appears to be merely a portion of the Gandavyuha, or Avatamsaka mentioned above. These 9 works are all extant in Sanskrit, and are known in Nepal as the 9 Dharmas, the word Dharma being an abbreviation for Dharma Praryaya, revolution, or exposition of the law, a term frequently used in the works themselves to describe a comprehensive discourse deliverable by the Buddha. They are all quoted in the Siksha Samukaya, supposed to have been written about 650 A.D. No similar collection of 9 seems to be known in Tibet or the Far East, and the origin of the selection is obscure. As, however, the list does not include the Svayambhu Purana, the principal indigenous scripture of Nepal, it may go back to an Indian source and represent an old tradition. Besides the 9 dharmas, numerous other sutras exist in Sanskrit, Chinese, Tibetan, and the languages of Central Asia. Few have been edited or translated, and even when something is known of their character, detailed information as to their contents is usually wanting. Among the better known are the following. 10. One of the sutras most read in China and admired because its style has a literary quality unusual in Buddhist works, is commonly known as the Lingying Xing. The full title is Shao Lingying Sanmei Xing, which is the Chinese transliteration of Surangama Samadhi. This sutra is quoted by the name in the Siksha Samukaya, and fragments of the Sanskrit text have been found in Turkestan. The Surangama Samadhi Sutra has been conjectured to be the same as the Samadhi Raja, but the accounts of Rajendra Lala Mitra and Beale do not support this theory. Beale's translation leaves the impression that it resembles a Pali Sutta. The scene is laid in the Jetavana, with few miraculous accessories. The Buddha discusses the Ananda, the location of the soul, and after confuting his theories, expounds the doctrine of the Dharmakaya. The fragments found in Turkestan recommend a particular form of meditation. 11. Taranatha informs us that among the many Mahayanist works which appeared in the reign of Kanishka's son was the Ratnakuta Dharma Paryaya in 1,000 sections, and the Ratnakuta is cited not only by the Siksha Samukaya, but by a Sangha. The Tibetan and Chinese canons contain sections with this name, comprising 48 or 49 items, among which are the 3 important treatises about Amitabha's paradise and many dialogues called Paripricha, that is, questions put by some personage, human or superhuman, and furnished with appropriate replies. The Chinese Ratnukata is said to have been compiled by Bodhiruchi, 693 to 713 A.D., but of course he is responsible only for the selection, not for the composition of the works included. Section 14 of this Ratnakuta is said to be identical with chapters 11 and 12 of the Mulasar Vastivadin Vinaya. 12. The Gunakaranda Vyuha and Karanda Vyuha are said to be 2 recensions of the same work, the first in verse, the second in prose. Both are devoted to the praise of Avalokita, who is represented as the presiding deity of the universe. He has refused to enter Buddhahood himself until all living creatures attain to true knowledge, and is especially occupied in procuring the release of those who suffer in hell. The Gunakaranda Vyuha contains a remarkable account of the origin of the world, which is said to be absent from the prose version. The primeval Buddha spirit, Adi Buddha or Svayambhu, produces Avalokita by meditation, and Avalokita produces the material world and the gods of Hinduism from his body, Shiva from his forehead, Narayana from his heart, and so on. As such doctrines are not known to have appeared in Indian Buddhism before the 10th century, it seems probable that the versified edition is late. But a work with the title Ratnakarandaka Vyuha Sutra was translated into Chinese in 270, and the Karanda Vyuha is said to have been the first work translated in Tibetan. 13. The Kuruna Pundarika, or Lotus of Compassion, is mainly occupied with the description of an imaginary continent called Padma Dhatu, its Buddha, and its many splendors. It exists in Sanskrit and was translated into Chinese about 400 AD. 14. The Mahavairocana Byasam Bodhi, called in Chinese Taiji Shing, or Great Sun Sutra, should perhaps be mentioned, as it is the principal scripture of the Chenyen, Japanese Shingon school. It is a late work of unknown origin. It was translated into Chinese in 724 AD, but the Sanskrit text has not been found. There are a great number of other sutras which are important for the history of literature, although little attention is paid to them by Buddhists at the present day. Such are the Mahayanist version of the Mahaparinirvana, recounting the death and burial of the Buddha, and the Mahasamipata Sutra, which apparently includes the Suryagarbha and Chandragarbha Sutras. All these works were translated into Chinese about 420 AD, and must therefore be of respectable antiquity. Besides the sutras, there are many compositions styled avadanas, or pious legends. These, though recognized by Mahayanists, do not as a rule contain exposition of the Sunyata and Dharmakaya, and are not sharply distinguished from the more imaginative of the Mahayanist Scriptures, but they introduce a multiplicity of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and represent Sakyamuni as a superhuman worker of miracles. They correspond in many respects to the Pali Vinaya, but teach right conduct not so much by precept as by edifying stories, and like most Mahayanist works, they lay less stress upon monastic discipline than on unselfish virtue exercised throughout successive existences. There are a dozen or more collections of avadanyas, of which the most important are the Mahavastu and the Divyavadana. The former is an encyclopedic work which contains inter alia a life of Sakyamuni. It describes itself as belonging to the Lokottara Vadins, a section of the Arya Mahasangikas. The Lokottara Vadins were an ancient sect, precursors of the Mahayana rather than a branch of it, and much of the Mahavastu is paralleled to the Pali Canon, and may have been composed a century or two before our era. But other parts seem to belong to the Gandharan period, and the mention of Chinese and Hunnish writing points to a much later date. If it was originally a Vinaya treatise, it has been distended out of all recognition by the addition of legends and anecdotes, but it still retains a certain amount of matter found also in the Pali and Tibetan Vinayas. There were probably several recensions in which successive additions were made to the original nucleus. One interpolation is the lengthy and important section called Dasabhumika, describing the career of a bodhisattva. It is the only part of the Mahavastu which can be called definitely Mahayanist. The rest of the work marks a transitional stage in doctrine, just as its language is neither Prakrit or Sanskrit, but some ancient vernacular brought into partial conformity with Sanskrit grammar. No Chinese translation is known. The Divyavadana is a collection of legends, part of which is known as the Asoka Vadana and gives an edifying life of that pious monarch. This portion was translated into Chinese AD 317 through 420, and the work probably dates from the 3rd century of our era. It is loosely constructed. Considerable portions of it seem to be identical with the Vinaya of the Sarvastivadins, and other with passages in the works of Asvaghosha. The Avadanas lie on the borderland between scripture and pious literature, which uses human argument and refers to scripture for its authority. Of this literature, the Mahayanist Church has a goodly collection, and the works ascribed to such doctors as Ashvaghota, Nagarjuna, Asanga, and Vasubandhu hold a high place in general esteem. The Chinese canon places many of them in the Pitakas, especially in the Abhidharma Pitaka, and not among the works of miscellaneous writers. The Mahayanist Scriptures are still a living force. In Nepal, the 9 dharmas receive superstitious homage rather than intelligent study, but in Tibet and the Far East, the Prajna Paramita, the Lotus, and the sutras about Amitabha are in daily use for public worship and private reading. I have heard the first named work as well as the Lengying Chin expounded, that is, read aloud with an extempore paraphrase to lay congregations in China, and the section of it called the Diamond Cutter is the book which is most commonly in the hands of religious Tibetans. The Lotus is the special scripture of the Nichiren sect in Japan, but is universally respected. The 24th chapter, which contains the praises of Avalokita, is often printed separately. The Amitabha Sutras take the place of the New Testament for the Judo and Shin sects, and copies of them may also be found in almost every monastery throughout China and Annam. The Suvarna Prabhasa is said to be specially popular among the Mongols. I know Chinese Buddhists who read the Huyan Yen Avatamsaka every day. Modern Japanese writers quote frequently from the Lankavatara and Kasyapa Parivarta, but I have not met with any instance of those works being in popular use. I have mentioned already the obscurity surrounding the history of the Mahayanist canon in India, and it may seem to throw doubt on the authenticity of these scriptures. Unauthentic they certainly are, in the sense that European criticism is not likely to accept as historical the discourses which they attribute to the Buddha and others, but there is no reason to doubt that they are treatises composed in India early in our era and representing the doctrines then prevalent. The religious public of India has never felt any difficulty in accepting works of merit, and often only very moderate merit, as revelations, whether called Upanishads, Puranas, Sutras, or whatnot. Only rarely have such works received any formal approbation, such as recognition, by a council. Indeed, it is rather in Ceylon, Burma, Tibet, and China than in India itself that authoritative lists of scriptures have been compiled. The natural instinct of the Hindus was not to close the canon, but to leave it open for any additions which might be vouchsafed. Two sketches of an elastic Mahayanist canon of this kind are preserved, one in the Shikshasa Nikaya, attributed to Shantideva, who probably flourished in the 7th century, and the other in a little work called The Duration of the Law, reporting a discourse by an otherwise unknown Nandimitra, said to have lived in Ceylon 800 years after the Buddha's death. The former is a compendium of doctrine illustrated by quotations from what the other regarded as scripture. He cites about 100 Mahayanist sutras, refers to the Vinaya and Divya Vedana, but not apparently to the Abhidharma. He mentions no tantras and not many dharanis. The second work was translated by Zhuang Shuang and was therefore probably written before 600 AD. Otherwise, there is no external evidence for fixing its date. It represents Nandimitra as explaining on his deathbed the steps taken by the Buddha to protect the true law, and in what works that law is to be found. Like the Chinese Tripitaka, it recognizes both Mahayanist and Hinayanist works, but evidently prefers the former and styles them collectively as Bodhisattva Pitaka. It enumerates about 50 sutras by name, beginning with the Prajna Paramita, the Lotus, and other well-known texts. Then comes a list of works with titles ending in Samadhi, followed by others called Pariprika, or questions. A new category seems to be formed by the Buddhavatamsaka Sutra, with which the sutras about Amitabha's paradise are associated. Then comes the Mahasanipata Sutra, associated with works which may correspond to the Ratnakuta division of the Chinese canon. The writer adds that there are hundreds of myriads of similar sutras classified in groups and categories. He mentions the Vinaya and Abhidharma without further particulars, whereas in describing the Hinayist versions of these Pitakas he gives many details. The importance of this list lies in the fact that it is Indian rather than in its date. For the earliest catalogue of the Chinese Tripitaka, compiled about 510, is perhaps older and certainly ampler, but if the catalogue stood alone, it might be hard to say how far the selection of works in it was due to Chinese taste. But taking the Indian and Chinese evidence together, it is clear that in the 6th century, Indian Mahayanists A. tolerated Hinayanist scriptures while preferring their own, B. made little use of the Vinaya or Abhidharma for argument or edification, though the former was very important as a code, C. recognized extremely numerous sutras, grouped in various classes, such as Mahasanipata and Buddhavatamsaka, and D. did not use works called tantras. Probably much the same is true of the 4th century and even earlier, for Asanga in one work quotes both Maha and Hinayanist scriptures, and among the former cites by name 17 sutras, including one called Pariprecha, or questions. End of section 5.
Chapter 6 of Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Baishali, Fairfax, Virginia, USA. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot, Chapter 6. Chronology of the Mahayana. In the previous chapters, I have enumerated some features of Mahayanism, such as the worship of Bodhisattvas leading to mythology, the deification of Buddhas entailing a theology as complicated as the Christian creeds, the combination of metaphysics with religion, and the rise of new scriptures consecrating all these innovations. I will now essay the more difficult task of arranging these phenomena in some sort of chronological setting. The voluminous Chinese literature concerning Buddhism offers valuable assistance, for the Chinese, unlike the Hindus, have a natural disposition to write simple narratives recording facts and dates, but they are diarists and chroniclers rather than historians. The Chinese pilgrims to India give a good account of their itinerary and experiences, but they have little idea of investigating and arranging past events and merely recount traditions connected with the places which they visited. In spite of this, their statements have considerable historical value and on the whole harmonize with the literary and archaeological data furnished by India. The Tibetan Lama Taranatha, who completed his history of Indian Buddhism in 1608, is a less satisfactory authority. He merits attention, but also skepticism and caution. His work is a compilation, but is not to be despised on that ground, for the Tibetan translations of Sanskrit works offer a rich mine of information about the history of the Mahayana. Unfortunately, few of these works take the historical point of view, and Taranatha's own method is as uncritical as his materials. Dire confusion prevails as to chronology and even as to names, so that the work is almost useless as a connected account, though it contains many interesting details. Two epochs are of special importance for the development of later Indian Buddhism, that of Kanishka and that of Vasubandhu and his brother Asanga. The reader may expect me to discuss at length the date of Kanishka's accession, but I do not propose to do so, for it may be hoped that in the next few years, archaeological research in India or Central Asia will fix the chronology of the Kushans, and meanwhile it is waste of time to argue about probabilities, or at any rate it can be done profitably only in special articles. At present, the majority of scholars place his accession at about 78 AD, others put it back to 58 BC and arrange the Kushan kings in a different order, while still others think that he did not come to the throne until the 2nd century was well advanced. The evidence of art, particularly of numismatics, indicates that Kanishka reigned towards the end of his dynasty rather than at the beginning, but the use of Greek on his coins and his traditional connection with the beginnings of the Mahayana are arguments against a very late date. If the date 78 AD is accepted, the conversion of the Yuezhi to Buddhism and its diffusion in Central Asia cannot have been the work of Kanishka, for Buddhism began to reach China by land about the time of the Christian era. There is, however, no reason to assume that they were his work. Kanishka, like Constantine, probably favored a winning cause, and Buddhism may have been gradually making its way among the Kushans and their neighbors for a couple of centuries before his time. In any case, however important his reign may have been for the Buddhist Church, I do not think that the history of the Mahayana should be made to depend on his date. Chinese translations, supported by other evidence, indicate that the Mahayanist movement had begun about the time of our era. If it is proved that Kanishka lived considerably later, we should not argue that Mahayanism is later than was supposed, but rather that his relation towards it has been misunderstood. The date of Vasubandhu has also been much discussed, and scholars have generally placed him in the 4th or 5th century, but Perry appears to have proved that he lived from about 280 to 360 AD, and I shall adopt this view. This chronology makes a reasonable setting for the development of Buddhism. If Kanishka reigned from about 78 to 123 AD, or even later, there is no difficulty in supposing that Asvaghosha flourished in his reign and was followed by Nagarjuna. The collapse of the Kushan Empire was probably accompanied by raids from Iranian tribes, for Persian influence appears to have been strong in India during the confused interval between the Kushans and Guptas. The latter inaugurated the revival of Hinduism but still showed favor to individual Buddhists, and we know from Fasien that Buddhism was fairly flourishing during his visit to India, 399 to 415. There is nothing improbable in supposing that Vasubandhu, who is stated to have lived at court, was patronized by the early Guptas. The blank in Buddhist history which follows his career can be explained first by the progress of Hinduism at the expense of Buddhism, and secondly by the invasions of the Huns. The Chinese pilgrim Sang Yan has left us an account of India in this distressful period, and for the 7th century the works of Xuan Chuang and I Ching give copious information. In investigating the beginnings of the Mahayana, we may start from the epoch of Ashoka, who is regarded by tradition as the patron and consolidator of the Hinduist Church, and the tradition seems on the whole correct. The united evidence of texts and inscriptions goes to show that the Buddhists of Ashoka's time held the chief doctrines subsequently professed by the Sinhalese Church and did not hold the other set of doctrines known as Mahayanist. That these latter are posterior in time is practically admitted by the books that teach them, for they are constantly described as the crown and completion of a progressive revelation. Thus, the lotus illustrates the evolution of doctrine by a story which curiously resembles the parable of the prodigal son, except that the returned penitent does not recognize his father, who proceeds to reveal gradually his name and position, keeping back the full truth to the last. Similarly, it is held in the Far East that there were 5 periods in Sakyamuni's teaching, which after passing through the stage of the Hinayana, culminated in the Pragya Paramita and Amitabha Sutras shortly before his death. Such statements admit the historical priority of the Hinayana. It is rudimentary, that is, early truth which needs completion and expansion. Many critics demur to the assumption that primitive Buddhism was a system of ethics purged of superstition and mythology. And in a way, they are right. Could we get hold of a primitive Buddhist, we should probably find that miracles, magic, and superhuman beings played a large part in his mind, and that the Buddha did not appear to him as what we call a human teacher. In that sense, the germs of the Mahayana existed in the lifetime of Gautama. But the difference between early and later Buddhism lies in this, that the deities who surround the Buddha in the Pali Pitakas are mere accessories. His teaching would not be affected if they were all removed. But the Bodhisattvas in the lotus or the sutra of the happy land have a doctrinal significance. Though in India old ideas persist with unusual vitality, still even there they can live only if they either develop or gather round them new accretions. As one of the religions of India, Buddhism was sensitive to the general movement of Indian thought, or rather, it was a part of that movement. We see as clearly in Buddhist as in non-Buddhist India that there was a tendency to construct philosophic systems and another tendency to create deities satisfying to the emotions as well as to the intellect, and yet another tendency to compose new scriptures. But apart from this parallel development, it becomes clear after the Christian era that Buddhism is becoming surrounded by Hinduism. The influence is not indeed one-sided. There is interdependence and interpenetration, but the net result is that the general Indian features of each religious period overpower the specially Buddhist features, and in the end we find that while Hinduism has only been profoundly modified, Buddhism has vanished. If we examine the Pali Pitakas, including the heresies mentioned in the Kathavattu, we find that they contain the germs of many Mahayanist ideas. Thus, side by side with the human portrait of the Buddha, there is the doctrine that he is one in a series of supernatural teachers, each with the same life history, and this life is connected with the whole course of nature, as is shown by the sympathetic earthquakes which mark its crisis. His birth is supernatural, and had he willed it, he could have lived until the end of the present kalpa. So too the nature of a Buddha, when he is released from form, that is after death, is deep and unfathomable as the ocean. The Kathavattu condemns the ideas, thus showing that they existed, that Buddhas are born in all quarters of the universe, and that the Buddha was superhuman in the ordinary affairs of life, that he was not really born in the world of men, and that he did not preach the law himself. These last two heresies are attributed by the commentary to the Vetuliakas, who are said to have believed that he remained in the Tushita heaven and sent a phantom to preach on earth. Here we have the rudiments of the doctrine afterwards systematized under the name of the three bodies of Buddha. Similarly, though Nirvana is regarded as primarily an ethical state, the Pali Canon contains the expression Nirvana Dhatu and the idea that Nirvana, a sphere or realm, ayatanam, which transcends in the transitory world, and in which such antitheses are coming and going, birth and death, cease to exist. This foreshadows the doctrine of Bhuta Tathata, and we seem to hear a prelude to the dialectic of Nagarjuna when the Kathavatu discusses whether Sunnata or the void is predictable of the skandhas, and when it condemns the views that anything now existing existed in the past, and that knowledge of the present is possible, whereas the moment anything is known, it is really past. The Kathavatu also condemns the proposition that a Bodhisattva can be reborn in realms of woe or fall into error, and this proposition hints that the career of a Bodhisattva was considered of general interest. The Mahayana grows out of the Hinayana, and in many respects the Hinayana passes into it and is preserved unchanged. It is true that in reading the Lotus, we wonder how this marvelous cosmic vision can represent itself as the teaching of Gautama. But the Buddha Charita of Ashvaghosha, though embellished with literary mythology, hardly advances in doctrine beyond the Pali Sutras describing the marvels of the Buddha's nativity, and the greater part of Nagarjuna's friendly epistle, which purports to contain an epitome of the faith, is in phraseology as well as thought perfectly in harmony with the Pali canon. Whence comes this difference of tone in works accepted by the same school? One difficulty of the historian who essays to account for the later phases of Buddhism is to apportion duly the influence of Indian and foreign elements. On the one hand, the Mahayana, whether we call it a development or perversion, is a product of Indian thought. To explain its trinities, its saviors, its doctrine of self-sacrifice, it is not necessary to seek abroad. New schools anxious to claim continuity and antiquity gladly retained as much of the old doctrine as they could. But on the other hand, Indian Buddhism came into contact with foreign, especially Iranian, ideas and undoubtedly assimilated some of them. From time to time, I have drawn attention to such cases in this work. But as a rule, the foreign ideas are so thoroughly mastered and Indianized that they cease to be obvious. They merely open up to Indian thought a new path wherein it can move in its own way. In the period following Ashoka's death, Buddhism suffered a temporary eclipse. Pushyamitra, who in 184 BC overthrew the Mauryas and established the Sunga dynasty, was a patron of the Brahmins. Taranatha describes him as a ferocious persecutor, and the Divyavadana supports the story. But the persecution, if it really occurred, was probably local and did not seriously check the spread of Buddhism, which, before the time of Kanishka, had extended northwards to Bactria and Kashmir. The latter territory became the special home of the Sarvastivadins. It was in the reign of Pushyamitra that the Greco-Bactrian king Menander or Milinda invaded India 155 to 3 BC, and there were many other invasions and settlements of tribes coming from the northwest and variously described as Shakas, Pallavas, Parthians and Yavanas, culminating in the conquests of the Kushans. The whole period was disturbed and confused, but some general statements can be made with considerable confidence. From about 300 BC to 100 AD, we find inscriptions, buildings, and statues testifying to the piety of Buddhist and Jain donors, but hardly any indications of a similar liberality to Brahmins. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, grants of land to Brahmins and their temples begin to be recorded, and in the 4th century, that is with the rise of the Gupta dynasty, such grants become frequent. These facts can hardly be interpreted otherwise than as meaning that from 300 BC to 100 AD, the upper classes of India favored Buddhism and Jainism, and did not favor the Brahmins in the same way or to the same extent. But it must be remembered that the religion of the Brahmins continued throughout this period and produced a copious literature, and also that the absence of works of art may be due to the fact that their worship was performed in sacrificial enclosures, and that they had not yet begun to use temples and statues. After the 1st century AD, we have first a gradual and then a rapid rise in Brahmanic influence. Inscriptions as well as books indicate that a linguistic change occurred in the same period. At first, popular dialects were regarded as sufficiently dignified and current to be the medium for both scripture and official records. Sanskrit remained a thing apart, the peculiar possession of the Brahman literati. Then the popular language was Sanskritized, the rules of Sanskrit grammar being accepted as the standard to which it ought to conform, though perfect conformity was impracticable. In much the same way, the modern Greeks try to bring Romaic into line with classical Greek. Finally, Sanskrit was recognized as the proper language for literature, government, and religion. The earliest inscriptions in correct Sanskrit seem to date from the 2nd century AD. Further, the invaders who entered India from the northwest favored Buddhism on the whole. Coins indicate that some of them worshipped Shiva, but the number and beauty of Buddhist monuments erected under their rule can hardly be interpreted except as a sign of their patronage. And their conversion was natural, for they had no strong religious convictions of their own, and the Brahmins, with their pride of caste, shrank from foreigners. But Buddhism had no prejudice of race or class. It was animated by a missionary spirit, and it was probably the stronger creed at this period. It not only met the invaders on their entry into India, but it sent missionaries to them in Bactria and Afghanistan, so that to some extent they brought Buddhism with them. But it was a Buddhism combined with the most varied elements. Hellenic art and religion had made the figures of Apollo, Heracles, and Helios familiar in Bactria, and both Bactria and northern India were in touch with the Zoroastrians. The mixed cults of these borderlands readily professed allegiance to the Buddha, but not understanding the Indian ideas simply made him into a deity, and having done this, were not likely to repudiate other Indian deities. Thus, in its outward form, the Buddhism of the invaders tended to be a compound of Indian, Greek, and Persian ideas, in which sun worship played a large part. For not only Indian myths, but Apollo and Helios and the Persian Mithra all entered into it. Persian influence in art is discernible as early as the architecture of Ashoka. In doctrine, it has something to do with such figures as Vairocana and Amitabha. Greco-Roman influence also was powerful in art, and through art affected religion. In Ashoka's time, likenesses of the Buddha were unknown, and the adoration of images, if not entirely due to the art of Gandhara, was at least encouraged by it. But though coins and sculpture bring clearly before us a medley of deities corresponding to a medley of human races, they do not help us much in tracing the growth of thought, phases of which are preserved in a literature sufficiently copious, though the record sometimes fails at the points of transition where it would be of most interest. It is natural that sacred books should record accepted results rather than tentative innovations, and even disguise the latter. But we can fix a few dates which enable us to judge what shape Buddhism was taking about the time of the Christian era. The Tibetan historian Taranatha is not of much help, for his chronology is most confused, but still he definitely connects the appearance of Mahayanist texts with the reign of Kanishka and the period immediately following it, and regards them as a new phenomenon. Greater assistance is furnished by the Chinese translators, whose dates are known with some exactitude. Thus, the earliest Buddhist work rendered into Chinese is said to be the Sutra of 42 sections, translated by Kashyapa Matanga in 67 AD. It consists of extracts or resumes of the Buddha's teaching, mostly prefaced by the words, "The Buddha said," doubtless in imitation of the Confucian Analects, where the introductory formula, "the Master said," plays a similar part. Its ideas and precepts are Hinayanist, and Arhat is held up as the ideal, and in a remarkable passage where the degrees of sanctity are graded and compared, no mention is made of Bodhisattvas. This first translation was followed by a long series of others, principally from the Sutra Pitaka, for very little of the Vinaya was translated before the 5th century. A great number of Hinayanist sutras were translated before 300 AD, but very few after 450. On the other hand, portions of the sutra about Amida's paradise, of the Pragya Paramita, and of the Avatamsaka were translated about 150 AD, and translations of the Lotus and Lalita Vistara appeared about 300. Great caution is necessary in using these data, and the circumstances of China as well as of India must be taken into account. If translations of the Vinaya and complete collections of sutras are late in appearing, it does not follow that the corresponding Indian texts are late, for the need of the Vinaya was not felt until monasteries began to spring up. Most of the translations made before the 5th century are extracts and of indifferent workmanship. Some are retained in the Chinese Tripitaka, but are superseded by later versions. But however inaccurate and incomplete these older translations may be, if any of them can be identified with a part of an extant Sanskrit work, it follows that at least that part of the work and the doctrines contained in it were current in India or Central Asia sometime before the translation was made. Applying this principle, we may conclude that the Hinayana and Mahayana were flourishing side by side in India and Central Asia in the 1st century AD, and that the Happy Land Sutras and portions of the Pragya Paramita already existed. From that time onwards, Mahayanist literature, as represented by Chinese translations, steadily increases, and after 400 AD, Hinayanist literature declines, with two exceptions, the Vinaya and the Abhidharma books of the Sarvastivadins. The Vinaya was evidently regarded as a rule of life independent of theology, but it is remarkable that Xuanzang, after his return from India in 645, should have thought it worthwhile to translate the philosophy of the Sarvastivadins. Other considerations render this chronology probable. Two conspicuous features of the Mahayana are the worship of Bodhisattvas and idealist philosophy. These are obviously parallel to the worship of Shiva and Vishnu and to the rise of the Vedanta. Now, the worship of these deities was probably not prevalent before 300 BC, for they are almost unknown to the Pali Pitakas, and it was fully developed about the time of the Bhagavad Gita, which perhaps assumed its present form a little before the Christian era. Not only is the combination of devotion and metaphysics found in this work similar to the tone of many Mahayanist sutras, but the manifestation of Krishna in his divine form is like the transformation scenes of the lotus. The chief moral principle of the Bhagavad Gita is substantially the same as that prescribed for the Bodhisattvas. It teaches that action is superior to inaction, but that action should be wholly disinterested and not directed to any selfish object. This is precisely the attitude of the Bodhisattva, who avoids the inaction of those who are engrossed in self-culture as much as the pursuit of wealth or pleasure. Both the Gita and Mahayanist treatises lay stress on faith. He who thinks on Krishna when dying goes to Krishna, just as he who thinks on Amitabha goes to the happy land. And the idea is not unknown to the Pali texts, for it finds complete expression in the story of Mattha Kundali. The idea of a benevolent deity to be worshipped with devotion and faith and not with ceremonies is strange to old Buddhism and old Brahmanism alike. It was a popular idea which became so strong that neither priests nor bhikshus could ignore it, and in its ultimate result, it is hard to say whether Buddhist or Brahmanic elements are more prominent. Both Avalokita and Krishna are devas. The former has the beauty of holiness and the strength which it gives, but also the weakness of a somewhat abstract figure. The latter is very personal and springs from the heart of India, but to those who are not Hindus seems wanting in purity and simplicity. The divine character of both figures is due to Brahmanism rather than Buddhism, but the new form of worship, which laid stress on a frame of mind rather than on ceremonial, and the idea of avatars or the periodic appearance of superhuman saviors and teachers, indicate the influence of Buddhism on Brahmanism. There is similar parallel between the newer Buddhist philosophy and the Vedantist school represented by Shankara, and Indian critics detected it. Shankara was called a Prachana Bauddha or crypto-Buddhist by his theological opponents, and the resemblance between the two systems in thought, if not in word, is striking. Both distinguish relative and absolute truth. For both the relative truth is practically theism, for both absolute truth is beyond description, and whether it is called Brahman, Dharmakaya, or Sunyata is not equivalent to God in the Christian or Mohammedan sense. Just as for the Vedantist, there exists in the light of the highest knowledge neither a personal God nor an individual soul, so the Madhyamika Sutra can declare that the Buddha does not really exist. The Mahayanist philosophers do not use the word Maya, but they state the same theory in a more subjective form by ascribing the appearance of the phenomenal world to ignorance, a nomenclature which is derived from the Buddha's phrase, "From ignorance come the Shankaras." Here, as elsewhere, Buddhist and Brahmanic ideas acted and reacted in such a complex interrelations that it is hard to say which has borrowed from the other. As to dates, the older Upanishads, which contain the foundations but not the complete edifice of Vedantism, seem a little earlier than the Buddha. Now we know that within the Vedantist school there were divergences of opinion which later received classic expression in the hands of Shankara and Ramanuja. The latter rejected the doctrines of Maya and of the difference between relative and absolute truth. The germs of both schools are to be found in the Upanishads, but it seems probable that the ideas of Shankara were originally worked out among Buddhists rather than among Brahmans, and were rightly described by their opponents as disguised Buddhism. As early as 520 AD, Bodhidharma preached in China a doctrine which is practically the same as the Advaita. The earliest known work in which the theory of Maya and the Advaita philosophy are clearly formulated is the metrical treatise known as the Karika of Gaudapada. This name was borne by the teacher of Shankara's teacher, who must have lived about 700 AD, but the high position accorded to the work, which is usually printed with the Mandukya Upanishad and is practically regarded as a part of it, make an earlier date probable. Both in language and thought, it bears a striking resemblance to Buddhist writings of the Madhyamika school, and also contains many ideas and similes which reappear in the works of Shankara. On the other hand, the Lankavatara Sutra, which was translated into Chinese in 513 and therefore can hardly have been composed later than 450, is conscious that its doctrines resemble Brahmanic philosophy, for an interlocutor objects that the language used in it by the Buddha about the Tathagata Garbha is very like the Brahmanic doctrine of the Atma, to which the Buddha replies that his language is a concession to those who cannot stomach the doctrine of the negation of reality in all its austerity. Some of the best-known verses of Gaudapada compare the world of appearance to the apparent circle of fire produced by whirling a lighted torch. This striking image occurs first in the Maitrayana Upanishad 6:24, which shows other indications of an acquaintance with Buddhism, and also in the Lankavatara Sutra. A real affinity unites the doctrine of Shankara to the teaching of Gautama himself. That teaching, as presented in the Pali Pitakas, is marked by its negative and deliberately circumscribed character. Its rule is silence when strict accuracy of expression is impossible, whereas later philosophy does not shrink from phrases which are suggestive if not exact. Gautama refuses to admit that the human soul is a fixed entity or Atma, but he does not condemn, though he also does not discuss, the idea that the whole world of change and becoming, including human souls, is the expression or disguise of some one ineffable principle. He teaches too that the human mind can grow until it develops new faculties and powers and becomes the Buddha mind, which sees the whole chain of births, the order of the world, and the reality of emancipation. As the object of the whole system is practical, nirvana is always regarded as a terminus ad quem or an escape nisaranam from this transitory world, and this view is more accurate as well as more edifying than the view which treats Brahman or Sunyata as the origin of the universe. When the Vedanta teaches that this changing, troubled world is merely the disguise of that unchanging and untroubled state into which saints can pass, it is, I believe, following Gautama's thought, but giving it an expression which he would have considered imperfect. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Baishali Ray, Fairfax, Virginia, USA.
Section 7 of Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lori Arsenault. Hinduism and Buddhism, An Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot, Chapter 22. From Kanishka to Vasubandhu. Tradition, as mentioned above, connects the rise of the Mahayana with the reign of Kanishka. Materials for forming a picture of Indian life under his rule are not plentiful, but it was clearly an age of fusion. His hereditary dominions were ample, and he had no need to spend his reign in conquests, but he probably subdued Kashmir as well as Khotan, Yarkand, and Kashgar. Hostages from one of these states were sent to reside in India, and all accounts agree that they were treated with generosity and that their sojourn improved the relations of Kanishka with the northern tribes. His capital was Pirushapura, or Peshawar, and the locality, like many other features of his reign, indicates a tendency to amalgamate India with Persia and Central Asia. It was embellished with masterpieces of Gandharan sculpture, and its chief ornament was a great stupa built by the king for the reception of the relics of the Buddha which he collected. This building is described by several Chinese pilgrims, and its proportions, though variously stated, were sufficient to render it celebrated in all the Buddhist world. It is said to have been several times burnt and rebuilt, but so solid a structure can hardly have been totally destroyed by fire, and the greater part of the monument discovered in 1908 probably dates from the time of the Kanishka. The base is square, measuring 285 feet on each side, with massive towers at the corners, and on each of the 4 faces projections bearing staircases. The sides were ornamented with stucco figures of the Buddha, and according to the Chinese pilgrims, the superstructure was crowned with an iron pillar on which were set 25 gilded discs. Inside was found a metal casket still containing the sacred bones and bearing an inscription which presents 2 points of great interest. Firstly, it mentions Agisala, the overseer of works at Kanishka's Vihara, that is, probably Agesilos, a foreigner in the king's service. Secondly, it states that the casket was made, quote, for the acceptance of the teachers of the Sarasvatian sect, and the idea that Kanishka was the special patron of the Mahayana must be reconsidered in the light of this statement. Legends ascribe Kanishka's fervor for the Buddhist faith not to education, but to conversion. His coinage, of which abundant specimens have been preserved, confirms this, for it presents images of Greek, Persian, Indian, and perhaps Babylonian deities, showing how varied was the mythology which may have mingled with Gandharan Buddhism. The coins bearing figures of the Buddha are not numerous, and as he undoubtedly left behind him the reputation of a pious Buddhist, it is probably that they were struck late in his reign and represent his last religious phase. Suan Shuang repeats some legends which relate that he was originally anti-Buddhist, and that after his conversion he summoned a council and built a stupa. The substance of these legends is probable. Kanishka is a barbarian, but docile conqueror was likely to adopt Buddhism if he wished to keep abreast of the thought and civilization of his subjects, for at that time it undoubtedly inspired the intellect and art of northwestern India. Both as a statesman and as an inquirer after truth, he would wish to promote harmony and stop sectarian squabbles. His action resembles that of Constantine, who after his conversion to Christianity proceeded to summon the Council of Nicaea in order to stop the dissension of the Church and settle what were the tenets of the religion which he had embraced, a point about which both he and Kanishka seems to have felt some uncertainty. Our knowledge of Kanishka's council depends chiefly on the traditions reported by Suan Shuang, which present many difficulties. He tells us that the king, acting in consultation with Parasva, issued summonses to all the learned doctors of his realm. They came in such crowds that a severe test was imposed, and only 499 arhats was selected. There was some discussion as to the place of meeting, but finally Kashmir was selected, and the king built a monastery for the brethren. When the council met, there arose a question as to whether Vasumitra, who is not further described, should be admitted, seeing that he was not an arhat, but aspired to the career of a bodhisattva. But owing to the interposition of spirits, he was not only admitted, but made president. The texts of the Tripitaka were collected, and the council, quote, composed 100,000 stanzas of Upadesa Sastras, explanatory of the canonical sutras, 100,000 stanzas of Vinaya Vibhasha Sastras, explanatory of the Vinaya, and 100,000 of Abhidharma Vibhasha Sastras, explanatory of the Abhidharma. For this exposition of the Tripitaka, all learning from remote antiquity was thoroughly examined. The general sense and the terse language of the Buddhist scriptures was again and again made clear and distinct, and learning was widely diffused for the safe guiding of disciples. King Kanishka caused the treatises, when finished, to be written out on copper plates, and enclosed these in stone boxes, which he deposited in a tope made for the purpose. He then ordered spirits to keep and guard the text, and not to allow any to be taken out of the country by heretics. Those who wished to study them could do so in the country. When leaving to return to his own country, Kanishka renewed Asoka's gift of all Kashmir to the Buddhist Church. Paramatha, 499 to 569 A.D., in his Life of Vasubandhu, gives an account of a council generally considered to be the same as that described by Suan Shuang, though the differences in the two versions are considerable. He says that about 500 years after the Buddha's death, for example, between 87 BC and 13 AD, if the Buddha died 487 BC, an Indian arhat called Katyayani Putra, who was a monk of the Sarvastivadin school, went to Kippen or Kashmir. There, with 500 other arhats and 500 bodhisattvas, he collected the Abhidhamma of the Sarvastivadins and arranged it in 8 books called Kalanta, Sanskrit Grantha, or Kantu, Pali Gantho. This compilation was also called Jana Prasthana. He then made a proclamation inviting all who had heard the Buddha preach to communicate what they remembered. Many spirits responded and contributed their reminiscences, which were examined by the council, and, when they did not contradict the sutras and the Vinaya, were accepted, but otherwise were rejected. The selected pieces were grouped according to their subject matter. Those about wisdom formed the Prajna Grantha, and those about meditation the Dhyana Grantha, and so on. After finishing the 8 books, they proceeded to the composition of a commentary, or Vibhasha, and invited the assistance of Asvaghosha. When he came to Kashmir, Katyayani Putra expounded the 8 books to him, and Asvaghosha put them into literary form. At the end of 12 years, the composition of the commentary was finished. It consisted of 1,000,000 verses. Katyayani Putra set up a stone inscribed with this proclamation, quote, "Those who hereafter learn this law must not go out of Kashmir. No sentence of the 8 books or of the Vibhasha must pass out of the land, lest other schools or the Mahayana should corrupt the true law." Unquote. This proclamation was reported to the king, who approved it. The sages of Kashmir had power over demons, and set them to guard the entrance to the country, but we are told that anyone desirous of learning the law could come to Kashmir, and was in no way interrupted. There follows a story telling how, despite this prohibition, a native of Ayodhya succeeded in learning the law in Kashmir and subsequently teaching it in his native land. Paramatha's account seems exaggerated, whereas the prohibition described by Xuanzang is intelligible. It was forbidden to take the official copies of the law out of Kashmir, lest heretics should tamper with them. Taranatha gives a singularly confused account of the meeting, which he expressly calls the Third Council, but makes some important statements about it. He says that it put an end to the dissensions which had been distracting the Buddhist Church for nearly a century, and that it recognized all the 18 sects as holding the true doctrine, that it put the Vinaya in writing as well as such parts of the Sutra Pitaka and Abhidharma as was still unwritten, and corrected those which already existed as written texts, that all kinds of Mahayanist writings appeared at this time, but that the Sravakas raised no opposition. It is hard to say how much history can be extracted from these vague and discrepant stories. They seem to refer to one assembly regarded, at least in Tibet, as the Third Council of the Church, and held under Kanishka 400 or 500 years after the Buddha's death. As to what happened at the council, tradition seems to justify the following deductions, though as the tradition is certainly jumbled, it may also be incorrect in details. A. The council is recognized only by the Northern Church and is unknown to the churches of Ceylon, Burma, and Siam. It seems to have regarded Kashmir as sacred land outside which the true doctrine was exposed to danger. B. But it was not a specifically Mahayanist meeting, but rather a conference of peace and compromise. Taranatha says this clearly. In Xuanzang's account, an assembly of Arhats, which at this time must have meant Hinayanists, elect a president who was not an Arhat, and according to Paramatha, the assembly consisted of 500 Arhats and 500 Bodhisattvas, who were convinced by a leader of the Sarvastivadin school, and ended by requesting Asvaghosha to revise their work. C. The literary result of the council was the composition of commentaries on the 3 Pitakas. One of these, the Abhidharma Mahavibhasha Sastra, translated into Chinese in 437-9, and still extant, is said to be a work of encyclopedic character, hardly a commentary in the strict sense. Paramatha perhaps made a confusion in saying that the Janaprasthana itself was composed at the council. The traditions indicate that the council to some extent sifted and revised the Triptaka, and perhaps it accepted the 7 Abhidharma books of the Sarvastivadins. But it is not stated or implied that it composed or sanctioned Mahayanist books. Taranatha merely says that such books appeared at this time, and that the Hinayanists raised no active objections. But if the above is the gist of the traditions, the position described is not clear. The council is recognized by Mahayanists, yet it appears to have resulted in the composition of a Sarvastivadin treatise, and the tradition connecting the Sarvastivadins with the council is not likely to be wrong, for they are recognized in the inscription on Kanishka's casket, and Gandhara and Kashmir were their headquarters. The decisions of councils are often politic rather than logical, and it may be that the doctors summoned by Kanishka while compiling Sarvastivadin treatises admitted the principle that there is more than one vehicle which can take mankind to salvation. Perhaps some compromise based on geography was arranged, such as that Kashmir should be left to the Sarvastivadin school, which had long flourished there, but that no opposition should be offered to the Mahayanists elsewhere. The relations of the Sarvastivadins to Mahayanism are exceedingly difficult to define, and there are hardly sufficient materials for a connected account of this once important sect, but I will state some facts about it which seem certain. It is ancient, for the Kathavatu alludes to its doctrines. It flourished in Gandhara, Kashmir, and Central Asia, and Kanishka's casket shows that he patronized it. But it appears to have been hardly known in Ceylon or southern India. It was the principal northern form of Hinduism, just as the Theravada was the southern form. I Ching, however, says that it prevailed in the Malay archipelago. Its doctrines, so far as known, were Hinayanist, but it was distinguished from cognate schools by holding that the external world can be said to exist and is not merely a continual process of becoming. It had its own version of the Abhidharma and of the Vinaya. In the time of Fa Sein, the latter was still preserved orally and was not written. The adherents of this school were also called Vaibhashikas, and Vibhasha was a name given to the exegetical literature. But the association of the Sarvastivadins with Mahayanists is clear from the Council of Kanishka onwards. Many eminent Buddhists began by being Sarvastivadins and became Mahayanists, their earlier belief being regarded as preliminary rather than erroneous. Suan Shuang translated the Sarvastivadin scriptures in his old age, and I Ching belonged to the Mula Sarvastivadin school. Yet both authors write as if they were devout Mahayanists. The Tibetan Church is generally regarded as an extreme form of Mahayanism, but its Vinaya is that of the Sarvastivadins. Though the Sarvastivadins can hardly have accepted idealist metaphysics, yet the evidence of art and their own version of the Vinaya make it probable that they tolerated a moderate amount of mythology, and the Mahayanists, who like all philosophers were obliged to admit the provisional validity of the external world, may also have admitted their analysis of the same as provisionally valid. The strength of the Hinayanist schools lay in the Vinaya. The Mahayanists showed a tendency to replace it by legends and vague, if noble, aspirations. But a code of discipline was necessary for large monasteries, and the code of the Sarvastivadins enjoyed general esteem in Central Asia and China. 3 stages in the history of Indian Buddhism are marked by the names of Asvaghosha, Nagarjuna, and the 2 brothers Asanga and Vasubandhu. It would be easier to give a precise description of its development if we were sure which of the works ascribed to these worthies are authentic, but it seems that Asvaghosha represents an ornate and transitional phase of the older schools leading to Mahayanism, whereas Nagarjuna is connected with the Prajna Paramita and the nihilistic philosophy described in the preceding chapter. Asanga was the founder of the latter and more scholastic system called Yogacara, and is also associated with a series of revelations said to have been made by Maitreya. As mentioned above, tradition makes Asvaghosha one of the most brilliant among Sanskrit writers. Live at the court of Kanishka, and according to some accounts, he was given to the Kushans as part of a war indemnity. The tradition is confirmed by the style and contents of his poems, and it has been noted by Foucher that his treatment of legends is in remarkable accord with their artistic presentment in the Gandharan sculptures. Also, fragmentary manuscripts of his dramas discovered in Central Asia appeared to date from the Kushan epoch. Asvaghosha's rank as a poet depends chiefly on his Buddhacarita, or life of the Buddha up to the time of his enlightenment. It is the earliest example of a kavya, usually translated as artificial epic, but here literary skill is subservient to the theme, and does not, as too often in later works, overwhelm it. The Buddha is its hero, as Rama of the Ramayana, and it sings the events of his earlier life in a fine flow of elaborate but impassioned language. Another of his poems, discovered only a few years ago, treats of the conversion of Nanda, the Buddhist's half-brother. Various other works are ascribed to Asvaghosha, and for the history of Buddhism, it is of great interest to decide whether he was really the author of The Awakening of Faith. This skillful exposition of a difficult theme is worthy of the writer of the Buddhacharita, but other reasons make his authorship doubtful, for the theology of the work may be described as the full-blown flower of Mahayanism, untainted by Tantrism. It includes the doctrines of Buddha Tathata, Alaya Vinana, Tathagatagapa, and the three bodies of Buddha. It would be dangerous to say that these ideas did not exist in the time of Kanishka, but what is known of the development of doctrine leads us to expect their full expression not then, but a century or two later, and other circumstances raise suspicions as to Asvaghosha's authorship. His undoubted works were translated into Chinese about 400 A.D., but The Awakening of Faith a century and a half later. Yet if this concise and authoritative compendium had existed in 400, it is strange that the earlier translators neglected it. It is also stated that an old Chinese catalogue of the Triptaka does not name Asvaghosha as the author. The undoubted works of Asvaghosha treat the Buddha with ornate but grave rhetoric as the hero of an epic. His progress is attended by miracles such as Indian taste demands, but they hardly exceed the marvels recounted in the Pali Scriptures, and there is no sign that the hero is identified, as in the Ramayana of Tulsidas, or the Gospel according to St. John, with the Divine Spirit. The poet clearly feels personal devotion to a Savior. He dwells on the duty of teaching others, and not selfishly seeking one's own salvation, but he does not formulate dogmas. The name most definitely connected with the early promulgation of Mahayanism is Nagarjuna. A preponderance of Chinese tradition makes him the second patriarch after Asvaghosha, and this agrees with the Kashmir Chronicle, which implies that he lived soon after Kanishka. He probably flourished in the latter half of the 2nd century, but his biographies extant in Chinese and Tibetan are almost wholly mythical, even crediting him with a life of several centuries, and the most that can be hoped is to extract a few grains of history from them. He is said to have been by birth a Brahmin, or Vidarbha, Berar, and to have had as teacher a Sudra named Saraha, or Rabhulabhadra. When the legend states that he visited the Nagas in the depth of the sea and obtained books from them, it seems to admit that he preached new doctrines. It is noticeable that he is represented not only as a philosopher, but as a great magician, builder, physician, and maker of images. Many works are attributed to him, but they have not the same authenticity as the poems of Asvaghosha. Some schools make him the author of the Prajna Paramita, but it is more usually regarded as a revelation. The commentary on it, known as Maha Prajna Paramita Sastra, is generally accepted as his work. A consensus of tradition makes him the author of the Madhyamayika, aphorisms of which some account has been given above. It is the principal authority of its school, and is provided with a commentary attributed to the author himself, and with a later one by Candrakirti. There is also ascribed to him a work called the Surileka, or Friendly Letter, a compendium of Buddhist doctrines addressed to an Indian king. This work is old, for it was translated into Chinese in 434 A.D., and is a homily for laymen. It says nothing of the Madhyamika philosophy, and most of it deals with the need of good conduct and the terrors of future punishment, quite in the manner of the Hinayana. but it also commends the use of images and incense in worship. It mentions Avalokita and Amitabha, and it holds up the ideal of attaining Buddhahood. Nagarjuna's authorship is not beyond dispute, but these ideas may well represent a type of popular Buddhism slightly posterior to Asvaghosha. In most lists of patriarchs, Nagarjuna is followed by Deva, also called Aryadeva, Kanadeva, or Nilanetra. I Ching mentions him among the older teachers, and a commentary on his principal work, the Sadasastra, is attributed to Vasubandhu. Little is known of his special teaching, but he is regarded as an important doctor, and his pupil, Dhammatrata, is also important, if not as an author, at least as a compiler, for Sanskrit collections of verses corresponding to the Pali Dhammapada are ascribed to him. Ayadeva was a native of southern India. The next epoch in the history of Buddhism is marked by the names of Asanga and Vasubandhu. The interval between them and Deva produced no teacher of importance, but Kumaralabdha, the founder of the Sutrantika school, and perhaps identical with Kumarata, the 18th patriarch of the Chinese lists, may be mentioned. Suan Chuang says that he was carried off in captivity by a king who reigned somewhere in the east of the Pamirs, and that he, Asvaghosha, Nagarjuna, and Deva, were styled the Four Shining Suns. Asanga and Vasubandhu were brothers, sons of a Brahmin who lived at Peshawar. They were both converted from the Sarvastivadin school to Mahayanism, but the third brother, Virinkivatsa, never changed his convictions. Tradition connects their career with Ayodhya as well as with Peshawar, and Vasubandhu enjoyed the confidence of the reigning monarch, who was probably Chandragupta I. This identification depends on the hypothesis that Vasubandhu lived from about 280 to 360 AD, which, as already mentioned, seems to me to have been proved by M. Perry. The earlier Gupta kings, though not Buddhists, were tolerant, as shown by the fact that the king of Ceylon was allowed to erect a magnificent monastery at Nalanda in the reign of Samudragupta, around 330 to 375 AD. Asanga founded the school known as Yogacara, and many authorities ascribe to him the introduction of magical practices and tantrism. But though he is a considerable figure in the history of Buddhism, I doubt if his importance or culpability is so great as this. For if tradition can be trusted, earlier teachers, especially Nagarjuna, dealt in spells and invocations, and the works of Asanga known to us are characterized by a somewhat scholastic piety, and are chiefly occupied in defining and describing the various stages in the spiritual development of a bodhisattva. It is true that he admits the use of magical formula as an aid in this evolution, but they form only a slight part of his system, and it does not appear that the Cheyenne or Shingon sect of the Far East, the Sanskrit Mantrayana, traced its lineage back to him. Our estimate of his position in the history of Buddhism must depend on our opinion as to the authorship of the Awakening of Faith. If this treatise was composed by Asvaghosha, then doctrines respecting the three bodies of Buddha, the Tathagata Garbha and the Alaya Vijnana, were not only known but scientifically formulated considerably before Asanga. The conclusion cannot be rejected as absurd, for Asvaghosha might speak differently in poems and in philosophical treatises, but it is surprising, and it is probable that the treatise is not his. If so, Asanga may have been the first to elaborate systematically, though not to originate, the idea that thought is the one and only reality. Nagarjuna's nihilism was probably the older theory, It sounds late and elaborate, but still it follows easily if the dialectic of Gautama is applied uncompromisingly not only to our mental processes, but to the external world. Yet even in India, the result was felt to be fantastic and sophistical, and it is not surprising if after the lapse of a few generations a new system of idealism became fashionable, which, although none too intelligible, was abstruse rather than paradoxical. Asanga was alleged to have received revelations from Maitreya, and 5 of his works are attributed to this Bodhisattva, who enjoyed considerable honor at this period. It may be that the veneration for the Buddha of the future, the Messiah who would reign over his saints in a pure land, owed something to Persian influence which was strong in India during the decadence of the Kushans. Both Mithraism and Manichaeism classified their adepts in various ranks, and the Yogacara doctors who delight in grading the progress of the Bodhisattva may have borrowed something from them. Asanga's doctrine of defilement, klesa, and purification may also owe something to Mani, as suggested by S. Levy. In spite of his literary merits, Asanga remains a doctor rather than a saint or poet. His speculations have little to do with either Gautama or Amitabha, and he was thus not in living touch with either the old or new schools. His brother, Vasubandhu, had perhaps a greater position. He is reckoned as the 20th patriarch, and Tibetan tradition connects him with the worship of Amitabha. Parmatha's life of Vasubandhu represents him as having frequented the court of Vikramaditya, to be identified with Chandragupta I, who at first favored the Sankhya philosophy, but accorded some patronage to Buddhism. During this period, Vasubandhu was a Savistavadan, but of liberal views, and while in this phase wrote the Abhidhamma Kosa, a general exposition of the Abhidhamma, mainly according to the views of the Vaibhashikas, but not without criticism. This celebrated work is not well known in Europe, but is still a textbook amongst Japanese Buddhist students. It gained the esteem of all schools, and we are given to understand that it presupposed the philosophy of the Vibhasha and of the Nanya Prasthana. According to Parmatha, the original work consisted of 600 aphorisms in verse, which were sent by the author to the monks of Kashmir. They approved of the composition, but, as the aphorisms were concise, asked for fuller explanations. Vasubandhu then expanded his verses into a prose commentary, but meanwhile his views had undergone a change, and when he disapproved of any Vaibhashika doctrine, he criticized it. This enlarged edition by no means pleased the brethren of Kashmir, and called forth polemics. He also wrote a controversial work against the Sankhya philosophy. Late in life, Vasubandhu, moved by the entreaties of his brother Asanga, became a devout Mahayanist, and wrote in his old age Mahayanist treatises and commentaries. End of section 7.
Chapter 23 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot. Chapter 23. Indian Buddhism as seen by the Chinese Pilgrims. About the time of Vasubandhu, there existed 4 schools of Indian Buddhism, called Vaibhashika, Sautrantika, Madhyamika, and Yoga, or Yogacara. They were specially concerned with philosophy, and apparently cut across the older division into 18 sects, which at this period seemed to have differed mainly on points of discipline. Though not of great practical importance, they long continued to play a certain part in the controversial works, both Buddhist and Brahmanic. The first two, which were the older, seem to have belonged to the Hinayana, and the other two even more definitely to the Mahayana. I Ching is quite clear as to this. There are but two kinds of the so-called Mahayana, he says. First, the Madhyamika, second, the Yoga. These two systems are perfectly in accordance with the noble doctrine. Can we say which of the two is right? Both equally conform to truth and lead us to nirvana, and so on. But he does not say that the other two systems are also aspects of the truth. This is the more remarkable because he himself followed the Mula Sarvastidins. Apparently Sarvastidin and Vaibhashika were different names for the same school, the latter being applied to them because they identified themselves with the commentary, Vibhasha, already mentioned, whereas the former and older designation came to be used chiefly with reference to their disciplinary rules. Also, there were two groups of Sarvastivadins, those of Gandhara and those of Kashmir. The name of Vaibhashika was applied chiefly to the latter, who, if we may find a kernel of truth in legends which are certainly exaggerated, endeavored to make Kashmir a holy land with a monopoly of the pure doctrine. Vasubandhu and Asanga appear to have broken up this isolation, for they first preached the Vaibhashika doctrines in a liberal and eclectic form outside Kashmir, and then by a natural transition and development went over to the Mahayana. But the Vaibhashikas did not disappear and were in existence even in the 14th century. Their chief tenet was the real existence of external objects. In matters of doctrine, they regarded their own Abhidharma as the highest authority. They also held that Gautama had an ordinary human body and passed first into a preliminary form of nirvana when he attained Buddhahood, and secondly into complete nirvana at his death. He was superhuman only in the sense that he had intuitive knowledge and no need to learn. Their contempt for sutras may have been due to the fact that many of them discountenanced the Vaibhashika views, and also to a knowledge that new ones were continually being composed. I Ching, who ends his work by asserting that all his statements are according to the Arya Mula Sarvastadiyaka and no other, gives an interesting summary of doctrine. Again, I say, the most important are only one or two out of 80,000 doctrines of the Buddha. One should conform to the worldly path, but inwardly strive to secure true wisdom. Now, what is the worldly path? It is obeying prohibitive laws and avoiding any crime. What is the true wisdom? It is to obliterate the distinction between subject and object, to follow the excellent truth and to free oneself from worldly attachments, to do away with the trammels of the chain of causality, further to obtain merit by accumulating good works, and finally to realize the excellent meaning of perfect reality. Such a statement enables us to understand the remark which he makes elsewhere that the same school may belong to the Hinayana and the Mahayana in different places. For, whatever may be meant by wisdom which aims at obliterating the difference between subject and object, it is clearly not out of sympathy with Yogacara doctrines. In another place where he describes the curriculum followed by monks, he says that they use the Yogacara Yastra first, and then the 8 compositions of Asanga and Vasubandhu. Among the works prescribed for logic is the Nyadavarastra, attributed to Nagarjuna. The monk should learn not only the Abhidharma of the Sarvastidians, but also the Agamas, equivalent to the Sutra Pitaka. So the study of the sutras and the works of Asanga and Vasubandhu is approved by the Sarvastividin. The Sataranikas, though accounted Hinayastists, mark a step in the direction of the Mahayana. The founder of the school was Kumar Alabada, mentioned above. In their estimation of Scripture, they reversed the views of the Vaibhashikas, for they rejected the Abhidharma and accepted only the sutras, arguing that the Abhidharma was practically an extract from them. As a literary criticism, this is correct. if it means that the more ancient sutras are older than the oldest Abhidharma books. But the indiscriminate acceptance of sutras led to a creed in which the supernatural played a larger part. The Saranatikas not only ascribed superhuman powers to the Buddha, but believed in the doctrine of three bodies. In philosophy, though they were realists, they held that external objects are not perceived directly, but that their existence is inferred. Something has already been said of the two other schools, both of which denied the reality of the external world. The differences between them were concerned with metaphysics rather than theology, and led to no popular controversies. Up to this point, the history of Indian Buddhism has proved singularly nebulous. The most important dates are a matter of argument, the chief personages half mythical. But when the records of the Chinese pilgrims commence, we are in touch with something more solid. They record dates and facts, though we must regret that they only repeat what they heard and make no attempt to criticize Indian traditions or even to weave them into a connected chronicle. Fa Hsien, the first of these interesting men, left China in 399 and resided in India from 405 to 411, spending 3 years at Pataliputra and 2 at Tamralipti. He visited the Punjab, Hindustan, and Bengal, and his narrative leaves the impression that all these were in the main Buddhist countries. Of the Deccan, which he did not visit, he heard that its inhabitants were barbarous and not Buddhists, though it contained some Buddhist shrines. Of the Middle Kingdom, which according to his reckoning begins with Mutra, he says that the people are free and happy, and neither kill any living creature nor drink intoxicating liquor. He does not hint at the persecution, though he once or twice mentions that the Brahmins were jealous of the Buddhists. Neither does he indicate that any strong animosity prevailed between Maha and Hinayists. But the two parties were distinct, and he notes which prevailed in each locality. He left China by land and found the Hinaya prevalent at Shenzhen and Wuyi, apparently localities not far from Lab Nor, but the Mahayana at Khotan. Nearer India, in countries apparently corresponding to parts of Kashmir and Gilgit, the monks were numerous and all Hinayist. The same was the case in Udayana, and in Gandhara the Hayanists were still in the majority. In the Punjab, both schools were prevalent, but the Hayana evidently strong. In the district of Mutra, the law was still more flourishing. Monasteries and topes were numerous, and ample alms were given to the monks. He states that the professors of the Abhidharma and Vinaya made offerings to those works, and the Mahayanists to the book of Prajna Parmanita, as well as to Manjusri and Quan Shi Yen. He found the country in which there are the sacred sites of Sravasti, Kapilavastu, and Kusinara sparsely inhabited and desolate, but this seems to have been due to general causes, not specifically to the decay of religion. He mentions that 96 varieties of erroneous views are found among the Buddhists, which points to the existence of numerous but not acutely hostile sects, and says that there still existed, apparently in Kosala, followers of Devadatta, who recognized 3 previous Buddhas, but not Sakyamuni. He visited the birthplaces of these 3 Buddhas, which contained topes erected in their honor. He found Magadha prosperous and pious. Of its capital, Patna, he says, by the side of the topes of Asoka has been made a Mahayana monastery very grand and beautiful. There is also a Hinayana one, the two together containing 600 or 700 monks. It is probable that this was typical of the religious condition of Magadha and Bengal. Both schools existed, but the Mahayana was the more flourishing. Many of the old sites, such as Rajagriha and Gaya, were deserted, but there were new towns near them, and Bodh Gaya was a place of pilgrimage with 3 monasteries. In the district of Tamralipti, Talmuk, on the coast of Bengal, were 22 monasteries. As his principal object was to obtain copies of the Vinaya, he stayed 3 years in Patna seeking and copying manuscripts. In this he found some difficulty, for the various schools of the Vinaya, which he says were divided by trivial differences only, handed down their respective versions orally. He found in the Mahayanist monastery one manuscript of the Mahasahagika rules and considered it the most complete, but also took down the Sarvastidan rules. After the death of Vasubandhu, few names of even moderate magnitude stand out in the history of Indian Buddhism. The changes which occurred were great but gradual, and due not to the initiative of innovators, but to the assimilative power of Hinduism and to the attractions of magical and emotional rites. But this tendency, though it doubtless existed, did not become conspicuous until about 700 A.D. The accounts of the Chinese pilgrims and the literature which has been preserved suggest that in the intervening centuries the monks were chiefly occupied with scholastic and exegetical work. The most distinguished successors of Asanga were logicians, among whom Dinaga was preeminent. Strithamati and Gunamati appear to have belonged to the same school, and perhaps Bhavaviveka too. The statements as to his date are inconsistent, but the interesting fact is recorded that he utilized the terminology of the Sankhya for the purposes of the Mahayana. Throughout the Middle Ages, the study of logic was pursued, but Buddhists and Jains, rather than by Brahmins. Vasubandhu composed some treatises dealing exclusively with logic, but it was his discipline, Dinaga, who separated it definitely from philosophy and theology. As in idealist philosophy, so in pure logic, there was a parallel movement in the Buddhist and Brahmanic schools. But if we may trust the statements of Vaka Patismira about 1100 A.D., Dinaga interpreted the aphorisms of the Nyaya philosophy in a heterodox or Buddhist sense. This traces the beginnings of Indian logic to a Brahmanic source, but subsequently it flourished greatly in the hands of Buddhists, especially Dinaga and Dharmakirti. The former appears to have been a native of Conjeevaram and a contemporary of Kalidasa. Both the logician and the poet were probably alive in the reign of Kamargupta, 413 to 455. Dinaga spent much time in Nalanda, and though the Sanskrit originals of his works are lost, the Tibetan translations are preserved. The Buddhist schools of logic continued for many centuries. One flourished in Kashmir and another founded by Chandragomin in Bengal. Both lasted until the Mohammedan conquest of the two countries. From about 470 to 530 A.D., northern India groaned under the tyranny of the Huns. Their king, Miharagula, is represented as a determined enemy of Buddhism and a systematic destroyer of monasteries. He is said to have been a worshipper of Shiva, but his fury was probably inspired less by religious animosity than by love of pillage and slaughter. About 1830 he was defeated by a cotillion of Indian princes and died 10 years later amid storms and portents which were believed to signify the descent of his wicked soul into hell. It must have been about this time that Bodhidharma left India, for he arrived in Canton about 520. According to the Chinese, he was the son of a king of a country called Haishan-chi in southern India, and the 28th patriarch, and he became an important figure in the religion and art of the Far East. But no allusion to him or any of the patriarchs after Vasubandhu has been found in Indian literature, nor in the works of Husan Chuang and I Ching. The inference is that he was of no importance in India and that his reputation in China was not great before the 8th century. Also that the Chinese lists of patriarchs do not represent the traditions of northern India. Religious feeling often ran high in southern India. Buddhists, Jains, and Hindus engaged in violent disputes, and persecution was more frequent than in the north. It is easy to suppose that Bodhidharma, being the head of some heretical sect, had to fly and followed the example of many monks in going to China. But if so, no record of his school is forthcoming from his native land, though the possibility that he was more than an individual thinker and represented some movement unknown to us cannot be denied. We might suppose, too, that since Nagarjuna and Aradeva were Southerners, their peculiar doctrines were colored by Dravidian ideas. But our available documents indicate that the Buddhism of southern India was almost entirely Hinduist, analogous to that of Ceylon, and not very sympathetic to the Tamils. The pilgrims Sung Yun and Hui Sheng visited Udanya and Gandhara during the time of the Han domination, 518 to 521. They found the king of the former a pious Buddhist, but the latter was governed by an ELIOT chieftain, perhaps Miragula himself, who was a worshipper of demons. Of the Yetha, or ELIOTs, they make the general observation that their rules of politeness are very defective. But they also say that the population of Gandhara had a great respect for Buddhism, and as they took back to China 170 volumes, all standard works belonging to the great vehicle, the ELIOT persecution cannot have destroyed the faith in northwestern India. But the evil days of decay were beginning. Henceforward we have no more pictures of untroubled piety and prosperity. At best, Buddhism receives royal patronage in company with other religions. Sectarian conflicts increase, and sometimes we hear of persecution. About 600 AD, a king of central Bengal named Sansinka, who worshipped Shiva, attempted to extirpate Buddhism in his dominions and destroyed the Bo tree at Bodh Gaya. On the other hand, we hear of the pious Purnavarman, king of Magdha, who made amends for these sacrileges, and of Silayaditha, king of the country called Molopo by the Chinese, who was so careful of animal life that he even strained the water drunk by his horses and elephants lest they should consume minute insects. We know more of Indian Buddhism in the 7th century than in the periods which precede or follow it. The epoch was marked by the reign of the great king, or rather emperor, Harsha Vardhana, 606 to 648 AD, and the works written by Bana, Bhartrhari, and others who frequented his court have come down to us. Also, we are fortunate in possessing the copious narrative of Husuan Shang, the greatest of Chinese pilgrims, who spent 16 years, 629 to 645, in India, as well as the work known as the Record of the Buddhist Religion as Practiced in India and the Malay Archipelago, composed by I Ching, who traveled in those countries from 671 to 695. I Ching also wrote the lives of 60 pilgrims who visited India during the 7th century, and probably there were many others of whom we have no record. The reign of Harsha is thus illustrated by a number of contemporary datable works unusual in India. The king himself wrote some Buddhist hymns, and 3 dramas are ascribed to him, but were probably composed by some of the literary men whom he patronized. For all that, the religious ideas which they contain must have had his approval. The Ratnavali and the Priyadarsika are secular pieces, and so far as they have any religious atmosphere, it is Brahmanic, but the Nagananda is a Buddhist religious drama which opens with the invocation of the Buddha and has a Jataka story for its plot. Bana himself was a devout Brahmin, but his historical romance, Harshkarita, and his novel called Kadambari both describe a mixture of religions founded on an observation of contemporary life. In an interesting passage, he recounts the king's visit to a Buddhist ascetic. The influence of the holy man causes the more intelligent animals in his neighborhood, such as parrots, to devote themselves to Buddhist lore, but he is surrounded by devotees of the most diverse sects: Jains, Bhagavatas, Pankartaras, Lokayatikas, with followers of Kapila, Kannada, and many other teachers. Mayura, another literary protege of Harsha, was, like Bana, a Brahmin, and Vasubandhu, who flourished a little before them, ignores Buddhism in his romance called Vasavadatta. But Bhartrhari, the still popular Namic poet, was a Buddhist. It is true that he oscillated between the court and the cloister no less than 7 times, but this vacillation seems to have been due to the weakness of the flesh, not to any change of convictions. For our purpose, the gist of this literature is that Hinduism in many forms, some of them very unorthodox, was becoming the normal religion of India, but that there were still many eminent Buddhists, and that Buddhism had sufficient prestige to attract Harsha and sufficient life to respond to his patronage. About 600 AD, India was exhausted by her struggle with the Huns. After it, there remained only a multitude of small states and obscure dynasties, but there was evidently a readiness to accept any form of unifying and tranquilizing rule, and for nearly half a century this was provided by Harsha. He conquered northern India from the Punjab to Bengal, but failed to subdue the Deccan. Though a great part of his reign was spent in war, learning and education flourished. Husain Chuang, who was his honored guest, gives a good account of his administration, but also makes it plain that brigandage prevailed and that traveling was dangerous. After 643, Harsha, who was growing elderly, devoted much attention to religion and may be said to have become a Buddhist, while allowing himself a certain eclectic freedom. Several creeds were represented among his immediate relatives. Devotion to Shiva was traditional in the family. His father had been a jealous worshipper of the sun, and his brother and sister were Buddhists of the Samataya sect. Harsha by no means disowned Brahmanic worship, but in his latter years his proclivity to Buddhism became more marked, and he endeavored to emulate the piety of Asoka. He founded rest houses and hospitals, as well as monasteries and thousands of stupas. He prohibited the taking of life and the use of animal food, and of the 3 periods into which his day was divided, 2 were devoted to religion and 1 to business. He also exercised a surveillance over the whole Buddhist order and advanced meritorious members. Husain Chuang has left an interesting account of the religious fetes and spectacles organized by Harsha. At Kanaju, he attended a great assembly during which a solemn procession took place every day. A golden image of Buddha was borne on an elephant, and Harsha, dressed as Indra, held a canopy over it, while his ally Raja Kumara, dressed as Brahma, waved a fly whisk. It was subsequently washed by the king's own hands, and in the evening his majesty, who like Akbar had a taste for religious discussion, listened to the arguments of his Chinese guest. But the royal instructions that no one was to speak against the master of the law were so peremptory that even his biographer admits there was no real discussion. These edifying pageants were interrupted by disagreeable incidents which show that Harsha's tolerance had not produced complete harmony. A temporary monastery erected for the fetes caught fire, and a fanatic attempted to stab the king. He confessed under examination that he had been instigated to the crime by Brahmins who were jealous of the favors which the Buddhists received. It was also established that the incendiaries were Brahmins, and, after the ringleaders had been punished, 500 were exiled. Harsha then proceeded to Allahabad to superintend a quinquennial distribution of alms. It was his custom to let treasure accumulate for 5 years and then to divide it among the holy men and the poor. The proceedings lasted 75 days, and the concourse which collected to gaze and receive must have resembled the fair still held on the same spot. Buddhists, Brahmin, and Jains all took part of the royal bounty, and the images of Buddha, Surya, and Shiva were worshipped on successive days, though greater honor was shown to the Buddha. The king gave away everything that he had, even his robes and jewels, and finally, arrayed in clothes borrowed from his sister, rejoiced, saying, "All I have has entered into incorruptible and imperishable treasuries." After this, and Husain Shang, the king's vassals offered him jewels and robes, so that the treasury was replenished. This was the 6th quinquennial distribution which Harsha had held, and the last, for he died in 648. He at first favored the Hinayana, but subsequently went over to the Mahayana, being moved in part by the exhortations of Husain Chuang. Yet the substance of Husain Chuang's account is that though Buddhism was prospering in the Far East, it was decaying in India. Against this can be set instances of royal piety like those described, the fame enjoyed by the shrines and schools of Magadha, and the conversion of the king of Tibet in 638. This event was due to the Chinese as well as Indian influence, but would hardly have occurred unless in northeastern India Buddhism had been esteemed the religion of civilization. Still, Husain Chuang's long catalogue of deserted monasteries has an unmistakable significance. The decay was most pronounced in the northwest and south. In Gandhara, there were only a few Buddhists. More than 1,000 monasteries stood untenanted, and the Buddha's sacred bowl had vanished. In Takshalisa, the monasteries were numerous but desolate. In Kashmir, the people followed a mixed faith. Only in Ujjana was Buddhism held in high esteem. In Sindh, the monks were numerous but indolent. No doubt this desolation was largely due to the depredations of Mihiragula. In the Deccan and the extreme south, there was also a special cause, namely the prevalence of Jainism, which somewhat later became the state religion in several kingdoms. In Kalinga, Andhra, and the kingdom of the Cholas, the pilgrim reports that Jains were very numerous, but counts Buddhist monasteries only by tens and twenties. In Dravida, there were also 10,000 monks of the Sthira school, but in Malakuta, among many ruined monasteries, only a few were still inhabited, and here again Jains were numerous. For all central India and Bengal, the pilgrims' statistics tell the same tale, namely that though Buddhism was represented both by monasteries and monks, the Deva temples and unbelievers were also numerous. The most favorable accounts are those given of Kananuj, Ayodhya, and Magda, where sacred sites naturally caused the devout to congregate. The statistics which he gives as to sects are interesting. The total number of monks amounted to about 183,000. Of these, only 32,000 belonged definitely to the Mahayana, more than 96,000 to the Hinayana, and 54,500 studied both systems or at any rate resided in monasteries which tolerated either course of study. Some writers speak as if after our era Mahayanism was predominant in India and the Hinayana banished to its extreme confines such as Ceylon and Kashmir. Yet about AD 640 this zealous Mahayanist states that half the monks of India were definitely Hinayanist, while less than a fifth had equally definite Mahayanist convictions. The Mahayana laid less stress on monasticism than the Hinayana, and therefore its strength may have lain among the laity. But even so, the admitted strength of the Hinayana is remarkable. 3 Hinayanist schools are frequently mentioned: the Stithravas, Saravastidins, and Semitayas. The first are the well-known Sinhalese sect, and were founded chiefly in the south, Conjeeveram, and in East Bengal, besides the monks of the Sinhalese monastery at Gaya. The Sarvastidins were found, as their history would lead us to expect, chiefly in the north and beyond the frontiers of India proper. But both were outnumbered by the Samatuyas, who amounted to nearly 44,000 monks. The chief doctrine of this sect is said to have been that individuals, Pugalo, exist as such in the truest sense. This doctrine was supported by reference to the sutra known as the Burden and the Burden Bearer. It does not assert that there is a permanent and unchangeable soul, Atta, but it emphasizes the reality and importance of that personality which all accept as true for practical purposes. It is probable that in practice this belief differed little from the ordinary Brahmanic doctrine of metempsychosis, and this may be one reason for the prevalence of the sect. I Ching, though he does not furnish statistics, gives a clear conspectus of Buddhist sects as they existed in his time. He starts from the ancient 18 sects, but divides them into 4 groups or Nikayas. A. The Arya Masakinga Nikaya. This comprised 7 subdivisions, but was apparently the least influential school, as it was not predominant anywhere, though it coexisted with other schools in most parts. The Lokotravadins, mentioned by Husan Chang as existing in Bamayan, belonged to it. They held that the Buddha was not subject to the laws of nature. B. Arya Savara Nikaya. This is the school to which our Pali Canon belongs. It was predominant in southern India and Ceylon, and was also found in eastern Bengal. C. The Arya Mula Sarvastivada Nikaya, with 4 subdivisions. Almost all belonged to this school in northern India, and it was nourishing in Magadha. D. The Arya Samataya Nikaya, with 4 subdivisions, flourished in Lata and Sindhu. Thus, the last 3 schools were preponderant in northern, southern, and western India, respectively. All were followed in Magadha, no doubts because the holy places and the University of Nalanda attracted all shades of opinion, and Bengal seems to have been similarly Catholic. This is substantially the same as Husan Chang's statement, except that I Ching takes a more favorable view of the position of the Sarvastivada, either because it was his own school or because its position had really improved. It would seem that in the estimation of both pilgrims, the Maha and Hinayana are not schools but modes in which any school can be studied. The Nikaya, or school, appears to have been chiefly, though not exclusively, concerned with the rule of discipline which naturally had more importance for Buddhist monks than it has for European scholars. The observances of each Nikaya were laid down in its own recension of the Scriptures, which was sometimes oral and sometimes in writing. Probably all of the 18 schools had separate Vinayas, and to some extent they had different editions of the other Pitakas, for the Sarvastivadins had an Abhidharma of their own. But there was no objection to combining the study of Sarvastivadin literature with the reading of treatises by Asanga and Vasubandhu, or sutras such as the Lotus, where I Ching's master read once a day for 60 years. I Ching himself seems to regard the two vehicles as alternate forms of religion, both excellent in their way, much as a Catholic theologian might impartially explain the respective advantages of the active and contemplative lives. With resolutions rightly formed, he says, we should look forward to meeting the coming Buddha Maitreya. If we wish to gain the lesser fruition of the Hinayana, we may pursue it through the 8 grades of sanctification. But if we learn to follow the course of the greater fruition of the Mahayana, we must try to accomplish our work through long ages. I Ching observes that both vehicles agree in prescribing the same discipline, in prohibiting the same offenses, and in enjoining the practice of the noble truths. His views, which are substantially those of Husan Chuang, must be those current in the 7th century when the Hinayana was allowing the Mahayana to overgrow it without resistance. But the relations of the two creeds are sometimes stated differently. For instance, the Angulimala Sutra, known only in a Tibetan translation, states that whereas for the Hinayana such formulae as the Four Truths and the Eightfold Path are of cardinal importance, the Mahayana does not recognize them, and it is undoubtedly true that the Vaipulya Sutras frequently ignore the familiar doctrines of early Buddhism and hint that they belong to a rudimentary stage of instruction. I Ching makes no mention of persecution, but he deplores the decay of the faith. The teaching of the Buddha is becoming less prevalent in the world from day to day, he says. When I compare what I have witnessed in my younger days and what I see today in my old age, the state is altogether different, and we are bearing witness to this, and it is hoped we shall be more attentive in the future. Though he speaks regretfully of lax or incorrect discipline, he does not complain of the corruption of the faith by tantrism and magical practices. He does, however, deprecate in an exceedingly curious passage the prevalence of religious suicide. Except for progressive decay, the condition of Indian Buddhism as described by the two pilgrims is much the same. Meals were supplied to monks in the monasteries, and it was no longer usual to beg for food in the streets, since the practice is mentioned by I Ching as exceptional. On Upasvasatha days, it was the custom for the pious laity to entertain the monks, and the meal was sometimes preceded by a religious service performed before an image and accompanied by music. I Ching describes the musical services with devout enthusiasm. The priests perform the ordinary service late in the afternoon or in the evening twilight. They come out of the monastery and walk 3 times around a stupa, offering incense and flowers. Then they all kneel down, and one of them, who sings well, begins to chant hymns describing the virtues of the great teacher and continues to sing 10 or 20 shlokas. They then return to the place in the monastery where they usually assemble, and when all have sat down, a reciter mounting the lion seat, which is near the head priest, reads a short sutra. Among the scriptures for such an occasion, the service in 3 parts is often used. This is a selection of Asvagosha. The first part contains 10 shlokas of a hymn. The second part is a selection from some scripture consisting of the Buddha's words. Then there is an additional hymn as the third part of the service, of more than 10 shlokas, being prayers that express the wish to bring one's merits to maturity. After the singing, the assembled bhikkhus exclaim Subhashita or Sadhu, that is, well said or bravo. The reader descends, and the bhikkhus in order salute the lion seat, the seat of Bodhisattvas and Arhats, and the superior of the monastery. I Ching also tells us of the ceremonial bathing of images and prefaces his description by the remark that the meaning of the truths is so profound that it is a matter beyond the comprehension of vulgar minds, while the ablution of the holy images is practicable for all. Though the great teacher has entered nirvana, yet his image exists, and we should worship it with zeal as though in his presence. Those who constantly offer incense and flowers to it are enabled to purify their thoughts, and those who perpetually bathe his image are enabled to overcome the sins that involve them in darkness. He appears to contemplate chiefly the veneration of images of Sakyamuni, but figures of Bodhisattvas were also conspicuous figures in temples, as we know not only from archaeology, but from the biography of Husuan Chang, where it is said that worshippers used to throw flowers and silk scarves at the image of Avalokita and draw auguries from the way they fell. Monasteries were liberally decorated with statues, carvings, and pictures. They often comprised several courts and temples. Xuan Shang says that a monastery in Magadha, which he calls Tiloshika, had 4 courts with 3 storied halls, lofty terraces, and a succession of open passages. At the head of the road through the middle gate were 3 temples with discs on the roof and hung with small bells. The bases were surrounded by balustrades, and doors, windows, beams, walls, and stairs were ornamented with gilt work in relief. In the 3 temples were large images representing the Buddha, Tara, and Avalokita. The great centers of Buddhist learning and monastic life mentioned by both pilgrims were Vallabhai or Ballabhai in Gujarat and Nalanda. The former was a district rather than a single locality and contained 100 monasteries and 6,000 monks of the Samataya school. Nalanda was in Magadha, not far from Gaya. The date of its foundation is unknown, but a great temple, though apparently not the first, was built about 485 A.D. Fa Hassin mentions a village called Nala, but without indicating that it was a seat of learning. Hence it is probable that the university was not then in existence, or at least not celebrated. Husuan Shuang describes it as containing 6 monasteries built by various kings and surrounded by an enclosing wall in which there was only 1 gate. I Ching, writing later, says that the establishment owned 200 villages and contained 8 halls with more than 3,000 monks. In the neighborhood of the monastery were 100 sacred spots, several marked by temples and topes. It was a resort for Buddhists from all countries and an educational as well as religious center. I Ching says that students spent 2 or 3 years there in learning and disputing, after which they went to the king's court in search of a government appointment. Successful merit was rewarded not only by rank but by grants of land. Both pilgrims mention the names of several celebrities connected with Nalanda, but the worthies of the 7th century did not attain to more than scholastic eminence. The most important literary figure of the age is Santadeva, of whose life nothing is known. His writings, however, prove that the Buddhism of this period was not a corrupt superstition, but could inspire and nourish some of the most beautiful thoughts which the Creed has produced. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cristina and Najjar. Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, Volume 2, by Charles Eliot. Chapter 24. Decadence of Buddhism in India. The theme of this chapter is sad, for it is the decadence, degradation, and ultimate disappearance of Buddhism in India. The other great religions offer no precise parallel to this phenomenon, but they also do not offer a parallel to the circumstances of Buddhism at the time when it flourished in its native land. Mohammedanism has been able to maintain itself in comparative isolation. Up to the present day, Muslims and Christians share the same cities rather than the same thoughts, especially when, as often, they belong to different races. European Christianity, after a few centuries of existence, had to contend with no rival of approximately equal strength, for the struggle with Mohammedanism was chiefly military and hardly concerned the merits of the faiths. But Buddhism never had a similarly paramount and unchallenged position. It never attempted to extirpate its rivals. It coexisted with a mass of popular superstition, which it only gently reprobated, and with a powerful hereditary priesthood, both intellectual and pliant, tenacious of their own ideas, and yet ready to countenance almost any other ideas as the price of ruling. Neither Islam nor Christianity had such an adversary, and both of them, and even Judaism, resemble Buddhism in having won greater success outside their native lands than in them. Jerusalem is not an altogether satisfactory spectacle to either Christians or Jews. Still, all this does not completely explain the disappearance of Buddhism from India. Before attempting to assign reasons, we shall do well to review some facts and dates relating to the period of decadence. If we take all India into consideration, the period is long, but in many, indeed in most, districts, the process of decay was rapid. In the preceding chapter, I have mentioned the accounts of Indian Buddhism, which we owe to the Chinese travelers Xuancheng and I Ching. The latter frankly deplores the decay of the faith which he had witnessed in his own life, i.e., about 650 to 700 AD. But his travels in India were of relatively small extent, and he gives less local information than previous pilgrims. Xuancheng, describing India in 629 to 645 AD, is unwilling to admit the decay, but his truthful narrative lets it be seen. It is only of Bengal and the present United Provinces that he can be said to give a favorable account, and the prosperity of Buddhism there was largely due to the personal influence of Harsha. In central and southern India, he tells us of little but deserted monasteries. It is clear that Buddhism was dying out, but it is not so clear that it had ever been the real religion of this region. In many parts, it did not conquer the population, but, so to speak, built fortresses and left garrisons. It is probable that the Buddhism of Andhra, Kalinga, and the south was represented by little more than such outposts. They included Amaravati, where portions of the ruins seem assignable to about 150 AD, and Ajanta, where some of the cave paintings are thought to be as late as the 6th century. But of neither site can we give any continuous history. In southern India, the introduction of Buddhism took place under the auspices of Asoka himself, though his inscriptions have as yet been found only in northern Mysore and not in the Tamil country. The Tamil poems Mani Megalai and Silapadigaram, especially the former, represented as prevalent and still preserving much of its ancient simplicity. Even in later times, when it had almost completely disappeared from southern India, occasional Buddhist temples were founded. Raja endowed one at Negapatam about 1000 AD. In 1055, a monastery was erected at Belgami in Mysore, and a Buddhist town named Kalavati is mentioned as existing in that state in 1533. But in spite of such survivals, even in the 6th century, Buddhism could not compete in southern India with either Jainism or Hinduism, and there are no traces of its existence in the Deccan after 1150. For the Konkan, Maharashtra, and Gujarat, Sun Chuang's statistics are fairly satisfactory. But in all this region, the Sammitya sect, which apparently was nearer to Hinduism than the others, was the most important. In Ujjain, Buddhism was almost extinct, but in many of the western states it lingered on, perhaps only in isolated monasteries, until the 12th century. Inscriptions found at Kanhari, 843 and 851 AD, Dambal, 1095 AD, and in Miraj, 1110 AD, testify that grants were made to monasteries at these late dates. But further north, the faith had to endure the violence of strangers. Sindh was conquered by the Arabs in 712. Gujarat and the surrounding country were invaded by northern tribes, and such invasions were always inimical to the prosperity of monasteries. This is even more true of the Punjab, the frontier provinces, and Kashmir. The older invaders, such as the Yuchi, had been favorably disposed to Buddhism, but those who came later, such as the Huns, were predacious barbarians with little religion of any sort. In Xuancheng's time, it was only in Udayana that Buddhism could be said to be the religion of the people, and the torrent of Mohammedan invasion which swept continuously through these countries during the Middle Ages overwhelmed all earlier religions, and even Hinduism had to yield. In Kashmir, Buddhism soon became corrupt, and according to the Rajataranjini, the monks began to marry as early as the 6th century. King Lalitaditya, 733 to 769, is credited with having built monasteries as well as temples to the sun, but his successors were Shivaites. Bengal, especially Western Bengal and Bihar, was the stronghold of decadent Buddhism. Though even here, hostile influences were not absent. But about 730 AD, a pious Buddhist named Gopala founded the Pala dynasty and extended his power over Magadha. The Palas ruled for about 450 years and supplied a long and devout line of defenders of the faith. But to the east of their dominions lay the principality of Kanauj, a state of varying size and fortunes, and from the 8th century onwards a stronghold of Brahmanic learning. The revolution in Hinduism, which definitely defeated, though it did not annihilate, Buddhism, is generally connected with the names of Kumarila Bhatta, around 750, and Sankara, around 800. We know the doctrines of these teachers, for many of their works have come down to us. But when we inquire what was their political importance, or the scope and extent of the movement which they championed, we are conscious, as so often, of the extraordinary vagueness of Indian records, even when the subject might appeal to religious and philosophic minds. Kumarila is said to have been a Brahmin of Bihar who abjured Buddhism for Hinduism and raged with the ardor of a proselyte against his ancient faith. Tradition represents him as instigating King Sudanvan to exterminate the Buddhists, but nothing is known of this king, and he cannot have had the extensive empire with which he is credited. Sankara was a Brahmin of the south who, in a short life, found time to write numerous works, to wander over India, to found a monastic order, and build 4 monasteries. In doctrine and discipline, he was more pliant than Kumarila, and he assimilated many strong points of Buddhism. Both these teachers are depicted as the successful heroes of public disputations in which the interest at stake was considerable. The vanquished had to become a disciple of the vanquisher, or to forfeit his life and, if he was the head of an institution, to surrender its property. These accounts, though exaggerated, are probably a florid version of what occurred, and we may surmise that the popular faith of the day was generally victorious. What violence the rising tide of Hinduism may have wrought, it is hard to say. There is no evidence of any general persecution of Buddhism in the sense in which one Christian sect persecuted another in Europe. But at a rather later date, we hear that Jains were persecuted and tortured by Saiva princes both in southern India and Gujarat. And if there were any detailed account, epigraphic or literary, of such persecutions in the 8th and 9th centuries, there would be no reason for doubting it. But no details are forthcoming. Without resorting to massacre, an anti-Buddhist king had in his power many effective methods of hostility. He might confiscate or transfer monastic property, or forbid his subjects to support monks. Considering the state of Buddhism as represented by Xuancheng and I Ching, it is probable that such measures would suffice to ensure the triumph of the Brahmins in most parts of India. After the epic of Sankara, the history of Indian Buddhism is confined to the Pala kingdom. Elsewhere, we hear only of isolated grants to monasteries and similar acts of piety. often striking but hardly worthy of mention in comparison with the enormous number of Brahmanic inscriptions. But in the Pala kingdom, Buddhism, though corrupt, was flourishing so far as the number of its adherents and royal favor were concerned. Gopala founded the monastery of Odantapuri, or Udandapura, which according to some authorities was in the town of Bihar. Dharmapala, the second king of the dynasty, around 800 AD, built on the north bank of the Ganges, the even more celebrated University of Vikramasala, where many commentaries were composed. It was a center not only of tantric learning, but of logic and grammar, and is interesting as showing the connection between Bengal and Tibet. Tibetans studied there, and Sanskrit books were translated into Tibetan within its cloisters. Dharmapala is said to have reigned 64 years, and to have held his court at Patna, which had fallen into decay, but now began to revive. According to Taranatha, his successor, Devapala built Somapuri, conquered Orissa, and waged war with the unbelievers who had become numerous, no doubt as a result of the preaching of Sankara. But as a rule, the Palas, though they favored Buddhism, did not actively discourage Hinduism. They even gave grants to Hindu temples, and their prime ministers were generally Brahmins who used to erect non-Buddhist images in Buddhist shrines. The dynasty continued through the 11th century, and in this period some information as to the condition of Indian Buddhism is afforded by the relations between Bengal and Tibet. After the persecution of the 10th century, Tibetan Buddhism was revived by the preaching of monks from Bengal. Mahipala then occupied the throne around 978 to 1030, and during his reign various learned men accepted invitations to Tibet. More celebrated is the mission of Atisa, a monk of the Vikramasila monastery, which took place about 1038. That these two missions should have been invited and dispatched shows that in the 11th century, Bengal was a center of Buddhist learning. Probably the numerous Sanskrit works preserved in Tibetan translations then existed in its monasteries. But about the same time, the power of the Pala dynasty, and with it the influence of Buddhism, were curtailed by the establishment of the rival Sena dynasty in the eastern provinces. Still, under Ramapala, who reigned about 1100, the great teacher Abhyakara was an ornament of the Mahayana. Taranatha says that he corrected the text of the scriptures, and that in his time there were many pandits and resident bhikshus in the monasteries of Vikramasila, Bodhigaya, and Odantapuri. There is thus every reason to suppose that in the 12th century, Buddhism still nourished in Bihar, that its clergy numbered several thousands, and its learning was held in esteem. The blow which destroyed its power was struck by a Mohammedan invasion in 1193. In that year, Ikhtiyar Uddin Muhammad, a general of Qutb-uddin, invaded Bihar with a band of only 200 men, and with amazing audacity seized the capital, which, consisting chiefly of palaces and monasteries, collapsed without a blow. The monks were massacred to a man, and when the victors, who appear not to have understood what manner of place they had captured, asked the meaning of the libraries which they saw, no one was found capable of reading the books. It was in 1193 also that the Benares were conquered by the Mohammedans. I have found no record of the sack of the monastery at Sarnath, but the ruins are said to show traces of fire and other indications that it was overwhelmed by some sudden disaster. The Mohammedans had no special animus against Buddhism. They were iconoclasts who saw merit in the destruction of images and the slaughter of idolaters. But whereas Hinduism was spread over the country, Buddhism was concentrated in the great monasteries, and when these were destroyed, there remained nothing outside them capable of withstanding either the violence of the Muslims or the assimilative influence of the Brahmins. Hence, Buddhism suffered far more from these invasions than Hinduism, but still vestiges of it lingered long and exist even now in Orissa. Taranatha says that the immediate result of the Muslim conquest was the dispersal of the surviving teachers, and this may explain the sporadic occurrence of late Buddhist inscriptions in other parts of India. He also tells us that a king named Kangalaraja restored the ruined Buddhist temples of Bengal about 1450. Elsewhere, he gives a not discouraging picture of Buddhism in the Deccan, Gujarat, and Rajputana, after the Muslim conquest of Magadha, but adds that the study of magic became more and more prevalent. In the life of Caitanya, it is stated that when traveling in southern India, about 1510 AD, he argued with Buddhists and confuted them, apparently somewhere in Arcot. Manuscripts preserved in Nepal indicate that as late as the 15th or 16th century, Bengali copyists wrote out Buddhist works, and there is evidence that Bodh Gaya continued to be a place of pilgrimage. In 1585, it was visited by a Nepalese named Abhaya Raja, who on his return erected in Patan a monastery imitated from what he had seen in Bengal, and in 1777, the Tashi Lama sent an embassy. But such instances prove little as to the religion of the surrounding Hindu population. For at the present day, numerous Buddhist pilgrims, especially Burmese, frequent the shrine. The control of the temple passed into the hands of the Brahmins, and for the ordinary Bengali, Buddha became a member of India's numerous pantheon. Pandit Hara Prasad Sastri mentions a singular poem called Buddha Charitra, completed in 1711 and celebrating an incarnation of Buddha which apparently commenced in 1699 and was to end in the reappearance of the Golden Age. But the being called Buddha is a form of Vishnu, and the work is as strange a jumble of religion as it is of languages, being written in a curious medley of bad Sanskrit, bad Hindi, and bad Bahari. It is chiefly in Orissa that traces of Buddhism can still be found within the limits of India proper. The Saraks of Baramba, Tigariya, and the adjoining parts of Cuttack describe themselves as Buddhists. Their name is the modern equivalent of Sravaka, and they apparently represent an ancient Buddhist community which has become a sectarian caste. They have little knowledge of their religion, but meet once a year in the cave temples of Kandagiri to worship a deity called Buddha Deva, or Katarbuja. All their ceremonies commence with the formula Ahimsa Parama Dharma, and they respect the temple of Puri, which is suspected of having a Buddhist origin. Nagendranath Vasu has published some interesting details as to the survival of Buddhist ideas in Orissa. He traces the origin of this hardy, though degraded form of Mahayanism to Ramai Pandit, a tantric Acharya of Magadha who wrote a work called Sunya Purana, which became popular. Orissa was one of the regions which offered the longest resistance to Islam, for it did not succumb until 1568. A period of Sivaism in the 10th and 11th centuries is indicated by the temples of Bhuvaneshwar and other monuments. But in the 12th and 13th centuries, the reigning dynasty were worshippers of Vishnu and built the great temples at Puri and Konarak, dedicated to Jagannatha and Surya Narayana, respectively. We do not, however, hear that they persecuted Buddhism, and there are reasons for thinking that Jagannatha is a form of the Buddha and that the temple at Puri was originally a Buddhist site. It is said that it contains a gigantic statue of the Buddha before which a wall has been built, and also that the image of Jagannatha, which is little more than a log of wood, is really a case enclosing a Buddhist relic. King Prataparudra, 1529, persecuted Buddhism, which implies that at this late date its adherents were sufficiently numerous to attract attention. Either at the beginning of his reign or before it, there flourished a group of 6 poets of whom the principal were Achyutananda Dasa and Chaitanya Dasa, their works are nominally devoted to the celebration of Krishna's praises and form the chief vernacular scripture of the Vaishnavas in Orissa, but in them, Krishna, or the highest form of the deity by whatever name he is called, is constantly identified with Sunya, or the void, that favorite term of Mahayanist philosophy. Passages from them are also quoted stating that in the Kali age, the followers of the Buddha must disguise themselves, that there are 3,000 crypto-Buddhists hidden in various parts of Orissa, that Hari has been incarnate in many Buddhas, and that the Buddha will appear again on earth. The phrase, "I take refuge in Buddha, in Mata Adisakti equals Dharma, and in the Sangha," is also quoted from these works, and Chaitanya Dasa describes 5 Vishnus who are apparently identical with the 5 Dhyani Buddhas. Taranatha states that the last king of Orissa, Mukunda Deva, who was overthrown by the Mohammedans in 1568, was a Buddhist and founded some temples and monasteries. In the 17th century, there flourished a Buddhist poet named Mahadeva Dasa, and the Tibetan pilgrim Buddhagupta visited, among other sites, the old capital of Mayurabhanja and saw a stupa there. It is claimed that the tribe known as Bathuris or Bayuris have always been crypto-Buddhists and have preserved their ancient customs. They are, however, no credit to their religion, for one of their principal ceremonies is hook swinging. The doctrine of the Bathuris is called Mahimma Dharma, and experienced an interesting revival in 1875. A blind man named Bimma Boy had a vision of the Buddha, who restored his sight and bade him preach the law. He attracted some thousands of adherents and led a band to Puri, proclaiming that his mission was to bring to light the statue of Buddha concealed in the temple. The Raja resisted the attempt, and the followers of Bimma Boy were worsted in a sanguinary encounter. Since that time, they have retired to the more remote districts of Orissa and are said to hold that the Buddha will appear again in a new incarnation. They are also called Kumbhipatyas, and according to the last census of India, 1911, are hostile to Brahmins and probably number about 25,000. Traces of Buddhism also survive in the worship of a deity called Dharma Raja, or Dharma Thakur, which still prevails in western and southern Bengal. Priests of this worship are usually not Brahmins, but of low caste, and Hara Prasad thinks that the laity who follow it may number several millions. Though Dharma has come to be associated with the goddess of smallpox and is believed even by his adorers to be a form of Vishnu or of Siva, yet dhyana, or meditation, forms a part of his worship, and the prayers and literature of the sect retain some traces of his origin. Thus he is said to be highly honored in Ceylon and receives the epithet Sunyamurti. A corrupt form of Buddhism still exists in Nepal. This country, when first heard of, was in the hands of the Nevars, who have preserved some traditions of a migration from the north and are akin to the Tibetans in race and language, though, like many non-Aryan tribes, they have endeavored to invent for themselves a Hindu pedigree. Buddhism was introduced under Asoka. As Indian influence was strong and communication with Tirhut and Bengal easy, it is probable that Buddhism in Nepal reflected the phases which it underwent in Bengal. A Nepalese inscription of the 7th century gives a list of shrines of which 7 are Sivaite, 6 Buddhist, and 4 Vishnuite. After that date, it was more successful in maintaining itself, for it did not suffer from Mohammedan attacks and was less exposed to the assimilative influence of Brahmanism. That influence, however, though operating in a foreign country and on people not bred among Brahmanic traditions, was nevertheless strong. In 1324, the king of Tirhut, being expelled thence by Mohammedans, seized the throne of Nepal and brought with him many learned Brahmins. His dynasty was not permanent, but later, in the 14th century, a subsequent ruler, Jayasthiti, organized society and religion in consultation with the Brahmin immigrants. The followers of the two religions were arranged in parallel divisions, a group of Buddhists classified according to occupation corresponding to each Hindu caste, and appropriate rules and ceremonies were prescribed for the different sections. The code, then established, is still in force in essentials, and Nepal, being intellectually the pupil of India, has continued to receive such new ideas as appeared in the plains of Bengal. When these ascended to the mountain valleys, they were adopted with free modification of old and new material alike by both Buddhists and Hindus. But as both sects were geographically isolated, each tended to resemble the other more than it either resembled normal Buddhism or Hinduism. Naturally, the new ideas were mainly Brahmanic, and Buddhism had no chance of being fortified by an importation of even moderately orthodox doctrine. In the 14th century arose the community of wandering ascetics called Nathas, who were reverenced by Hindus and Buddhists alike. They rejected the observances of both creeds, but often combined their doctrines, and though disavowed by the Brahmins, exercised a considerable influence among the lower castes. Some of the peculiar deities of Nepal, such as Matsyendranath, have attributes traceable to these wanderers. In 1769, Nepal was conquered by the Gurkhas. This tribe seems related to the Tibetan stock, as are the Navars, but it had long been Hinduized and claimed a Rajput ancestry. Thus, Gurkha rule has favored and accelerated the Hinduizing of Nepalese Buddhism. Since the time of the Hodgson, the worship of Adi Buddha, or an original divine Buddha, practically equivalent to God, has been often described as characteristic of Nepalese religion, and such a worship undoubtedly exists. But recent accounts indicate that it is not prominent, and also that it can hardly be considered a distinct type of monotheistic Buddhism. The idea that the 5 dhyani Buddhas are emanations or manifestations of a single primordial Buddha spirit is a natural development of Mahayanist ideas, but no definite statement of it earlier than the Kalachakra literature is forthcoming, though many earlier works point towards it. In modern Nepal, the chief temple of Adi Buddha is on the hill of Svayambhu, the self-existent, near Kathmandu. According to a legend preserved in the Svayambhu Purana, a special divine manifestation occurred in ancient times on an adjoining lake. A miraculous lotus arose on its surface, bearing an image over which a kaitya was subsequently erected. The shrine is greatly venerated, but this Adi Buddha, or Svayambhu, does not differ essentially from other miraculous images in India, which are said not to consist of ordinary matter, but to embody in some special way the nature of a deity. The religion of Nepal is less remarkable for new developments of Buddhism than for the singular fusion of Buddhism with Hinduism, which it presents and which helps us to understand what must have been the last phase in Bengal. The Nepalese Brahmins tolerate Buddhism. The Nepala Mahatma says that to worship Buddha is to worship Siva, and the Svayambhu Purana returns the compliment by recommending the worship of Pasupati. The official itinerary of the Hindu pilgrim includes Svayambhu, where he adores Buddha under that name. More often, the two religions adore the same image under different names. What is Avalokita to the one is Mahakala to the other. Durga is explained as being the incarnation of Prajna Paramita, and she is even identified with the Adi Buddha. The Nepalese pantheon, like the Tibetan, contains 3 elements, often united in modern legends. Firstly, aboriginal deities such as Nagas and other nature spirits. Secondly, definitely Buddhist deities or Bodhisattvas, of whom Manjusri receives the most honor. Thirdly, Hindu deities such as Ganesha and Krishna. The popular deity Matsyendranath appears to combine all 3 elements in his own person. Modern accounts of Nepal leave the impression that even corrupt Buddhism is in a bad way. yet the number of religious establishments is considerable. Celibacy is not observed by their inmates, who are called banras, bandyas. On entering the order, the novice takes the ancient vows, but after 4 days he returns to his tutor, confesses that they are too hard for him, and is absolved from his obligations. The classes known as bhikshus and gubarus officiate as priests, the latter being the higher order. The principal ceremony is the offering of melted butter. The more learned gubharus receive the title of Vajrakarya and have the sole right of officiating at marriages and funerals. There is little learning. The oldest scriptures in use are the so-called 9 dharmas. Hodgson describes these works as much venerated, and Rajendralal Mitra has analyzed them, but Sylvain Levi heard little of them in 1898, though he mentions the recitation of the Prajna Paramita. The Svayambhu Purana is an account of the manifestation of the Adi Buddha, written in the style of those portions of the Brahmanic Puranas which treat of the glories of some sacred place. In its present form, it can hardly be earlier than the 16th century AD. The Nepala Mahatmya is a similar work, which, though of Brahmanic origin, puts Buddha, Vishnu, and Siva on the same footing and identifies the first with Krishna. The Bhagavati Mahatmya, on the other hand, is strictly Sivite and ignores Buddha's claims to worship. The Vamsavali, or Chronicle of Nepal, written in the Gurkha language, Parbatiya, is also largely occupied with an account of sacred sites and buildings and exists in 2 versions, one Buddhist, the other Brahmanical. But let us return to the decadence of Buddhism in India. It is plain that persecution was not its main cause, nor even very important among the accessory causes. The available records contain clearer statements about the persecution of Jainism than of Buddhism, but no doubt the latter came in for some rough handling, though not enough to annihilate a vigorous sect. Great numbers of monasteries in the north were demolished by the Huns, and a similar catastrophe brought about the collapse of the church in Bihar. But this last incident cannot be called religious persecution, for Muhammad did not even know what he was destroying. Buddhism did not arouse more animosity than other Indian religions. The significant feature is that when its temples and monasteries were demolished, it did not live on in the hearts of the people, as did Hinduism with all its faults. The relation between the laity and the church in Buddhism is curious and has had serious consequences for both good and evil. The layman takes refuge in the Buddha, his law and his church, but does not swear exclusive allegiance. To follow supplementary observances is not treasonable, provided they are not in themselves objectionable. The Buddha prescribed no ceremonies for births, deaths, and marriages, and apparently expected the laity to continue in the observance of such rites as were in use. Today, in China and Japan, the good layman is little more than one who pays more attention to Buddhism than to other faiths. This charitable pliancy had much to do with the victories of Buddhism in the Far East, where it had to struggle against strong prejudices and could hardly have made its way if it had been intolerant of local deities. But in India, we see the disadvantages of the omission to make the laity members of a special corporation, and the survival of the Jains, who do form such a corporation, is a clear object lesson. Social life in India tends to combine men in castes, or in communities which, if not castes, in their technical sense, have much the same character. Such communities have great vitality, so long as they maintain their peculiar usages. But when they cease to do so, they soon disintegrate and are reabsorbed. Buddhism, from the first, never took the form of a corporation. The special community which it instituted was the Sangha, or body of monks. Otherwise, it aimed not at founding a sect, but at including all the world as lay believers on easy terms. This principle worked well so long as the faith was in the ascendant, but its effect was disastrous when decline began. The line dividing Buddhist laymen from ordinary Hindus became less and less marked. Distinctive teaching was found only in the monasteries. These became poorly recruited, and as they were gradually deserted or destroyed by Mohammedans, the religion of the Buddha disappeared from his native land. Even in the monasteries, the doctrine taught bore a closer resemblance to Hinduism than to the preaching of Gautama, and it is this absence of the Protestant spirit, this pliant adaptability to the ideas of each age, which caused Indian Buddhism to lose its individuality and separate existence. In some localities, its disappearance and absorption were preceded by a monstrous phase known as Tantrism or Shaktism, in which the worst elements of Hinduism, those which would have been most repulsive to Gautama, made an unnatural alliance with his church. I treat of Tantrism and Shaktism in another chapter. The original meaning of Tantra, as applied to literary compositions, is a simplified manual. Thus, we hear of Vishnuite Tantras, and in this sense there is a real similarity between Buddhist and Tantric teaching, for both set aside Brahmanic tradition as needlessly complicated, and both profess to preach a simple and practical road to salvation. But in Hinduism and Buddhism alike, such words as Tantra and Tantric acquire a special sense and imply the worship of the divine energy in a female form called by many names, such as Kali in the former, Tara in the latter. This worship, which in my opinion should be called Shaktiism rather than Tantrism, combines many elements, ancient, savage, superstitions, as well as ingenious but fanciful speculation, but its essence is always magic. It attempts to attain, by magical or sacramental formulae, and acts not only prosperity and power, but salvation, nirvana, and union with the Supreme Spirit. Some of its sects practice secret immoral rites. It is sad to confess that degenerate Buddhism did not remain uncorrupted by such abuses. It is always a difficult and speculative task to trace the early stages of new movements in Indian religion, but it is clear that by the 8th century and perhaps earlier, the Buddhism of Bihar and Bengal had fallen prey to this influence. Apparently, the public ritual in the viharas remained unchanged, and the usual language about nirvana and sunyata was not discarded, but it was taught that those who followed a certain curriculum could obtain salvation by magical methods. To enter this curriculum, it was necessary to have a qualified teacher and to receive from him initiation or baptism, abhisheka. Of the subsequent rites, the most important is to evoke one of the many Buddhas or Bodhisattvas recognized by the Mahayana and identify oneself with him. He who wishes to do this is often called a sadhaka or magician, but his achievements, like many Indian miracles, are due to self-hypnotization. He is directed to repair to a lonely place and offer worship there with flowers and prayers. To this office succeed prolonged exercises in meditation, which do not depart much from the ancient canon, since they include the 4 Brahma Viharas. Their object is to suppress thought and leave the mind empty. Then the sadhaka fills this void with the image of some bodhisattva, for instance, Avalokita. This he does by uttering mystic syllables called bija, or seed, because they are supposed to germinate and grow into the figures which he wishes to produce. In this way, he imagines that he sees the emblems of the bodhisattva spring up around him one by one, and finally he himself assumes the shape of Avalokita and becomes one with him. Something similar still exists in Tibet, where every lama chooses a tutelary deity or yidam, whom he summons in visible form after meditation and fasting. Though this procedure, when set forth methodically in a medieval manual, seems an absurd travesty of Buddhism, yet it has links with the early faith. It is admitted in the Pitakas that certain forms of meditation lead to union with the Brahma, and it is no great change to make them lead to union with other supernatural beings. Still, we are not here breathing the atmosphere of the Pitakas. The object is not to share Brahma's heaven, but to become temporarily identified with a deity, and this is not a byway of religion, but the high road. But there is a further stage of degradation. I have already mentioned that various Bodhisattvas are represented as accompanied by a female deity, particularly Avalokita by Tara. The mythological and metaphysical ideas which have grown up around Siva and Durga also attach themselves to these couples. The Buddha, or Bodhisattva, is represented as enjoying nirvana because he is united to his spouse, and to the three bodies already enumerated is added a fourth, the body of perfect bliss. Sometimes this idea merely leads to further developments of the practices described above. Thus, the devotee may imagine that he enters into Tara as an embryo and is born of her as a Buddha. More often, the argument is that since the bliss of the Buddha consists in union with Tara, nirvana can be obtained by sexual union here, and we find many of the tantric wizards represented as accompanied by female companions. The adept should avoid all action, but he is beyond good and evil, and the dangerous doctrine that he can do evil with impunity, which the more respectable sects repudiate, is expressly taught. The sage is not defiled by passion, but conquers passion by passion. He should commit every infamy. He should rob, lie, and kill Buddhas. These crazy precepts are probably little more than a speculative application to the moral sphere of the doctrine that all things are non-existent and hence equivalent. But though tantrists did not go about robbing and murdering so freely as their principles allowed, there is some evidence that in the period of decadence, the morality of the bhikshus had fallen into great discredit. Thus, in the allegorical Vishnuite drama called Prabodhakandrodaya and written at Kalanjar near the end of the 11th century, Buddhists and Jains are represented as succumbing to the temptations of inebriety and voluptuousness. It is necessary to mention this phase of decadence, but no good purpose would be served by dwelling further on the absurd and often disgusting prescriptions of such works as the Tathagata Guyaka. If the European reader is inclined to condemn unreservedly a religion which even in decrepitude could find place for such monstrosities, he should remember that the aberrations of Indian religion are due not to its inherent depravity, but to its universality. In Europe, those who follow disreputable occupations rarely suppose that they have anything to do with the church. In India, robbers, murderers, gamblers, prostitutes, and maniacs all have their appropriate gods, and had the Marquis de Sade been a Hindu, he would probably have founded a new tantric sect. But though the details of Saktism are an unprofitable study, it is of some importance to ascertain when it first invaded Buddhism and to what extent it superseded older ideas. Some critics seem to imply, for their statements are not very explicit, that Saktism formed part, if not of the teaching of Buddha, at least of the medley of beliefs held by his disciples. But I see no proof that Saktist beliefs, that is to say, erotic mysticism founded on the worship of goddesses, were prevalent in Magadha or Kosala before the Christian era. Although Siri, the goddess of luck, is mentioned in the Pitakas, the popular deities whom they bring on the scene are almost exclusively masculine. And though in the older Brahmanic books there are passages which might easily become tantric, yet the transition is not made and the important truths of religion are kept distinct from unclean rites and thoughts. the Brihad Aranyaka contains a chapter which hardly admits of translation, but the object of the practices inculcated is simply to ensure the birth of a son. The same work, not without analogies in the ecstatic utterances of Christian saints, boldly compares union with Atman to the bliss of one who is embraced by a beloved wife. But this is a mere illustration, and there is no hint of the doctrine that the goal of the religious life is obtainable by Maithuna. Still, such passages, though innocent in themselves, make it easy to see how degrading superstitions found an easy entrance into the noblest edifices of Indian thought, and possibly some heresies condemned in the Kathavattu indicate that even at this early date the Buddhist church was contaminated by erotic fancies. But if so, there is no evidence that such malpractices were widespread. The appendices to the lotus show that the worship of a many-named goddess, invoked as a defender of the faith, was beginning to be a recognized feature of Buddhism. But they contain no indications of left-handed tantrism, and the best proof that it did not become prevalent until much later is afforded by the narratives of the 3 Chinese pilgrims, who all describe the condition of religion in India and notice anything which they thought singular or reprehensible. Fa Xian does not mention the worship of any female deity, nor does the life of Vasubandhu. But Asanga appears to allude to Saktism in one passage. Xuan Cheng mentions images of Tara, but without hinting at tantric ritual, nor does I Ching allude to it, nor does the evidence of art and inscriptions attest its existence. It may have been known as a form of popular superstition, and even have been practiced by individual bhikshus. But the silence of I Ching makes it improbable that it was then countenanced in the schools of Magadha. He complains of those who neglect the Vinaya and devote their whole attention to the doctrine of nothingness. But he says not a word about tantric abuses. The change probably occurred in the next half-century, for Padma Sambhava, the founder of Lamaism, who is said to have resided in Gaya and Nalanda, and to have arrived in Tibet in 747 AD, is represented by tradition as a tantric wizard, and about the same time translations of tantras begin to appear in Chinese. The translations of the 6th and 7th centuries, including those of I Ching, comprise a considerable, though not preponderant, number of dharanis. After the 7th century, these became very numerous, and several tantras were also translated. The inference seems to be that early in the 8th century, Indian Buddhists officially recognized Tantrism. Tantric Buddhism was due to the mixture of Mahayanist teaching with aboriginal superstitions absorbed through the medium of Hinduism, though in some cases there may have been direct contact and mutual influence between Mahayanism and aboriginal beliefs. But as a rule, what happened was that aboriginal deities were identified with Hindu deities, and Buddhism had not sufficient independence to keep its own pantheon distinct, so that Vairocana and Tara received most of the attributes, Brahmanic or barbarous, given to Siva or Kali. The worship of the goddesses, described in their Hinduized form as Durga, Kali, etc., though found in most parts of India, was specially prevalent in the sub-Himalayan districts, both east and west. Now Padma Sambhava was a native of Udayana or Swat, and Taranatha represents the chief tantrists, as coming from there or visiting it. Xuan Cheng tells us that the inhabitants were devout Mahayanists, but specially expert in magic and exorcism. He also describes no less than 4 sacred places in it where the Buddha in previous births gave his flesh, blood, or bones for the good of others. Have we here, in a Buddhist form, some ancient legend of dismemberment like that told of Sati in Assam? Of Kashmir, he says that its religion was a mixture of Buddhism with other beliefs. These are precisely the conditions most favorable to the growth of Tantrism, and though the bulk of the population are now Mohammedans, witchcraft and sorcery are still rampant. Among the Hindu Kashmiris, the most prevalent religion has always been the worship of Siva, especially in the form of representing him as half male, half female. This cult is not far from Shaktism, and many allusions in the Rajataranjini indicate that left-hand worship was known, though the author satirizes it as a corruption. He also several times mentions Matri chakras, that is, circles sacred to the mothers or tantric goddesses. In Nepal and Tibet, tantric Buddhism is fully developed, but these countries have received so much from India that they exhibit not a parallel growth, but late Indian tantrism as imported ready-made from Bengal. It is here that we come nearest to the origins of tantrism. For though the same beliefs may have flourished in Udayana and Kashmir, they did not spread much in the Punjab or Hindustan, where their progress was hindered at first by a healthy and vigorous Hinduism, and subsequently by Mohammedan invasions. But from 700 to 1197 AD, Bengal was remote alike from the main currents of Indian religion and from foreign raids. Little Aryan thought or learning leavened the local superstitions which were infecting and stifling decadent Buddhism. Swang Cheng informs us that Bhaskaravarma, king of Kamarupa, attended the fetes celebrated by Harsha in 644 AD, and inscriptions found at Tezpur indicate that kings with Hindu names reigned in Assam about 800 AD. This is agreeable to the supposition that an amalgamation of Sivaism and Aboriginal religion may have been in formation about 700 AD and have influenced Buddhism. In Bihar, from the 8th century onwards, the influence of Tantrism was powerful and disastrous. The best information about this epoch is still to be found in Taranatha in spite of his defects. He makes the interesting statement that in the reign of Gopala, who was a Buddhist, although his ministers were not, 730 to 740 AD, the Buddhists wished their religious buildings to be kept separate from Hindu temples, but that in spite of protests, life-sized images of Hindu deities were erected in them. The ritual too was affected, for we hear several times of burnt offerings and how Bodhibhadra, one of the later professors of Vikramasila, was learned in the mystic lore of both Buddhists and Brahmins. Nalanda and the other viharas continued to be seats of learning and not merely monasteries, and for some time there was a regular succession of teachers. Taranatha gives us to understand that there were many students and authors, but that sorcery occupied an increasingly important position. Of most teachers, we are told that they saw some deity, such as Avalokita or Tara. The deity was summoned by the rites already described, and the object of the performer was to obtain magical powers or siddhi. The successful sorcerer was known as Siddha, and we hear of 84 Mahasiddhas, still celebrated in Tibet, who extend from Rahula Bhadra Nagarjuna to the 13th century. Many of them bear names which appear not to be Indian. The topics treated of in the Tantras are divided into Kriya, ritual, Karya, apparently corresponding to Vinaya, Yoga, and Anuttara Yoga. Sometimes the first three are contrasted with the fourth, and sometimes the first two are described as lower, the third and the fourth as higher. But the Anuttara Yoga is always considered the highest and most mysterious. Taranatha says that the Tantras began to appear simultaneously with the Mahayana Sutras, but adds that the Anuttara Yoga Tantras appeared gradually. He also observes that the Akarya Ananda Garbha did much to spread them in Magadha. It is not until the late period of the Pala dynasty that he mentions the Kala Chakra, which is the most extravagant form of Buddhist Tantrism. This accords with other statements to the effect that the Kala Chakra Tantra was introduced in 965 AD from Sampala, a mysterious country in Central Asia. This system is said to be Vishnuite rather than Sivaite. It specially patronizes the cult of the mystic Buddhas such as Kalakakra and Heruka, all of whom appear to be regarded as forms of Adi Buddha or the primordial Buddha essence. The Siddha named Pito is also described as the author of this doctrine, which had less importance in India than in Tibet. On the other hand, Taranatha gives us the names of several doctors of the Vinaya who flourished under the Pala dynasty. Even as late as the reign of Ramapala, perhaps 1080-1120, we hear that the Hinayanists were numerous. In the reign of Dharmapala, around 800 AD, some of them broke up the great silver image of Heruka at Bodh Gaya and burnt the books of mantras. These instances show that the older Buddhism was not entirely overwhelmed by Tantrism, though perhaps it was kept alive more by pilgrims than by local sentiment. Thus, the Chinese inscriptions of Bodh Gaya, though they speak at length of the three bodies of Buddha, show no signs of Tantrism. It would appear that the worship celebrated in the holy places of Magadha preserved a respectable side until the end. In the same way, although Tantrism is strong in the literature of the lamas, none of the many descriptions of Tibet indicate that there is anything scandalous in the externals of religion. Probably in Tibet, Nepal, and medieval Magadha alike, the existence of disgraceful tantric literature does not indicate such widespread depravity as might be supposed. But of its putrefying influence in corrupting the minds of those who ought to have preserved the pure faith, there can be no doubt. More than any other form of mixed belief, it obliterated essential differences, for Buddhist Tantrism and Sivaite Tantrism are merely two varieties of Tantrism. What is happening at Bodh Gaya at present illustrates how Buddhism disappeared from India. The abbot of a neighboring Sivaite monastery who claims the temple and grounds does not wish, as a Mohammedan might, to destroy the building or even to efface Buddhist emblems. He wishes to supervise the whole establishment and the visits of pilgrims, as well as to place on the images of Buddha Hindu sectarian marks and other ornaments. Hindu pilgrims are still taken by their guides to venerate the Bodhi tree, and, but for the presence of foreign pilgrims, no casual observer would suppose the spot to be anything but a Hindu temple of unusual construction. The same process went a step further in many shrines which had not the same celebrity and effaced all traces and memory of Buddhism. At the present day, the Buddha is recognized by the Brahmins as an incarnation of Vishnu. Though the recognition is often qualified by the statement that Vishnu assumed this form in order to mislead the wicked who threatened to become too powerful if they knew the true method of attaining superhuman powers. But he is rarely worshipped in propria persona. As a rule, Buddhist images and emblems are ascribed to Vishnu or Siva according to sectarian preferences, but in spite of fusion, some lingering sense of original animosity prevents Gautama from receiving even such respect as is accorded to incarnations like Parasurama. At Bodh Gaya, I have been told that Hindu pilgrims are taken by their guides to venerate the Bodhi tree, but not the images of Buddha. Yet, in reviewing the disappearance of Buddhism from India, we must remember that it was absorbed, not expelled. The result of the mixture is justly called Hinduism. Yet both in usages and beliefs, it has taken over much that is Buddhist, and without Buddhism, it would never have assumed its present shape. To Buddhist influence are due, for instance, the rejection by most sects of animal sacrifices, the doctrine of the sanctity of animal life, monastic institutions, and the ecclesiastical discipline found in the Dravidian regions. We may trace the same influence with more or less certainty in the philosophy of Sankara and outside the purely religious sphere in the development of Indian logic. These and similar points are dealt with in more detail in other parts of this work, and I need not dwell on them here. End of section 9. Recording by Cristina Najjar, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. CristinaNajjar.com.
Section 10 of Hinduism and Buddhism in Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. Hinduism and Buddhism in Historical Sketch, Volume 2 by Charles ELIOT. Shiva and Vishnu, Parts 1 to 3. Book 5, Hinduism. The present book deals with Hinduism and includes the period just treated in Book 4. In many epochs, the same mythological and metaphysical ideas appear in a double form, Brahmanic and Buddhist, and it is hard to say which form is the earlier. Any work which, like the present, adopts a geographical and historical treatment is bound to make Buddhism seem more important than Hinduism, and rightly, for the conversion and transformation of China, Japan, and many other countries are a series of exploits of great moment for the history not merely of religion, but of civilization. Yet when I think of the antiquity, variety, and vitality of Hinduism in India, no small sphere, the 9 chapters which follow seem very inadequate. I can only urge that though it would be easy to fill an encyclopedia with accounts of Indian beliefs and practices, yet there is often great similarity under superficial differences. The main line of thought are less numerous than they seem to be at first sight, and they tend to converge. Chapter 25. Shiva and Vishnu. 1. The striking differences between the earlier and later phases of Indian religious belief, between the Vedic hymns, Brahmanas, Upanishads, and their accessory treatises on the one hand, and the epics, Purans, Tantras, and later literature on the other, is due chiefly to the predominance in the latter of the great gods Shiva and Vishnu, with the attendant features of sectarian worship and personal devotion to a particular deity. The difference is not wholly chronological, for late writers sometimes take the Vedic standpoint and ignore the worship of these deities, but still their prominence in literature, and probably in popular mythology, is posterior to the Vedic period. The change created by their appearance is not merely the addition of 2 imposing figures to an already ample pantheon. It is a revolution which might be described as the introduction of a new religion, except that it does not come as the enemy or destroyer of the old. The worship of the new deities grows up peacefully in the midst of the ancient rites. They receive the homage of the same population and ministrations of the same priests. The transition is obscured, but also was facilitated by the strength of Buddhism during the period when it occurred. The Brahmins, confronted by this formidable adversary, were disposed to favor any popular religious movement which they could adapt to their interests. When the Hindu revival sets in under the Guptas and Buddhism begins to decline, we find that a change has taken place which must have begun several centuries before, though our imperfect chronology does not permit us to date it. whereas the Vedic sacrificers propitiated all the gods impartially and regarded ritual as a sacred science giving power over nature, the worshipper of the later deities is generally sectarian and often emotional. He selects one for his adoration, and this selected deity becomes not merely a great god among others, but a gigantic cosmical figure in whom center the philosophy, poetry, and passion of his devotees. He is almost God in the European sense, but still Indian deities, though they may have a monopoly of adoration in their own sects, are never entirely similar to Jehovah or Allah. They are at once more mythical, more human, and more philosophical, since they are conceived of not as creators and rulers external to the world, but as forces manifesting themselves in nature. An exuberant mythology bestows on them monstrous forms, celestial residences, wives and offspring. They make occasional appearances in this world as men and animals. They act under the influence of passions, which, if titanic, are but human feelings magnified. The philosophers accommodate them to his system by saying that Vishnu or Shiva is the form which the Supreme Spirit assumes as Lord of the visible universe, a form which is real only in the same sense that the world visible itself is real. Vishnu and Rudra are known even to the Rig Veda, but as deities of no special eminence. It is only after the Vedic age that they became, each for his own worshippers, undisputed lords of the universe. A limiting date to the antiquity of Shivaism and Vishnuism, as their cults may be called, is furnished by Buddhist literature, at any rate for northeastern India. The Pali Patakas frequently introduce popular deities but give no prominence to Vishnu and Shiva. Footnote 334. See especially the Digambara Nikaya 20 and 32nd. End footnote. They are apparently mentioned under the names of Venu and Isana, but are not differentiated from a host of spirits now forgotten. The Pitakas have no prejudices in the matter of deities, and their object is to represent the most powerful of them as admitting their inferiority to the Buddha. If Shiva and Vishnu are not put forward in the same way as Brahma and Indra, the inference seems clear. It had not occurred to anyone that they were particularly important. The suttas of the Digaya Nikaya, in which these lists of deities occur, were perhaps composed before 300 BC. Footnote 335. But the lists may be pieces of folklore older than the suttas in which they are incorporated. End footnote. About that date, Megasthenes, the Greek envoy at Patliputra, describes two Indian deities under the name of Dionysus and Heracles. They are generally identified with Krishna and Shiva. It might be difficult to deduce this identity from an analysis of each description, and different authorities have identified both Shiva and Krishna with Dionysus, but the fact remains that a somewhat superficial foreign observer was impressed with the idea that the Hindus worship two great gods. He would hardly have derived this idea from the Vedic pantheon, and it is not clear to what gods he can refer to, if not to Shiva and Vishnu. It does seem probable that these two cults took shape about the 4th century BC. Their apparently sudden appearance is due to their popular character and to the absence of any recorded in art. The statuary and carving of the Ashokan period and immediately succeeding centuries is exclusively Buddhist. No temples or images remain to illustrate the first growth of Hinduism, as the latter form of Indian religion is commonly styled, out of the earlier Brahmanism. Literature, on which we are dependent for our information, takes little account of the earlier career of popular gods before they win the recognition of the priesthood and aristocracy, but when that recognition is once obtained, they appear in all their majesty and without any hint that their honors are recent. As already mentioned, we have evidence that in the 5th or 6th century before Christ, the Vedic or Brahmanic religion was not the only form of worship and philosophy in India. There were popular deities and rites to which the Brahmins were not opposed and which they countenanced when it suited them. What takes place in India today took place then, when some aboriginal deity becomes important owing to the prosperity of the tribe or locality with which he is connected. He is recognized by the Brahmins and admitted to their pantheon, perhaps as the son or incarnation of some personage more generally accepted as divine. The prestige of Brahmins is insufficient to make such recognition an honor, but it is also their interest and millennial habit to secure control of every important religious movement and to incorporate rather than suppress. And this incorporation is more than mere recognition. The Parvenu god borrows something from the manners and attributes of the Olympian society to which he is introduced. The greater he grows, the more considerable is the process of fusion and borrowing. Hindu philosophy ever seeks for the one amongst the many, and popular thought, in a more confused way, pursues the same goal. It combines and identifies its deities, feeling dimly that taken singly they are too partial to be truly divine, or it piles attributes upon them, striving to make each an adequate divine whole. Among the processes which have contributed to form Vishnu and Shiva, we must reckon invasions which entered India from the northwest. Footnote 336. The Dionysus of Megasthenes is a deity who comes from the west with an army that suffers from the heat of the plains. If we could be certain that he meant Shiva by Dionysus, this would be valuable evidence. But he clearly misunderstood many things in Indian religion. Greek legends connected Dionysus with India and the East. End footnote. In Bactria and Sogdiana, there met and were combined the art and religious ideas of Greece and Persia, and whatever elements were imported by the Yuezhi and other tribes who came from the Chinese frontier. The personalities of Vishnu and Shiva need not be ascribed to foreign influence. The ruder invaders took kindly to the worship of Shiva, but there is no proof that they introduced it. But Persian and Greco-Bactrian influence favored the creation of more definite deities, more personal and more pictorial. The gods of the Vedic hymns are vague and indistinct, the supreme beings of the Upanishads altogether impersonal, but Mithra and Apollo, though divine in their majesty, are human in their persons and in appeal they make to humanity. The influences of these foreign conceptions, and especially of their representation in art, is best seen in Indian Buddhism. Hinduism has not so ancient an artistic record, and therefore the Greco-Bactrian influence on it is less obvious, for the sculpture of the Gupta period does not seem due to this inspiration. Neither in outward form nor in character do Vishnu and Shiva show much resemblance to Apollo and Mithra than to the Vedic gods. Their exuberant, fantastic shapes, their many heads and arms, are a symbol of their complex and multiple attributes. They are not restricted by the limits of personality, but are great polymorphic forces, not to be indicated by the limits of one human shape. Footnote 337. MacDonald seems to me correct in saying, JRAS, 1915, page 125, that one reason why Indian deities have many arms is that they may be able to carry the various symbols by which they are characterized. Another reason is that worship is usually accompanied by dhyan, that is, forming a mental image of the deity as described in a particular text. Example given: the worshipper repeats a mantra which describes a deity in language which was originally metaphorical as having many heads and arms, and at the same time he ought to make a mental image of such a figure. End footnote. 2. Though alike in their grandeur and multiplicity, Vishnu and Shiva are not otherwise similar. In their completely developed forms, they represent two ways of looking at the world. The main ideas of the Vaishnavas are human and emotional. The deity saves and loves. He asks for a worship of love. He appears in human incarnations and is known as well or better by these incarnations than in his original form. But in Shaivism, the main current of thought is scientific and philosophic rather than emotional. Footnote 338. But some forms of Shaivism in southern India come even nearer to emotional Christianity than does Vishnuism. End footnote. This statement may seem strange if one thinks of the wild rites and legends connected with Shiva and his spouse. Nevertheless, the fundamental conception of Shaivism, the cosmic force which changes and in changing both destroys and reproduces, is strictly scientific and contrasts with the human, pathetic, loving sentiments of Vishnuism. And scandalous as the worship of the generative principle may become, the potency of this impulse in the world scheme cannot be denied. Agreeably to his character of a force rather than an emotion, Shiva does not become incarnate as a popular hero and savior like Rama or Krishna, but he assumes various supernatural forms for special purposes. Footnote 339. I cannot discover that any alleged avatar of Shiva has now or has had formerly any importance, but the Vayu, Linga, and Kurma and Puran give lists of such incarnation, as does also the Catechism of the Shaiva religion translated by folks. But Indian sects have a strong tendency to ascribe all possible achievements and attributes to their gods. The mere fact that Vishnu becomes incarnate incites the ardent Shaivite to say that his god can do the same. A curious instance of this rivalry is found in the story that Shiva manifested himself as Sarbha Murti in order to curb the ferocity of Vishnu when incarnate in the man-lion. See Gopinath Rao, Hindu Icon, page 45. Shiva often appears in a special form, not necessarily human, for a special purpose. Example, Virabhadra. And some tantric Buddhas seem to be imitations of these apparitions. There is a strong element of Shaivism borrowed from Bengal in the mythology of Tibet and Mongolia, where such personages as Hivajra, Samvara, and Mahakal have a considerable importance under the strange title of Buddhas. End footnote. Both worships, despite their differences, show characteristics which are common to most phases of Indian religion. Both seek for deliverance from transmigration and are penetrated with a sense of the sorrow inherent in human and animal life. Both develop or adopt philosophical doctrines which rise high above the level usually attained by popular beliefs, and both have erotic aspects in which they fall below the standard of morality usually professed by important sects, whether in Asia or Europe. The name Shiva is euphemistic. It means propitious and, like Eumenides, is used as a deprecating and complimentary title for the god of terrors. It is not his earliest designation and does not occur as a proper name in the Rig Veda, where he is known as Rudra, a word of disputed derivation but probably meaning the roarer. Comparatively few hymns are addressed to Rudra, but he is clearly distinguished from the other Vedic gods. Whereas they are cheerful and benevolent figures, he is maleficent and terrible. They are gods of the heaven, but he is a god of the earth. He is the manslayer and the sender of disease, but if he restrains these activities, he can give safety and health. Slay us not, for thou art gracious, and so the destroyer comes to be the gracious one. Footnote 340. The passage from one epithet to the other is very plain in Rig Veda, first 114. End footnote. It has been suggested that the name Shiva is connected with the Tamil word Shivapur, red, and also that Rudra means not the roarer but the red or shining one. These etymologies seem to me possible but not proved. But Rudra is different in character from other gods of the Rig Veda. It would be rash to say that the Aryan invaders of India brought with them no god of this sort, but it is probable that this element in their pantheon increased as they gradually united in blood and ideas with the Dravidian population. But we know nothing of the beliefs of the Dravidians at this remote period. We only know that in later ages, emotional religion, finding expression as so-called devil dancing in its lower and as mystical poetry in its higher phases, was prevalent among them. The Vaidya Yajurveda contains a celebrated prayer known as the Shatarudriya, addressed to Rudra or the Rudras, for the power invoked seems to be now many and now one. Footnote 341. Book 16. End footnote. This deity, who is described by a long string of epithets, receives the name of Shankara, afterwards a well-known epithet of Shiva, and is blue-necked. He is begged to be Shiva or propitious, but the word is an epithet, not a proper name. He haunts mountains and deserted, uncanny places. He is the patron of violent and lawless men, of soldiers and robbers. The two are evidently considered much the same, of thieves, cheats, pilferers, but also of craftsmen, huntsmen, and is himself an observant merchant. He is the lord of hosts of spirits, ill-formed and of all forms. Footnote 342. In the play Mrichakatika, or the clay cart, probably of the 6th century AD, a burglar invokes Kartikeya, the son of Shiva, who is said to have taught different styles of housebreaking. End footnote. But he is also a great cosmic force who dwells in flowing streams, and in billows, and in tranquil waters, and in rivers, and on island, and at the root of trees, who exists in incantations, in punishments, in prosperity, in the soil, in the threshing floor, in the woods, and in the bushes, in sound, and in echo, in young grass, and in foam, in gravel, and in streams, in green things, and in dry things, reverence to the leaf, and to him who is in the fall of the leaf, the threatener, the slayer, the vexer, and the afflicter. Here we see how an evil and disreputable god, the patron of low castes and violent occupations, becomes associated with the uncanny forces of nature and is on the way to become an all-god. Footnote 343. A similarly strange collocation of attributes is found in Daksha's hymn to Shiva, Mahabharata 12, section 285. End footnote. Rudra is frequently mentioned in the Atharva Veda. He is conceived much as in the Satarudriya, and is the lord of spirits and of animals. For thee the beasts of the wood, the deer, swans, and various winged birds are placed in the forest. Thy living creatures exist in the water. For thee the celestial waters flow. Thou shootest at the monsters of the ocean, and there is to thee nothing far or near. Footnote 344. Atharva Veda 11-24. End footnote. These passages show that the main conceptions out of which the character of the later Shiva is built existed in Vedic times. The Rudra of the Yajur and Atharva Vedas is not Brahmanic. He is not the god of priests and orderly ritual, but of wild people and places. But he is not a pretty provincial demon who afflicts rustics and their cattle. Though there is some hesitation between one Rudra and many Rudras, the destructive forces are unified in thought, and the destroyer is not opposed to the creation as a devil or as the principle of evil, but the profounder insight is recognized as the Lord and law of all living things. But though the outline of Shiva is found in Vedic writings, later centuries added new feature to his cult. Chief among these is the worship of a column known as the Linga, the emblem under which he is now most commonly adored. It is a phallic symbol, though usually decent in appearance. The Vedas do not countenance this worship, and it is not clear that it was even known to them. Footnote 345. It is not certain if the Shasnadeva, whom Indra is asked to destroy in Rig Veda 7, 21, 5 and 10th, 99, 3 are priapic demons or worshippers of the phallus. End footnote. It is first enjoined in the Mahabharata, and there only in 2 passages which appear to be late additions. Footnote 346. 7 sections 202, 203 and 13th, section 14. End footnote. The inference seems to be that it was accepted as part of Hinduism just about the time that our edition of the Mahabharata was compiled. Footnote 347. The inscriptions of Cambodge and Champa seem to be the best proof of the antiquity of Linga worship. A Cambodian inscription of about 550 AD records the dedication of a Linga, and the worship must have taken some time to reach Cambodia from India. Some lingas discovered in India are to be anterior to the Christian era. End footnote. The old theory that it was borrowed from Aboriginal and especially from Dravidian tribes is now discredited. Footnote 348. C. F. Kittel, Über den Ursprung der Linga Kultus and Barth Religions of India, page 261. End footnote. In the first place, the instances cited of phallic worship among Aboriginal tribes are not particularly numerous or striking. Secondly, linga worship, though prevalent in the south, is not confined to it, but flourishes in all parts of India, even in Assam and Nepal. Thirdly, it is not connected with low castes, with orgies, with obscene or bloodthirsty rites, or with anything which can be called un-Aryan. It forms part of the private devotions of the strictest Brahmins, and despite the significance of the emblem, the worship offered to it is perfectly decorous. Footnote 349. As is also its appearance, as a rule, but there are exceptions to this. Some Hindus deny that the linga is a phallic emblem. It is hardly possible to maintain this thesis in view of such passages as Mahabharata 13th, 14, and the innumerable figures in which there are both a linga and a yoni. But it is true that in its later forms the worship is purged of all grossness, and that in its earlier forms the symbol adored was often a stupa-like column or a pillar with figures on it. End footnote. The evidence thus suggests that this cultus grew up among Brahmanical Hindus in the early centuries of our era. The idea that there was something divine in virility and generation already existed. The choice of the symbol, the stone pillar, may have been influenced by two circumstances. Firstly, the Buddha's veneration of stupas, especially miniature stupas, must have made familiar the idea that a cone or column is a religious emblem. And secondly, the linga may be compared to the carved pillars or stone standards erected in honor of Vishnu. Footnote 350. Such scenes as the relief from Amaravati figured in Grundvedel, Buddhist Art in India, page 29, figure 8, might easily be supposed to represent the worship of the linga, and some of Ashoka's pillars have been worshipped as lingas in later times. End footnote. Some lingas are carved and bear one or four faces, thus entirely losing any phallic appearance. The wide extension of this cult, though its origin seems late, is remarkable. Something similar may be seen in the worship of Ganesha. The first records of it are even later, but it is now universal in India. It may seem strange that a religion whose outward ceremonies, though unassuming and modest, consist chiefly of the worship of the linga, should draw its adherents largely from the educated classes and be under no moral or social stigma. Yet as an idea, as a philosophy, Shaivism possesses truth and force. It gives the best picture which humanity has drawn of the Lord of this world, not indeed of the ideal to which the saint aspires, nor of the fancies with which hope and emotion people the spheres behind the veil, but of the force which rules the universe as it is, which reproduces and destroys, and in performing one of these acts necessarily performs the other, seeing that both are but aspects of change. For all animal and human existence is the product of sexual desire. Footnote 351. But not of course the soul which, according to the general Indian idea, exists before and continues after the life of the body. End footnote. It is but the temporary and transitory form of a force having neither beginning nor end, but continually manifesting itself in individuals who must have a beginning and an end. This force, to which European taste buds us refer with such reticence, is the true creator of the world. Not only is it unceasingly performing the central miracle of producing new lives, but it accompanies it by unnumbered accessory miracles which provide the newborn child with nourishment and make lowly organisms care for their young as if they were gifted with human intelligence. But the creator is also the destroyer, not in anger, but by the very nature of his activity. When the series of changes culminates in a crisis and an individual breaks up, we see death and destruction, but in reality, they occur throughout the process of growth. The egg is destroyed when the chicken is hatched. The embryo ceases to exist when the child is born. When the man comes into being, the child is no more. And for change, improvement and progress, death is as necessary as birth. A world of immortals would be a static world. When once the figure of Shiva has taken definite shape, attributes and epithets are lavished on it in profusion. He is the great ascetic, for asceticism in India means power, and Shiva is the personification of the powers of nature. He may alternate strangely between austerities and wild debauch, but the sentimentality of some Krishnite sects is alien to him. He is a magician, the lord of troops of spirits, and thus draws into his circle all the old animistic worship, but he is also identified with time, Mahakal, and death, Mrityu, and as presiding over procreation, he is Ardhanareshvara, half man, half woman. Stories are invented or adapted to account for his various attributes, and he is provided with a divine family. He dwells on Mount Kailas. He has 3 eyes. Above the central one is the crescent of the moon, and the stream of the Ganges descends from his braided hair. His throat is blue and encircled by a serpent and a necklace of skulls. In his hands he carries a 3-pronged trident and a drum, but the effigy or description varies, for Shiva is adored under many forms. He is Mahadev, the great god, Hara the Caesar, Bhairava the terrible one, Pashupati, the lord of cattle, that is, of human souls who are compared to beasts. Local gods and heroes are identified with him. Thus, Gaur Baba, said to be a deified ghost of the aboriginal races, reappears as Gaureshvara and is counted a form of Shiva. He is also Khandoba or Khanderao, a deity connected with dogs. Footnote 352. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, 1st, 84, 2nd, 219. End footnote. Ganesha, the Lord of Hosts, the god who removes obstacles and is represented with an elephant's head and accompanied by a rat, is recognized as Shiva's son. Another son is Skanda or Kartikeya, the god of war, a great deity in Ceylon and southern India. But more important, both for the absorption of aboriginal cults and for its influence on speculation and morality, is the part played by Shiva's wife or female counterpart. The worship of goddesses, though found in many sects, is specially connected with Shivaism. A figure analogous to the Madonna, the kind and compassionate goddess who helps and pities all, appears in later Buddhism, but for some reason this train of thought has not been usual in India. Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Sita are benevolent, but they hold no great position in popular esteem, and the being who attracts millions of worshippers under such names as Kali, Durga, or Mahadevi, though she has many forms and aspects, is most commonly represented as a terrible goddess who demands offerings of blood. Footnote 353. They are, however, of some importance in Vishnuite theology. For instance, according to the school of Ramanuj, it is the Shakti, Shri, who reveals the true doctrine of mankind. Vishnu is often said to have 3 consorts, Shri, Bhu, and Leela. End footnote. The worship of this goddess or goddesses, for it is hard to say if she is one or many, is treated of in a separate chapter. Though in shrines dedicated to Shiva, his female counterpart or energy, Shakti, also receives recognition, yet she is revered as the spouse of her lord to whom honor is primarily due. But in Shaktists' worship, adoration is offered to the Shakti as being the form in which his power is made manifest, or even as the essential Godhead. 3. Let us now pass on to Vishnu. Though not one of the great gods of the Veda, he is mentioned fairly often and with respect. Indian commentators and comparative mythologists agree that he is a solar deity. His chief exploit is that he took, or perhaps in the earlier version habitually takes, 3 strides. This was originally a description of the sun's progress across the firmament, but grew into a myth which relates that when the earth was conquered by demons, Vishnu became incarnate as a dwarf and induced the demon king to promise him as much space as he could measure in 3 steps. Then, appearing in his true form, he strode across earth and heaven and recovered the world for mankind. His special character as the preserver is already outlined in the Veda. He is always benevolent. He took his 3 steps for the good of men. He established and preserves the heavens and earth. But he is not the principal solar deity of the Rig Veda. Surya, Savitri, and Pushan receive more invocations. Though one hymn says that no one knows the limits of his greatness, other passages show that he has no preeminence, and even in the Mahabharata and Vishnu Puran itself, he is numbered among the Adityas or sons of Aditi. In the Brahmanas, he is somewhat more important than in the Rig Veda, though he has not yet attained to any position like that which he afterwards occupies. Footnote 354. Example given: Sat Bra, first, 2-5. See also the strange legend IB 11:1-1, where Vishnu is described as the best of the gods but is eaten by Indra. He is frequently, example given in the Satapatha Brahmana, stated to be identical with the sacrifice, and this was probably one of the reasons for his becoming prominent. End footnote. Just as for Shiva, so for Vishnu, we have no clear record of the steps by which he advanced from a modest rank to the position of having but one rival in the popular esteem. But the lines on which the change took place are clear. Even in his own church, Vishnu himself claims comparatively little attention. He is not a force like Shiva that makes and mars, but a benevolent and retiring personality who keeps things as they are. His worship, as distinguished from that of his incarnations, is not conspicuous in modern India, especially in the north. In the south, he is less overshadowed by Krishna, and many great temples have been erected in his honor. In Travancore, which is formally dedicated to him as a special domain, he is adored under the name of Padmanabha. But his real claim to reverence, his appeal to the Indian heart, is due to the fact that certain deified human heroes, particularly Rama and Krishna, are identified with him. Deification is common in India. Footnote 355. See many modern examples in Kruk, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Chapter 4, and Census of India, 1901, Volume 6, Bengal, pages 196 to 198, where are described various deified heroes who are adored in Bengal, such as Govaiya, a bandit, Sailesh, Karik, Larik, Amar Singh, and Gobind Raut, a slayer of tigers, compared to the worship of Gopinath and Zinda Kalyana in the Punjab as described in Census of India, 1901, Volume 17, pages 118 to 119. End footnote. It exists to the present day, and even defunct Europeans do not escape its operation. In modern times, when the idea of reincarnation had become familiar, eminent men like Chaitanya or Vallabhacharya were declared after their death to be embodiments of Krishna without more ado, but in earlier ages the process was probably double. First of all, the departed hero became a powerful ghost or deity in his own right, and then this deity was identified with the Brahmanic god. Many examples prove that a remarkable man receives worship after death quite apart from any side of incarnation. The incarnations of Vishnu are most commonly given as 10, but are not all of the same character. Footnote 356. The Bhagavad Puran, first 3, and the Bhaktamala, see JRAS 1909, pages 621 FF, give longer lists of 22 and 26, and the Panchatantra gives 39. See Ahir Buddhyanya Samhita, 5th, 50-55. End footnote. The first five, namely the fish, tortoise, boar, man-lion, and dwarf, are mythical and due to his identification with supernatural creatures playing a benevolent role in legends with which he had originally no connection. The sixth, however, Parashuram, or Ram with the axe, may contain historical elements. He is represented as a militant Brahman who in the second age of the world exterminated the Kshatriyas and after reclaiming Malabar from the sea, settled it with Brahmins. This legend clearly refers to a struggle for supremacy between the two upper castes, though we may doubt if the triumphs attributed to the priestly champion have any foundation in fact. The Ramayana contains a singular account of a contest between this Ram and the great hero of the same name in which Parashuram admits the other's superiority. Footnote 357, Book 1, Cantos 74-76. End footnote. That is to say, an epic edited under priestly supervision relates how the hero god of the warrior vanquishes the hero god of the priests, and this hero god of the warriors is then worshipped by common consent as the greater divinity but under priestly patronage. The tenacity and vitality of the Brahmins enabled them ultimately to lead the conqueror captive, and Ramchandra became a champion of Brahmanism as much as Parashuram. Very interesting too is the ninth avatar, to leave for a moment the strict numerical order, or Buddha. Footnote 358. A parallel phenomenon is the belief found in Bali that Buddha is Shiva's brother. End footnote. The reason assigned in Brahmanic literature for Vishnu's appearance in this character is that he wished to mislead the enemies for the gods by false teaching, or that out of compassion for animals he preached the abolition of Vedic sacrifices. Neither explanation is very plausible, and it is pretty clear that in the period when degenerate Buddhism offered no objection to deification and mythology, the Brahmins sanctioned the worship of the Buddha under their auspices. But they did so only in a half-hearted way. The Buddha was so important a personage that he had to be explained by the intervention, kindly or hostile, of a deity. Footnote 359. For Brahmanic ideas about Buddha, see Vishnu Puran, 3rd, 18. The Bhagavad Puran, 1st, 324, seems to make the Buddha incarnation future. It also counts Kapila and Rishabha, apparently identical with the founder of the Sankhya and the first Jain sect, as incarnation. The Padma Puran seem to ascribe not only Buddhism but the Maya doctrine of Shankara to delusions deliberately inspired by gods. I have not been able to find the passage in the printed edition of the Puran, but it is quoted in Sanskrit by Offrecht, Cat, Cod, Bib, Bottle, page 14, and Muir, original Sanskrit texts, page 198. End footnote. In his 10th incarnation or Kalki, which has yet to take place, Vishnu will appear as a Messiah, a conception possibly influenced by Persian ideas. Footnote 360. See Norman in Translation 3rd, International Congress of Religions, 2nd, page 85, in the Ind and 1918, page 145. Jaiswal tries to prove that Kalki is a historical personage and identical with King Yashodadharman of central India, about 8500, and that the idea of his being a future savior is late. This theory offers difficulties, for firstly, there is no proof that the passages of the Mahabharata which mentions Kalki, 3rd, 190, 13101, 3rd, 191, 13111, 12th, 340, 12968, are additions later than Yashodharman, and secondly, if Kalki was first a historical figure and then projected into the future, we should expect to hear that he will come again, but such language is not quoted. On the other hand, it seems quite likely, 1. that there was an old tradition about a future savior called Kalki, 2. that Yashodharman, after defeating the Huns, assumed the role, 3. and that when it was found that the Golden Age had not recommenced, he was forgotten, as many pseudo-messiahs have been, and Kalki again became a hope for the future. Vincent Smith, History of India, edition 3rd, page 320, intimates that Yashodharman performed considerable exploits but was inordinately boastful. End footnote. Here, where we are in the realm of pure imagination, we see clearly what the signs of his avatars are supposed to be. His mission is to sweep away the wicked and to ensure the triumph of the pious, but he comes as a warrior and a horseman, not as a teacher, and if he protects the good, he does so by destroying evil. He has thus all the attributes of a Kshatriya hero, and that is as a matter of fact the real character of the two most important avatars to which we now turn, Rama and Krishna. Rama, often distinguished as Ramachandra, is usually treated as the seventh incarnation and anterior to Krishna, for he was born in the second age of this rapidly deteriorating world, whereas Krishna did not appear until the third. But his deification is later than that of Krishna, and probably an imitation of it. He was the son of Dashrath, king of Ayodhya or Oudh, but was driven into banishment by a palace intrigue. He married Sita, daughter of the king of Mithila. She was carried off by Ravan, the demon tyrant of Ceylon, and Ram recaptured her with the aid of Hanuman, king of the monkeys, and his hosts. Footnote 361. Another version of the story, which omits the expedition to Lanka and makes Sita the sister of Ram, is found in the Dashrath Jataka. End footnote. Is there any kernel of history in the story? An examination of Hindu legends suggests that they usually preserve names and genealogies correctly, but distort facts and fantastically combine independent narratives. Rama was a semi-divine hero in the tales of ancient Oudh, based on a real personality, and Ceylon was colonized by Indians of Aryan speech. Footnote 362. But this colonization is attributed by tradition to Vijaya, not Rama. End footnote. But can we assume that a king of Oudh really led an expedition to the far south with the aid of ape-like aborigines? It is doubtful, and the narrative of the Ramayana reads like poetic invention rather than distorted history. And yet, what can have prompted the legend except the occurrence of some such expedition? In Rama's wife Sita seemed to be combined an agricultural goddess and a heroine of ancient romance, embodying the Hindu ideal of the true wife. We have no record of the steps by which Rama and Krishna were deified, although in different parts of the epic they are presented in very different aspects, sometimes as little more than human, sometimes as nothing less than the supreme deity. But it can hardly be doubted that this deification owes something to the example of Buddhism. It may be said that the development of both Buddhism and Hinduism in the centuries immediately preceding and following our era gives parallel manifestations of the same popular tendency to deify great men. This is true, but the non-Buddhist forms of Indian religion, while not objecting to deification, did not particularly encourage it. But in this period, Buddhism and Jainism were powerful. Both of them sanctioned the veneration of great teachers, and as they did not recognize sacrifice or adoration of gods, this veneration became the basis of their ceremonies and easily passed into worship. The Buddhists are not responsible for the introduction of deification, but the fact that it was to some extent the basis of their public ceremonies must have gone far to make the worship of Rama and Krishna seem natural. It is commonly said that whereas the whole divine nature of Vishnu was embodied in Krishna, Rama was only a partial incarnation. Half the god's essence took human form in him, the other half being distributed among his brothers. Krishna is a greater figure in popular esteem and receives the exclusive devotion of more worshippers. The name of Rama commands the reverence of most Hindus and has a place in their prayers, but his figure has not been invested with the attributes, often of dubious moral value, which most attract sectarian devotion. His worship combines easily with the adoration of other deities. The great temple of Rameshwaram on Adam's Bridge is dedicated not to Ram himself, but to the linga which he erected there, and Tulsidas, the author of the Hindi Ramayana, while invoking Ram as the supreme lord and redeemer of the world, empathetically states that his worship is not antagonistic to that of Shiva. Footnote 363. See especially Book 6, page 67 in Grouse's translation. End footnote. No inscriptions nor ancient references testify to the worship of Rama before our era, and in the subsequent centuries two phases can be distinguished. First, Ram is a great hero, an incarnation of Vishnu for a particular purpose and analogous to the Vamana or any other avatara, deserving as such of all respect, but still not the object of any special cult. This is the view taken of Ram in the Mahabharata, the Purans, the Raghuvasa, and those parts of the Ramayana which go beyond it are probably late additions. Footnote 364. See Muir's Sanskrit Texts, Volume 4, especially pages 441 to 491. End footnote. But secondly, Rama becomes for his worshippers the supreme deity. Ramanuja, on the Vedanta Sutras, 2nd, 42, mentions him and Krishna as two great incarnations in which the Supreme Being became manifest, and since Krishna was certainly worshipped at this period as identical with the All-God, it would appear that Rama held the same position. Yet it was not until the 14th or 15th century that he became for many sects the central and ultimate divine figure. In the more liberal sects, the worship of Ram passes easily into theism, and it is the direct parent of the Kabirpant and Sikhism. But unlike Krishnaism, it does not lead to erotic excess. Rama personifies the ideal of chivalry, Sita of chastity. Less edifying forms of worship may attract more attention, but it must not be supposed that Rama is relegated to the penumbra of philosophic thought. If anything so multiplex as Hinduism can be said to have a watchword, it is the cry, Ram Ram. The story of his adventures has travelled even further than the hero himself, and is known not only from Kashmir to Cape Comorin, but from Bombay to Java and Indochina, where it is a common subject of art. In India, the Ramayana is a favorite recitation among all classes, and dramatized versions of various episodes are performed as religious plays. Though two late Upanishads, the Ramapurvata Panya and Rama-Autorata Panya, extol Rama as the supreme being, there is no Rama Puran. The fact is significant, as showing that his worship did not possess precisely those features of priestly sectarianism which mark the Purans, and perhaps that it is later than the Purans. But it has inspired a large literature, more truly popular than anything that the Purans contain. Thus we have the Sanskrit Ramayana itself, the Hindi Ramayana, the Tamil Ramayana of Kamban, and work like Adhyatma Ramayana and Yoga Vasishtha Ramayana. Footnote 365. Ekanta, who lived in the 16th century, calls the Adhyatma Ramayana a modern work. See Bhandarkar, Vaishnavism and Shaivism, page 48. The Yoga Vasishtha Ramayana purports to be instruction given by Vasishtha to Rama, who wishes to abandon the world. Its date is uncertain, but it is quoted by authors of the 14th century. It is very popular, especially in South India, wherein an abridgment in Tamil called Jnana Vasishtha is much read. Its doctrine appears to be Vedantist with a good deal of Buddhist philosophy. Salvation is never to think that pleasures and pains are mine. End footnote. Of all these, the Ramayana of Tulsidas is specially remarkable, and I shall speak of it later at some length. End of section number 10. Section 11 of Hinduism and Buddhism in Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. Hinduism and Buddhism in Historical Sketch, Volume 2 by Charles ELIOT, Shiva and Vishnu, Parts 4 and 5. 4. Krishna, the other great incarnation of Vishnu, is one of the most conspicuous figures in the Indian pantheon, but his historical origin remains obscure. The word which means black or dark blue occurs in the Rig Veda as the name of an otherwise unknown person. In the Chandogya Upanishad, Krishna, the son of Devaki, is mentioned as having been instructed by the sage Ghora of the Angirasa clan, and it is probably implied that Krishna too belonged to that clan. Footnote 366. Chandogya Upanishad, 3rd, 17:6. End footnote. Later sectarian writers never quote this verse, but their silence may be due to the fact that the Upanishad does not refer to Krishna as if he were a deity and merely says that he received from Ghora instruction after which he never thirsted again. Footnote 367. The Kosh Brahmana says that Krishna was an Angirasa, 30g. The Ankaramani says that the Krishna of Rigveda, 8:74, was an Angirasa. For Ghora Angirasa, the dread descendant of the Angirasas, see MacDonald and Keith, Vedic Index, SV. End footnote. The purport of it was that the sacrifice may be performed without rites, the various parts being typified by ordinary human actions such as hunger, eating, laughter, liberality, righteousness, etc. This doctrine has some resemblance to Buddhist language, and if this Krishna is really the ancient hero out of whom the later deity was evolved, there may be an allusion to some simple form of worship which rejected ceremonial and was practiced by the tribes to whom Krishna belonged. Footnote 368. Example given, Digambara Nikaya, 5th. The Panchatantra expressly states that yoga is worship of the heart and self-sacrifice, being thus a counterpart of the external sacrifice, Bahayayaga. End footnote. I shall recur to the question of these tribes and the Bhagavad sect below, but in this section I am concerned with the personality of Krishna. Vasudev is well-known name of Krishna and a sutra of Panini, especially if taken in conjunction with the comment of Patanjali, appears to assert that it is not a clan name but the name of a god. Footnote 369. Panini, 4th, 398. Vasudeva Rajuna Bhayam, 1. C. Bhandarkar, Vaishnavism and Shaivism, page 3, and JRAS 1910, page 168. Sutra 95, just above, appears to point to the bhakti, faith or devotion felt for this Vasudev. End footnote. If so, Vasudev must have been recognized as a god in the 4th century BC. He is mentioned in inscriptions which appear to date from about the 2nd century BC and in the last book of Taittiriya Aranyaka, which however is a later edition of uncertain date. Footnote 370. Especially the Baisnagar column, see Rapson, Ancient India, page 156, and various articles in JRAS 1909 to 1910. Footnote 371. 10th, 1, 6. End footnote. The name Krishna occurs in Buddhist writings in the form Kanha, phonetically equivalent to Krishna. In the Digha Nikaya, we hear of the clans of the Kanhayanas or Karshanayanas, and of one Kanha who became a great sage. Footnote 372. 3rd, 123. Ularo Sokanho Isiyahosi, but this may refer to the rishi mentioned in Rigveda 8:74, who has not necessarily anything to do with the god Krishna. End footnote. This person may be the Krishna of the Rigveda, but there is no proof that he is the same as our Krishna. The Ghata Jatak number 454 gives an account of Krishna's childhood and subsequent exploits, which in many points corresponds with the Brahmanic legends of his life and contains several familiar incidents and names such as Vasudev, Baldev and Kamsa. Yet, It presents many peculiarities and is either an independent version or a misrepresentation of a popular story that had wandered far from its home. Jain tradition also shows that these tales were popular and were worked up into different forms, for the Jains have an elaborate system of ancient patriarchs which includes Vasudevas and Baladevas. Krishna is the ninth of the black Vasudevas and is connected with Dvaravati or Dwarka. Footnote 373. See Hemachandra Abhidhana Chintamani, ed. Boytinling and Ryan, page 128, and Barnett's translation of the Antagada Dasau, pages 13 to 15 and 67 to 82. End footnote. He will become the 12th Tirthankara of the next world period, and a similar position will be attained by Devaki, Rohini, Baladev, Javakumar, all members of his family. This is a striking proof of the popularity of the Krishna legend outside the Brahmanic religion. No references to Krishna except the above have been found in the earlier Upanishads and Sutras. He is not mentioned in Manu, but in one aspect or another he is the principal figure in the Mahabharata, yet not exactly the hero. The Ramayana would have no plot without Ram, but the story of the Mahabharata would not lose its unity if Krishna were omitted. He takes the side of the Pandavas and is sometimes a chief, sometimes a god, but he is not essential to the action of the epic. The legend represents him as the son of Vasudeva, who belonged to the Satvata sept of the Yadava tribe, and of his wife Devaki. Footnote 374. Apparently the same as the Vrishnis. End footnote. It had been predicted to Kans, king of Mathura, Mutra, that one of her sons would kill him. He therefore slew her first 6 children. The 7th, Balaram, who is often counted as an incarnation of Vishnu, was transferred by divine intervention to the womb of Rohini. Krishna, the 8th, escaped by more natural methods. His father was able to give him into charge of Nanda, a herdsman, and his wife Yashoda, who brought him up at Gokul and Vrindavan. Here his youth was passed in sporting with the gopis or milkmaids, of whom he is said to have married 1,000. He had time, however, to perform acts of heroism, and after killing Kans, he transported the inhabitants of Mathura to the city of Dwarka, which he had built on the coast of Gujarat. He became king of the Yadavas and continued his mission of clearing the earth of tyrants and monsters. In the struggle between the Pandavas and the son of Dhritarashtra, he championed the cause of the former, and after the conclusion of the war, retired to Dwarka. Internecine conflict broke out among the Yadavas and annihilated the race. Krishna himself withdrew to the forest and was killed by a hunter called Jaras, old age, who shot him supposing him to be a deer. In the Mahabharata and several Purans, this bare outline is distended with a plethora of miraculous incidents remarkable even in Indian literature, and almost all possible forms of divine and human activity are attributed to this many-sided figure. We may indeed suspect that his personality is dual even in the simplest form of the legend, for the scene changes from Mathura to Dwarka and his character is not quite the same in the two regions. It is probable that an ancient military hero of the West has been combined with a deity or perhaps more than one deity. The pile of story, sentiment, and theology which ages have heaped up round Krishna's name represents him in 3 principal aspects. First, he is a warrior who destroys the powers of evil. Secondly, he is associated with love in all its forms, ranging from amorous sports to the love of God in the most spiritual and mystical sense. Thirdly, he is not only a deity, but he actually becomes God in the European and also in the pantheistic acceptation of the world, and is the center of a philosophic theology. The first of these aspects is clearly the oldest, and it is here, if anywhere, that we may hope to find some fragments of history. But the embellishments of poets and storytellers have been so many that we can only point to features which may indicate a substratum of fact. In the legend, Krishna assists the Pandavas against the Kauravas. Now many think that the Pandavas represent a second and later immigration of Aryans into India, composed of tribes who had halted in the Himalayas and perhaps acquired some of the customs of the inhabitants, including polyandry, for the 5 Pandavas had one wife in common between them. Also, the meaning of the name Krishna, black, suggests that he was a chief of some non-Aryan tribe. It is therefore possible that one source of the Krishna myth is that a body of invading Aryans, prescribed in the legend as the Pandavas, who had not exactly the same laws and beliefs as those already established in Hindustan, were aided by a powerful aboriginal chief, just as the Sisodias in Rajputana were aided by the Bhils. It is possible too that Krishna's tribe may have come from Kabul or other mountainous districts of the northwest, although one of the most definite points in the legend is his connection with the coast town of Dwarka. The fortifications of this town and the fruitless efforts of the demon king Salva to conquer it by siege are described in the Mahabharata, but the narrative is surrounded by an atmosphere of magic and miracle rather than of history. Footnote 375. Third, 15. Footnote 376. It would seem that the temple of Dwarka was built between the composition of the narrative in the Mahabharata and of the Vishnu Puran, for while the former says the whole town was destroyed by the sea, the latter accepts the temple and says that whoever visits it is freed from all his sins. See Wilson, Vishnu Puran, 5th, page 155. End footnote. Though it would not be reasonable to pick out the less fantastic parts of the Krishna legend and interpret them as history, yet we fairly attach significance to the fact that many episodes represent him as in conflict with Brahmanic institutions and hardly maintaining the position of Vishnu incarnate. Footnote 377. A most curious chapter of the Vishnu Puran, 4th, 13, contains a vindication of Krishna's character and a picture of old tribal life. End footnote. Thus, he plunders Indra's garden and defeats the gods who attempt to resist him. He fights with Shiva and Skanda. He burns Benares and all its inhabitants. Yet he is called Upendra, which, whatever other explanations sectarian ingenuity may invent, can hardly mean anything but the lesser Indra, and he fills the humble post of Arjuna's charioteer. His kinsmen seem to have been of little repute, for part of his mission was to destroy his own clan, and after presiding over its annihilation in internecine strife, he was slain himself. In all this we see dimly the figure of some aboriginal hero who, though ultimately canonized, represented a force not in complete harmony with Brahmanic civilization. The figure has also many solar attributes, but these need not mean that its origin is to be sought in a sun myth, but rather that, as many early deities were forms of the sun, solar attributes came to be a natural part of divinity and were ascribed to the deified Krishna just as they were to the deified Buddha. Footnote 378. Neither can I agree with some scholars that Krishna is mainly and primarily a deity of vegetation. All Indian ideas about the universe and God emphasize the interaction of life and death, growth and decay, spring and winter. Krishna is undoubtedly associated with life, growth and generation, but so is Shiva the destroyer, or rather the transmuter. The account in the Mahabhasya on Panini 3rd, 126 of the Masque representing the slaughter of Kans by Krishna is surely a slight foundation for the theory that Krishna was a nature god. It might easily be argued that Christ is a vegetation spirit, for not only is Easter a spring festival, but there are numerous allusions to the sowing and harvest in the Gospels, and Paul illustrates that his aggression by the germination of corn. It is a mistake to seek the uniformity in the history of religion. There were in ancient times different types of mind which invented different kinds of gods, just as now professors invent different theories about gods. End footnote. Some authors hold that the historical Krishna was a teacher, similar to Zarathustra, and that, though of the military class, he was chiefly occupied in founding or supporting what was afterwards known as the religion of the Bhagavatas, a theistic system inculcating the worship of one god called Bhagavat, and perhaps identical with the sun. It is probable that Krishna, the hero, was connected with the worship of a special deity, but I see no evidence that he was primarily a teacher. Footnote 379. The Krishna of the Chandogya Upanishad receives instruction, but it is not said that he himself was a teacher. End footnote. In the earlier legends, he is a man of arms. In the later, he is not one who devotes his life to teaching, but a forceful personage who explains the nature of God and the universe at the most unexpected moments. Now the founders of religions such as Mahavira and Buddha preserve their character as teachers, even in legend, and do not accumulate miscellaneous heroic exploits. Similarly, modern founders of sects like Chaitanya, though revered as incarnations, still retain their historical attributes. But on the other hand, many men of action have been deified not because they taught anything, but because they seem to be more than human forces. Ram is a classical example of such deification, and many local deities can be shown to be warriors, bandits, and hunters whose power inspired respect. It is said that there is a disposition in the Bombay Presidency to deify the Maratha leader Shivaji. Footnote 380. Hopkins, India, Old and New, page 105. End footnote. In his second aspect, Krishna is a pastoral deity sporting among nymphs and cattle. It is possible that this Krishna in his origin distinct from the violent and tragic hero of Dwarka. The two characters have little in common, except their lawlessness, and the date and locality of the two cycles of legend are different. But the death of Kans, which is one of the oldest incidents in the story, for it is mentioned in the Mahabhashya, belongs to both, and Kans is consistently connected with Mutra. Footnote 381. Bhandarkar. Allusions to Krishna in Mahabhashya, Ind. Ant. 1874, page 14. For the pastoral Krishna, see Bhandarkar, Vaishnavism and Shaivism, chapter 9. End footnote. The Mahabharata is mainly concerned with Krishna the warrior. The few allusions in it to the freaks of the pastoral Krishna occur in passages suspected of being late interpolations and, even if they are genuine, show that little attention was paid to his youth. But in later works, the relative importance is reversed and the figure of the amorous herdsman almost banishes the warrior. We can trace the growth of this figure in the sculptures of the 6th century, in the Vishnu and Bhagavad Puran and the Gita Govinda, written about 1170. Even later is the worship of Radha, Krishna's mistress, as a portion of the deity who is supposed to have divided himself into male and female halves. Footnote 382. The divinity of Radha is taught specially in the Brahma Vaivarta Puran and the Narada Panchatantra, also called Jnanamritasara. She is also described in the Gopala Tapaniya Upanishad of unknown date. End footnote. The birth and adventures of the pastoral Krishna are located in the land of Braj, the district round Mutra and among the tribe of the Abhiras, but the warlike Krishna is connected with the west, although his exploits extend to the Ganges valley. Footnote 383. But Kans appears in both series of legends, that is, in the Ghata Jataka, which contains no hint of the pastoral legends, but is a variant of the story of the warlike Krishna. End footnote. The Abhiras, now called Ahirs, were nomadic herdsmen who came from the west, and their movements between Kathiawar and Mutra may have something to do with the double location of the Krishna legend. Both archaeology and historical notices tell us something of the history of Mutra. It was a great Buddhist and Jain center, as the statues and viharas found there attest. Ptolemy calls it the city of the gods. Fa Xian, 400 AD, describes it as Buddhist, but that faith was declining at the time of Huangshan visit, circa 630 AD. The sculptural remains also indicate the presence of Greco-Bactrian influence. We need not therefore feel surprised if we find in the religious thought of Muttra elements traceable to Greece, Persia, or Central Asia. Some claim that Christianity should be reckoned among these elements, and I shall discuss the question elsewhere. Here I will only say that such ideas as were common to Christianity and to the religions of Greece and Western Asia probably did penetrate to India by the northern route, but are specifically Christian ideas I see no proof. It is true that the pastoral Krishna is unlike all earlier Indian deities, but then no close parallel to him can be adduced from elsewhere, and, take him as a whole, he is a decidedly un-Christian figure. The resemblance to Christianity consists in the worship of a divine child together with his mother. But this feature is absent in the New Testament and seems to have been borrowed from paganism by Christianity. The legends of Muttra show even clearer traces than those already quoted of hostility between Krishna and Brahmanism. He forbids the worship of Indra, and when Indra in anger sends down a deluge of rain, he protects the country by holding up over it the hill of Govardhan, which is still one of the great centers of pilgrimage. Footnote 384. Vishnu Puran, 5th, 1011, from which the quotations in the text are taken. Much of it is repeated in the Harivasa. See for instance H 3808. Footnote 385. The Muttra cycle of legends cannot be very late, for the inscriptions of Glailomor in Champa 811 AD speaks of Narayana holding up Govardhan, and a Cambodian inscription of Priya in Kose 970 AD speaks of the banks of the Yamuna where Krishna sported. These legends must have been prevalent in India some time before they travelled so far. Some of them are depicted on a pillar found at Mandor and possibly referable to the 4th century AD. See Architectural Survey of India, 1905 to 1906, page 135. End footnote. The language which the Vishnu Puran attributes to him is extremely remarkable. He interrupts his sacrifice, which his foster father is offering to Indra, and says, "We have neither fields nor houses. We wander about happily wherever we list, travelling in our wagons. What have we to do with Indra? Cattle and mountains are our gods. Brahmins offer worship with prayers. Cultivators of the earth adore their landmarks, but we who tend our herds in the forests and mountains should worship them and our kine." This passage suggests that Krishna represents a tribe of highland nomads who worship mountains and cattle and came to terms with the Brahmanic ritual only after a struggle. The worship of mountain spirits is common in Central Asia, but I do not know of any evidence for cattle worship in those regions. Clemens of Alexandria, writing at the end of the 2nd century AD, tells us that the Indians worshipped Heracles and Pan. Footnote 386. Strom, 3rd, 194. See McCrindle, Ancient India, page 183. End footnote. The pastoral Krishna has considerable resemblance to Pan or a faun, but no representations of such beings are recorded from Greco-Indian sculptures. Several Bacchic groups have, however, been discovered in Gandhar and also at Muttra, and Megasthenes recognized Dionysus in some Indian deities. Footnote 387. Vincent Smith, Fine Art in India, pages 134 to 138. End footnote. Though the Bacchic reveals and mysteries do not explain the pastoral element in the Krishna legend, they offer a parallel to some of its other features, such as the dancing and the crowd of women, and I am inclined to think that such Greek ideas may have germinated and proved fruitful in Muttra. The Greek king Menander is said to have occupied the city 155 BC, and the sculptures found there indicate that Greek artistic forms were used to express Indian ideas. There may have been a similar fusion in religion. In any case, Buddhism was predominant in Muttra for several centuries. It no doubt forbade the animal sacrifices of the Brahmins and favored milder rites. It may even offer some explanation for the frivolous character of much in the Krishna legend. Footnote 388. In the Sutta Nipat Mar, the evil one is called Khan, the phonetic equivalent of Krishna in Prakrit. Can it be that Mar and his daughters have anything to do with Krishna and the gopis? End footnote. Most Brahmanic deities, extraordinary as their conduct often is, are serious and imposing. But Buddhism claimed for itself the serious side of religion, and while it tolerated local godlings, treated them as fairies or elves. It was perhaps while Krishna was a humble rustic deity of this sort, with no claim to represent the Almighty, that there first gathered round him the cycle of light love stories which has clung to him ever since. In the hands of the Brahmins, his worship has undergone the strangest variations which touch the highest and lowest planes of Hinduism, but the Mutra legend still retains its special note of pastoral romance and exhibits Krishna in two principal characters, as the divine child and as the divine lover. The mysteries of birth and of sexual union are congenial topics to Hindu theology, but in the cult of Mutra, we are not concerned with reproduction as a world force, but simply with childhood and love as emotional manifestation of the deity. The same ideas occur in Christianity, and even in the Gospels, Christ is compared to a bridegroom, but the Krishna legend is far more gross and naive. The infant Krishna is commonly adored in the form known as Makhan Chor or the butter thief. Footnote 389. Compare the Greek stories of the infant Hermes who steals Apollo's cattle and invents the lyre. Compare too, as having a general resemblance to fantastic Indian legends, the story of young Hephaestus. End footnote. This represents him as a crawling child holding out one handful of curds or butter which he has stolen. We speak of idolizing a child, and when Hindu women worship this image, they are unconsciously generalizing the process and worshipping childhood, its favorite pranks as well as its lovable simplicity. And though it is hard for a man to think of the freaks of the butter thief as a manifestation of divinity, yet clearly there is an analogy between these childish escapades and the caprices of mature deities, which are respectfully described as mysteries. If one admits the worship of the bambino, it is not unreasonable to include in it admiration of his rogueries, and the tender playfulness which is permitted to enter into this cult appeals profoundly to Indian women. Images of the Makhan Chor are sold by thousands in the streets of Mutra. Even more popular is the image known as Kanhaiya, which represents the god as a young man playing the flute as he stands in a careless attitude which has something of Hellenic grace. Krishna in this form is the beloved of the gopis or milkmaids of the land of Brij, and the spouse of Radha, though she had no monopoly of him. The stories of his frolics with these damsels and the rites instituted in memory thereof have brought his worship into merited discredit. Krishnaism offers the most extensive manifestation to be found in the world of what W. James calls the theopathic condition, as illustrated by nuns like Margaret, Mary Alacoque, Saint Gertrude, and the more distinguished Saint Teresa. To be loved by God and loved by him to distraction. Tu sais quoi la folie? Margaret melted away with love and the thought of such a thing. She said to God, "Hold back, my God, these torrents which overwhelm me, or else enlarge my capacity for their reception." Footnote 390. Margaret Bongard, Histoire de la Bienheureuse Marguerite Marie, quoted by W. James, Varieties of Religious Experience, page 343. End footnote. These are not the words of the Gita Govinda or the Prem Sagar, as might be supposed, but of a Catholic bishop describing the transports of Sister Marguerite Mary, and they illustrate the temper of Krishna worshippers. But the verses of the Marathi poet Tukaram, who lived about 1600 AD and sang the praises of Krishna, rise above this sentimentality, though he uses the language of love. in a letter to Shivaji, who desired to see him, he wrote, "As a chaste wife longs only to see her lord, such am I to Vithala." Footnote 391. Vitthal or Vithoba is a local deity of Pandharpur in the Deccan, perhaps the deified Brahman of the place, now identified with the Krishna. End footnote. All the world is to me Vitthal and nothing else. Thee also I behold in him. He also wrote elsewhere, "He that taketh the unprotected to his heart and doeth to a servant the same kindness as to his own children is assuredly the image of God." More recently, Ramakrishna, whose sayings breathe a wide intelligence as well as a wide charity, has given this religion of love an expression which, if somewhat too sexual to be perfectly in accordance with the Western taste, is nearly related to emotional Christianity. A true lover sees his God as his nearest and dearest relative, he writes, just as the shepherd women of Vrindavan saw in Krishna not the Lord of the universe, but their own beloved. The knowledge of God may be likened to a man, while the love of God is like a woman. Knowledge has entry only up to the outer rooms of gods, and no one can enter into the inner mysteries of God save a lover. Knowledge and love of God are ultimately one and the same. There is no difference between pure knowledge and pure love. Footnote 392. Life and Sayings of Ramakrishna, translated by F. Max Muller, pages 137 to 138. The English poet Crashaw makes free use of religious metaphors drawn from love, and even Francis Thompson represents God as the lover of the soul. Example given in his poem, Any Saint. End footnote. These extracts show how Krishna, as the object of the soul's desire, assumes the place of the Supreme Being or God. But this surprising transformation is not specially connected with the pastoral and erotic Krishna. Footnote 393. Though surprising, it can be paralleled in modern times, for Kabir, 1400, was identified by his later followers with the Supreme Spirit. End footnote. The best known and most thorough-going exposition of his divinity is found in the Bhagavad Gita, which represents him as being in his human aspect a warrior and the charioteer of Arjun. Probably some 75 millions today worship Krishna, especially under the name of Hari, as God in the pantheistic sense, and naturally the more his identity with the Supreme Spirit is emphasized, the dimmer grow the legendary features which mark the hero of Mutra and Dwarka, and the human element in him is reduced to this very important point, that the tie uniting him to his worshippers is of sentiment and affection. In the following chapters, I shall treat of this worship when describing the various sects which practice it. A question of some importance for the history of Krishna's deification is the meaning of the name Vasudeva. One explanation makes it a patronymic, son of Vasudeva, and supposes that when this prince Vasudeva was deified, his name, like Ram, was transferred to the deity. The other regards Vasudeva as a name for the deity used by the Satyavata clan, and supposes that when Krishna was deified, this already well-known divine name was bestowed on him. There is much to be said for this latter theory. As we have seen, the Jains give the title Vasudeva to a series of supermen, and a remarkable legend states that a king called Pandraka, who pretended to be a deity, used the title Vasudeva and ordered Krishna to cease using it, for which impertinence he was slain. Footnote 394. Mahabharat Sabha 14, Vishnu Puran, 5th, 34. The name also occurs in Taittiriya Aranyaka, 1st, 31, a work of moderate if not great antiquity, Nazayana Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi. End footnote. This clearly implies that the title was something which could be detached from Krishna and not a mere patronymic. Indian writings countenance both etymologies of the world. As the name of the deity, they derive it from Vas, to dwell, he in whom all things abide, and who abides in all. Footnote 395. See Vishnu Puran, 6th, 5th. See also Wilson, Vishnu Puran, First, pages 2 and 17. End footnote. 5. Shiva and Vishnu are not in their nature different from other Indian ideas, high or low. They are the offspring of philosophic and poetic minds playing with a luxuriant popular mythology. But even in the epics, they have already become fixed points in a flux of changing fancies and serve as receptacles in which the most diverse notions are collected and stored. Nearly all philosophies and superstition finds its place in Hinduism by being connected with one or both of them. The two worships are not characteristic of different period. They coexist when they first become known to us as they do at the present day, and in essential doctrines they are much alike. We have no name for this curious double theism in which each party describes its own deity as the supreme god or all god, yet without denying the god of the other. Something similar might be produced in Christianity if different churches were avowedly to worship different persons of the Trinity. Shiva and Vishnu are sometimes contrasted and occasionally their worshippers quarreled. Footnote 396. Thus the Sora Puran inveighs against the Madhva sect, 38th to 40th, and calls Vishnu the servant of Shiva. A Puranic legal work called Vriddha Harita Samhita is said to contain a polemic against Shiva. Occasionally we hear of collisions between the followers of Vishnu and Shiva or the desecration of temples by hostile fanatics. But such conflicts take place most often not between widely different sects, but between subdivisions of the same sect. Example given, Tengalais and Vadagalais. It would seem too that at present most Hindus of the higher castes avoid ostentatious membership of the modern sects, and though they may practice special devotion to either Vishnu or Shiva, yet they visit the temples of both deities when they go on pilgrimages. Jogendranath Bhattacharya in his Hindu Castes and Sects says, page 364, that aristocratic Brahmins usually keep in their private chapels both a shaligram representing Vishnu and emblems representing Shiva and his spouse. Hence different observers vary in their estimates of the importance of sectarian divisions, some holding that sect is the essence of modern Hinduism, and others that most educated Hindus do not worship a sectarian deity. The Karma Puran, Part 1, Chapter 22nd, contains some curious rules as to what deities should be worshipped by the various classes of men and spirits. End footnote. But the general inclination is rather to make the two figures approximate by bestowing the same attributes on both. A deity must be able to satisfy emotional devotion. Hence the Tamil Shivite says of Shiva the destroyer, one should worship in supreme love him who does kindness to the soul. But then the feature in the world which most impresses the Hindu is the constant change and destruction, and this must find a place in the All-God. Hence the sportive kindly Krishna comes to be declared the destroyer of the worlds. Footnote 397, Bhagavad Gita, 40th, 23-34. End footnote. It is as if in some vast Dravidian temple one wandered through two corridors differently ornamented and assigned to the priests of different rites, but both leading to the same image. Hence, it is not surprising to find that there is actually a deity, if indeed the term is suitable, but European vocabularies hardly provide one which meets the case, called Harihara or Shankara Narayana, that is, Shiva and Vishnu combined. The Harivansh contains a hymn addressed to him. Fairly ancient sculptures attest the prevalence of his worship in the Deccan, especially at Badami. He was once the chief deity of Cambodia, and he is still popular in South India. Here, besides being worshipped under his own name, he has undergone a singular transformation and has probably been amalgamated with some aboriginal deity. Under the designation of Ayanad, said to be a corruption of Harihara, he is extensively worshipped as a village god and reputed to be the son of Shiva and Vishnu, the latter having kindly assumed the form of a woman to effect his birth. Another form of this inclination to combine and unite the various manifestations of the divine is the tendency to worship groups of gods, a practice as old as the Vedas. Thus many temples are dedicated to a group of 5, namely Shiva, Vishnu, Durga, Ganesha, and the sun, and it is stated that every Hindu worships these 5 deities in his daily prayers. Footnote 398. See Sri Sachandravasu, Daily Practice of the Hindus, page 118. End footnote. The Trimurti, or figure of Brahma, Shiva and Vishnu, illustrates the worship of groups. Its importance has sometimes been overestimated by Europeans from an idea that it corresponded to the Christian Trinity, but in reality this triad is late and has little significance. No stress is laid on the idea of 3 in 1, and the number of persons can be increased. The Brahma Vaivarta Puran, for instance, adds Krishna to Brahma, Shiva and Vishnu. The union of 3 personalities is merely a way of summoning up the chief attributes of the All-God. Thus the Vishnu Puran extols Vishnu as being Hiranyagarbha, Hari, Shankara, that is, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, the creator, preserver and destroyer, but in another passage as him who is Brahma, Ishvara and Spirit, Pons, who, with the 3 gunas, qualities of matter, is the cause of creation, preservation and destruction. The origin of the triad, so far as it has any doctrinal or philosophical meaning, is probably to be sought in the personification of the 3 gunas. Footnote 399. Second, 1 and first, 1. Footnote 400. See Maitrayana Upanishad, 5th, 2. It is highly probable that the celebrated image at Elephanta is not a Trimurti at all, but a Maheshamurti of Shiva. See Gopinath Rao, Hindu Iconography, 2nd, 382. End footnote. End of section number 11. Section number 12 of Hinduism and Buddhism in Historical Sketch, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. Hinduism and Buddhism in Historical Sketch, Volume 2 by Charles ELIOT. Features of Hinduism: Ritual, Caste, Sect, Faith. 1. In the last chapter, I traced the growth of the great gods Shiva and Vishnu. The prominence of these figures is one of the marks which distinguish the later phase of Indian religion from the earlier. But it is also distinguished by various practices, institutions and beliefs which are more or less connected with the new deities. Such are a new ritual, the elaboration of the caste system, the growth of sects, and the tendency to make devotion to a particular deity the essence of religion. In the present chapter, I shall say something of these phenomena. Hinduism has often unjustly been compared to a jungle. As in the jungle, every particle of soil seems to put forth its spirit in vegetable life, and plants grow on plants, creepers and parasites on their more stalwart brethren. So in Indian art, commerce, warfare and crime, every human interest and aspiration seek for a manifestation in religion, and since men and women of all classes and occupations, all stages of education and civilization have contributed to Hinduism, much of it seems low, foolish and even immoral. The jungle is not a park or garden. Whatever can grow in it does grow. The Brahmins are not gardeners but forest officers. To attempt a history or description of Indian creeds seems an enterprise as vast, hopeless and pathless as a general amount of European politics. As for many centuries, the life of Europe has expressed itself in politics, so for even longer ages, the life of India, which has more inhabitants than Western Europe, has found expression in religion, speculation, and philosophy, and has left of all this thought a voluminous record, mighty in bulk if wanting in dates and events. Footnote 401. The population of India, about 315 millions, is larger than that of Europe without Russia. End footnote. And why should it chronicle them? The truly religious mind does not care for the history of religion, just as among us the scientific mind does not dwell on the history of science. Yet, in spite of their exuberance, Hinduism and the jungle have considerable uniformity. Here and there, in a tropical forest, some well-grown tree or brilliant flower attracts attention, but the general impression left on the traveler by the vegetation as he passes through it mile after mile is infinite repetition as well as infinite luxuriance. And so in Hinduism, a monograph on one god or one teacher is an interesting study, but if we continue the experiment, different gods and different teachers are found to be much the same. We can write about Vishnuism and Shaivism as if they were different religions, and this, though incomplete, is not incorrect. But in their higher phases, both show much the same excellences, and when degraded, both lead to much the same abuses, except that the worship of Vishnu does not allow animal sacrifices. This is true even of externals. In the temples of Madura, Pune and Banaras, the deities, the rites, the doctrines, the race of the worshippers, and the architecture are all different, yet the impression of uniformity is strong. In spite of divergences, the religion is the same in all three places. It smacks of the soil, and nothing like it can be found outside India. Hinduism is an unusual combination of animism and pantheism, which are commonly regarded as the extremes of savage and of philosophic belief. In India, both may be found separately, but frequently they are combined in startling juxtaposition. The same person who worships Vishnu as identical with the universe also worships him in the form of a pebble or plant. Footnote 402. But compare the English poet. Flower in the crannied wall, I pluck you out of the crannies, but if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is. End footnote. The average Hindu, who cannot live permanently in the altitudes of pantheistic thought, regards his God as great natural forces, akin to the mighty rivers which he also worships, irresistible and often beneficent, but also capricious and destructive. Whereas Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all identify the moral law with the will and conduct of the deity, in Hinduism this is not completely admitted in practice, though a library might be filled with the beautiful things that have been said about man and God. The outward forms of Indian religion are pagan after the fashion of the ancient world, a fashion which has in most lands passed away. But whereas in the 4th century AD, European paganism, despite the efforts of anti-Christian ecclesiastics, proved inelastic and incapable of satisfying new religious cravings, this did not happen in India. The bottles of Hinduism have always proved capable of holding all the wine poured into them. When a new sentiment takes possession of men's soul, such as love, repentance, or the sense of sin, some deity of many shapes and sympathies straightway adapts himself to the needs of his worshippers. And yet, in so doing, the deity, though he enlarges himself, does not change, and the result is that we often meet with strange anachronisms, as if Jephthah should listen appreciatively to the sermons on the mount and then sacrifice his daughter to Christ. Many Hindu temples are served by dancing girls who are admittedly prostitutes, an institution which takes us back to the cultus of Corinth and Babylon and is without parallel in any nation on approximately the same level of civilization. Footnote 403. Efforts are now being made by Hindus to suppress this institution. End footnote. Only British law prevents widows from being burnt with their dead husbands, though even in the Vedic age the custom had been discontinued as barbarous. Footnote 404. In the Vedic funeral ceremonies, the wife lies down by her dead husband and is called back to the world of the living, which points to an earlier form of the rite where she died with him. But even at this period, those who did not follow the Vedic customs may have killed widows with their husbands. See to Atharva Veda 12th 3, and later the invaders from Central Asia probably reinforced the usage. The much abused tantras forbid it. End footnote. But for the same legislation, human sacrifice would probably be common. What the gods do and what their worshippers do in their service cannot, according to Hindu opinion, be judged by ordinary laws of right and wrong. The god is supramoral. The worshipper, when he enters the temple, leaves conventionality outside. Yet it is unfair to represent Hinduism as characterized by license and cruelty. Such tendencies are counterbalanced by the strength and prevalence of ideas based on renunciation and self-effacement. All desire, all attachment to the world is an evil. All self-assertion is wrong. Hinduism is constantly in extremes. Sometimes it exults in the dances of Krishna or the destructive fury of Kali. More often it struggles for release from the transitory and for union with the permanent and real by self-denial or rather self-negation, which aims at the total suppression of both pleasure and pain. This is, on the whole, its dominant role. In the records accessible to us, the transition from Brahmanism, that is, the religion of the Vedas and Brahmans, to Hinduism does not appear as direct, but as masked by Buddhism. We see Buddhism grow at the expense of Brahmanism. We are then conscious that it becomes profoundly modified under the influence of new ideas. We see a decay and the religion of the Brahmins emerge victorious. But that religion is not what it was when Buddhism first arose and is henceforth generally known as Hinduism. The materials for studying the period in which the change occurred, say 400 BC to 400 AD, are not scanty, but they do not facilitate chronological investigation. Art and architecture are mainly Buddhist until the Gupta period, 320 AD, and literature, though plentiful, is undated. The Mahabharata and Ramayana must have been edited in the course of these 800 years, but they consist of different strata and it is not easy to separate and arrange them without assuming what we want to prove. From 400 BC, if not from an earlier date, onwards, there grew up a great volume of epic poetry founded on popular ballads telling the stories of Rama and Pandavas. Footnote 405. For the history of the Ramayana and Mahabharata and the dates assignable to the different periods of growth, see Winternet's Caste and Literature, Volume 1st, page 403 and page 439. Also, Hopkins' Great Epic of India, page 397. The two poems had assumed something like the present form in the 2nd and 4th centuries AD respectively. These are probably the latest dates for any substantial additions or alterations and is considerable evidence that poems called Bharat and Ramayana were well known early in the Christian era. Thus, in Ashwaghosh Sutralankara, story 24th, they are mentioned as warlike poems inculcating un-Buddhist views. The Ramayana is mentioned in the Mahavibhasha and was known to Vasubandhu. JRAS 1907, page 99. A Cambodian inscription dating from the first years of the 7th century records arrangements made for the recitation of the Ramayana, Puran, and complete Ashesh Bharata, which implies that they were known in India considerably earlier. See Barth, Inscription Sanscrites de Cambodge, pages 29 to 31. The Mahabharata itself admits that it is the result of gradual growth, for in the opening section it says that the Bharata consists of 8,800 verses, 24,000 verses, and 100,000 verses. End footnote. It was distinct from the canonical literatures of both Brahmins and Buddhists, but though it was not in its essential character religious, yet so general in India is the interest in religion that the whole theological treatises were incorporated in these stories without loss, in Indian opinion, to the interest of the narrative. If at the present day a congregation is seen in a Hindu temple listening to a recitation, the text which is being chanted will often prove to be part of the Mahabharata. Such a ceremony is not due to forgetfulness of the Veda, but is a repetition of what happened long before our era, when rhapsodists strung together popular narratives and popular theology. Such theology cannot be rigidly separated from Brahmanism and Buddhism. It grew up under their influence and accepted their simpler ideas, but it brought with it popular beliefs which did not strictly speaking belong to either system. By attacking the main Brahmanic doctrines, the Buddhists gave the popular religion its opportunity. For instance, they condemned animal sacrifices and derided the idea that trained priests and complicated rites are necessary. This did not destroy the influence of the Brahmins, but to dispose them to admit that the Vedic sacrifices are not the only means of salvation and to authorize other rites and beliefs. It was about this time, too, that a series of invasions began to pour into India from the northwest. It may be hard to distinguish between the foreign beliefs which they introduced and the Indian beliefs which they accepted and modified, but it is clear that their general effect was to upset traditional ideas associated with a ritual and learning which required lifelong study. 2. It has been well said that Buddhism did not waste away in India until rival sects had appropriated from it everything they could make use of. Footnote 406. Hardy, Indische Religion Geschichte, page 101. End footnote. Perhaps Hinduism had an even stronger doctrinal influence on Buddhism. The deification of the Buddha, the invention of Bodhisattvas, who are equivalent to gods, and the extraordinary alliance between late Buddhism and Shivaism are all instances of the general Indian view overcoming the special Buddhist view. But Buddhism is closely connected with the theory of incarnations and the development of Advaita philosophy, and in the externals of religion, in rites, ceremonies, and institutions, its influence was great and lasting. We may take the first doctrine of ahimsa, non-injury, or in other words, the sanctity of animal life. This beautiful doctrine, the glory of India, if not invented by the Buddha, at least arose in schools which were not Brahmanic and were related to the Jain and Buddhist movements. It formed no part of the Vedic religion, in which sacrifice often meant butchery. But in Hinduism, it meets with extensive, though not universal, acceptance. With the Vaishnavas, it is an article of faith, nor do the worshippers of Shiva usually propitiate him with animal sacrifices, though these are offered by the Shaktas and also by the small class of Brahmins who still preserve the Vedic ritual. Footnote 407. But some of these latter sacrifice images made of dough instead of living animals. End footnote. Hardly any Hindus habitually eat meat, and most abhor it, especially beef. Yet beef eating seems to have been permitted in Vedic times, and even when parts of the Mahabharata were composed. Apart from animal sacrifices, Buddhism was the main agent in effecting a mighty revolution in worship and ritual. One is tempted to regard the change as total and complete, but such wide assertions are rarely true in India. Customs and institutions are not swept away by reformers, but are cut down like the grass, and like the grass grow up again. They sometimes die out, but they are rarely destroyed. The Vedic sacrifices are still occasionally offered, but for many centuries have been almost entirely superseded by another form of worship associated with temples and the veneration of images. Footnote 408. It is said that the Agnishtoma was performed in Benares in 1898, and in the last few years I am told that 1 or 2 Vedic sacrifices have been offered annually in various parts of southern India. I have myself seen the sites where such sacrifices were offered in 1908 to 1909 in Mysore city and in Chidambaram, and in 1912 at Vai near Pune. The most usual form of sacrifice nowadays is said to be Vajpaya. Much Vedic ritual is still preserved in the domestic life of the Nambathari and other Brahmins of southern India. See Cochin, Tribes and Castes, and Thurston, Castes and Tribes of southern India. End footnote. This must have become the dominant form of Hindu cultus in the first few centuries of our era, and probably earlier. It is one of the ironies of fate that the Buddha and his followers should be responsible for the growth of image worship, but it seems to be true. He laughed at sacrifices and left to his disciples only 2 forms of religious exercises: sermons and meditation. For Indian monks, this was perhaps sufficient, but the laity craved for some outward form of worship. This was soon found in the respect shown to the memory of the Buddha and the relics of his body, although Hinduism never took kindly to relic worship. We heard too of Chaityas. In the Pitaks, this word means a popular shrine unconnected with either Buddhist or Brahmanic ceremonial, sometimes perhaps merely a sacred tea or stone, probably honored by such simple rites as decorating it with paint or flowers. A little later, in Buddhist times, the Chaitya became a centograph or reliquary, generally located near a monastery and surrounded by a passage for reverential circumambulation. Allusions in the Pitaks also indicate that then, as now, there were fairs. The early Buddhists thought that though such gatherings were not edifying, they might be made so. They erected sacred buildings near a monastery and held festivals so that people might collect together, visit a holy place, and hear sermons. In the earlier known sanctuaries, the funeral moment, for we can scarcely doubt that this is the origin of the stupa, has already assumed the conventional form known as dagoba, consisting of a dome and chest of relics with a spire at the top, the whole surrounded by rails or a colonnade, but though the carving is lavish, no figure of the Buddha himself is to be seen. Footnote 409. The outline of a stupa may be due to imitation of houses constructed with curved bamboos, as Vincent Smith contends, History of Fine Art, page 17. But this is compatible with the view that stone buildings with this curved outline had come to be used specially as funeral monuments before Buddhism popularized in India and all Eastern Asia the architectural form called stupa. End footnote. He is represented by a symbol such as a footprint, wheel, or tree, but in the later school of sculpture known as Gandhar or Greco-Buddhist, he is frequently shown in all full-length portrait. This difference is remarkable. It is easy to say that in the older school the Buddha was not depicted out of reverence, but less easy to see why such delineation should have shocked an Indian. But at any rate, there is no difficulty in understanding that Greeks or artists influenced by Greeks would think it obvious and proper to make an effigy of their principal hero. In these shrines we have, if not the origin of the Hindu temple, at any rate a parallel development more nearly allied to it than anything in the Vedic religion. Footnote 410. The temple of Aihole near Badami seems to be a connecting link between a Buddhist stupa with a pradakshina path and a Hindu shrine. End footnote. For the Buddhist shrine was a monument built over a receptacle containing relics, and the essential feature of Hindu temples is a cell containing an image or emblem and generally surmounted by a tower. The surrounding courts and corridors may assume gigantic proportions, but the central shrine is never large. Images had no place in the Vedic sacrifices, and those now worshipped in temples are generally small and rude, and sometimes, as at Bhuvaneshwar and Srirangam, the deity is represented by a block or carved stone which cannot be moved and may have been honored as a sacred rock long before the name of Vishnu or Shiva was known in those regions. Footnote 411. In most temples, at least in southern India, there are two images, the Mula Vigraha, which is of stone and fixed in the sanctuary, and the Utsava Vigraha, which is smaller, made of metal and carried in processions. End footnote. The conspicuous statues often found outside the shrine are not generally worshipped and are merely ornaments. Buddhism did not create the type of ritual now used in Hindu temples, yet it contributed towards it, for it attacked the old Brahmanic sacrifices, it countenanced the idea that particular places and objects are holy, and it encouraged the use of images. It is strange that these widespread ideas should find no place in the Vedic religion, but even nowadays, whenever the old Vedic sacrifices are celebrated, they are uncontaminated by the temple ceremonial. More than this, the priests or pujaris who officiate in temples are not always Brahmins, and they rarely enjoy much consideration. Footnote 412. Thus Bhattacharya, Hindu Castes and Sects, page 127, enumerates 11 classes of Brahmins who have a very low status on account of their being connected with the great public shrines, and adds that mere residence in a place of pilgrimage for a few generations tends to lower the status of a Brahmanic family. End footnote. This curious and marked feature may be connected with the inveterate Indian feeling that, though it is well to multiply rites and rules of neophytes, no great respect is due to men occupied with mere ceremonial. But it also testifies to a dim consciousness that modern temples and their ceremonies have little to do with the thoughts and mode of life which made the Brahman a force in India. In many ways, the Brahmins disassociate themselves from popular religion. Those of good family will not perform religious rites for Shudras and treat the Brahmins who do so as inferiors. Footnote 413. Thus in Bengal there is a special class, the Varna Brahmins, who perform religious rites for the lower castes and are divided into 6 classes according to the castes to whom they minister. Other Brahmins will not eat or intermarry with them or even take water from them. End footnote. The simplest ceremonial in use at the present day is that employed in some Shaivite temples. It consists in placing leaves on the linga and pouring holy water over it. These rites, which may be descended from prehistoric stone worship, are generally accompanied by the reading of a Puran. But the commonest form of temple ritual consists in treating the image or symbol as an honored human being. Footnote 414. This is extraordinarily like the temple ritual of the ancient Egyptians. For some account of the construction and ritual of South Indian temples, see Richards in J. of Mythic Sociology, 1990, pages 158 and 157. End footnote. It is awakened, bathed, dressed, and put to bed at the close of day. Meals are served to it at the usual hours. The food thus offered is called prasad, or favor, and is eaten by the devout. Once or twice a day the gods hold a levee, on festival he is carried in procession. These ceremonies are specially characteristic of the worship of Krishna, whose images receive all the endearments lavished on a pet child. But they are also used in the temples of Shiva and Parvati, and no less than 22 of them are performed in the course of the day at the temple of Bhubaneswar in Odisha. It is clear that the spirit of these rites is very different from that which inspires public worship in other civilized countries at the present day. They are not congregational or didactic, though if any of the faithful are in the temple at the time of God's levee, it is proper for them to enter and salute him. Neither do they recall the magical ceremonies of the Vedic sacrifices. Footnote 415. But Vedic mantras are used in these ceremonies. The libations of water or other liquids are said to be accompanied by the mantras recited at the Soma sacrifice. End footnote. The waving of lights, arati, before the god and the burning of incense are almost the only acts suggestive of ecclesiastical ritual. The rest consists in treating a symbol or image as if it were a living thing capable of enjoying simple physical pleasures. Here they are 2 strata. We have really ancient rites, such as the anointing or ornamenting of stones and offering of food in sacred places. In this class too we may reckon the sacrifice of goats, and formerly of human beings, to Kali. Footnote 416. At these sacrifices there is no elaborate ritual or suggestion of symbolism. The animal is beheaded and the inference is that Kali likes it. Similarly simple is the offering of coconuts to Kali. The worshipper gives a nut to the pujari, who splits it in 2 with an axe, spills the milk and hands back half the nut to the worshipper. This is the sort of primitive offering that might be made to an African fetish. End footnote. But on the other hand, the growing idea of bhakti, that is faith or devotion, imported a sentimental element, and the worshipper endeavored to pet, caress, and amuse the deity. It is hard to see anything either healthy or artistic in this emotional ritual. The low and foolish character of many temple ceremonies disgusts even appreciative foreigners, but these services are not the whole of Hindu worship. All Hindus perform in the course of the day numerous acts of private devotion varying according to sect, and a pious man is not dependent on the temple like a Catholic on his church. Indian life is largely occupied with these private, intimate, individual observances, hardly noticeable as ceremonies, and concerned with such things as dressing, ablution, and the preparation of food. The monastic institutions of India seem due to Buddhism. There were wandering monks before the Buddha's time, but the practice of founding establishments where they could reside permanently originated in his order. There appears to be no record of Hindu as opposed to Buddhist monasteries before the time of Shankara in the 9th century, though there must have been places where the learned congregated or where wandering ascetics could lodge. Shankara perceived the advantage of the cenobitic life for organizing religion and founded a number of mutts or colleges. Subsequent religious leaders imitated him. At the present day, these institutions are common, yet it is clear that the wandering spirit is strong in Hindus and that they do not take to monastic discipline and fixed residence as readily as Tibetans and Burmese. a mutt is not so much a convent as the abode of a teacher. His pupils frequent it and may become semi-resident. Aged pilgrims may make it their last home, but the inmates are not a permanent body following a fixed rule like the monks of a vihar. The satras of Assam, however, are true monasteries, though even their vows and monastic costumes are unknown, and so are the establishments of Swami Narayana sect at Ahmedabad and Vartal. 3. The vast and complicated organization of caste is mainly a post-Vedic growth and in the Buddha's time was only in the making. Footnote 417. See especially Ambattha Sutta, Digambara Nikaya 3 and Rhys David's Introduction. End footnote. His order was open to all classes alike, but this does not imply that he was adverse to caste so far as it then prevailed or denied that men are divided into categories determined by their deeds in other births. But on the whole, the influence of Buddhism was unfavorable to caste, especially to the pretensions of the Brahmins, and an extant polemic against caste is ascribed, though doubtfully, to Ashwaghosh. Footnote 418. See Weber, Die Vajrashuchi and Nanjio, catalogue number 1303. In Ceylon at the present day, only members of the higher castes can become bhikkhus. End footnote. On the other hand, though caste is in its origin the expression of social rather than of a religious tendency, the whole institution and mechanism have long been supported and exploited by the Brahmins. Few of them would dispute the proposition that a man cannot be a Hindu unless he belongs to a caste. The reason of this support is undisguised, namely, that they are the first and chief caste. They make their own position a matter of religion and claim the power of purifying and rehabilitating those who have lost caste, but they do not usually interfere with the rules of other castes or excommunicate those who break them. Footnote 419. But it is said that in southern India, serious questions of caste are reported to the abbot of Srinagari monastery for his decision. End footnote. That is the business of the panchayat or caste council. Sometimes religion and caste are in opposition, for many modern religious leaders have begun by declaring that among believers there are no social distinctions. This is true not only of teachers whose orthodoxy is dubious, such as Nanak, the founder of the Sikhs, and Basava, the founder of the Lingayats, but also of Vallabhacharya and Chaitanya. Footnote 420. The modern Lingayats demur to the statement that their founder rejected caste. End footnote. But in nearly all cases, caste reasserts itself. The religious teachers of the sect receive extravagant respect and form a body apart. This phenomenon, which recurs in nearly all communities, shows how the Brahmins establish their position. At the same time, social distinctions make themselves felt among the laity, and those who claim to be of good position dissociate themselves from those of lower birth. The sect ends by observing caste on ordinary occasion, and it is only in some temples, such as that of Jagannath at Puri, that the worshippers mix and eat a sacred meal together. Footnote 421. So too in the chakras of the Shaktists, all castes are equal during the performance of the ceremony. End footnote. Thus, the Sikhs have almost become a nation, and other modern castes arising out of sects are the Atits, who are Shaivites, the Saraks, who appear to have been originally Buddhists, and the Vaishnavas, a name commonly given in Bengal to those followers of Chaitanya who persisted in the original rule of disregarding caste regulations within the sect and hence now form a separate community. But as a rule, sect and caste are not coextensive, and the caste is not a religious corporation. Thus, the different subdivisions of the Banyas belong to different sects, and even in the same subdivision, there is no religious uniformity. Footnote 422. See Khandelwals, Dasashrimalis and Pallewals include both Jains and Vaishnavas. The Agrawals are mostly Vaishnavas, but some of them are Jains and some worship Shiva and Kali. Yogendranath Bhattacharya, Hindu Castes and Sects, page 205. End footnote. Caste, in its later developments, is so complex and irregular that it is impossible to summarize it in a formula or explain it as the development of one principle. In the earliest form known, two principles are already in operation. We have first racial distinction. The three upper castes represent the invading Aryans, the four the races of whom they found in India. In the modern system of caste, race is not a strong factor. Many who claim to be Brahmins and Kshatriyas have no Aryan blood, but still the Aryan element is strongest in the highest castes and decreases as we descend the social scale, and also decreases in the higher castes in proportion as we move from the northwest to the east and south. But secondly, in the three upper castes, the dividing principle, as reported in the earliest accounts, is not race but occupation. We find in most Aryan countries a division into nobles and people, but in India, these two classes become three, the priests having been able to assume a prominence unknown elsewhere and to stamp on literature their claim to the highest rank. This claim was probably never admitted in practice so completely as the priests desired. It was certainly disputed in Buddhist times, and I myself heard a young Rajput say that the Brahmins falsified the epics so as to give themselves the first place. It is not necessary for our purpose to describe the details of the modern caste system. Its effect on Indian religion has been considerable, for it created the social atmosphere in which the various beliefs grew up, and it has furnished the Brahmins with the means of establishing their authority. But many religious reformers preach that in religion caste does not exist, that there is neither Jew nor Gentile in the language of another creed, and though the application of this theory is never complete, the imperfection is the result not of religious opposition but of social pressure. Hindu life is permeated by the instinct that society must be divided into communities having some common interest and refusing to intermarry or eat with the other communities. The long list of modern castes hardly bears even a theoretical relation to the four classes of Vedic times. Footnote 423. The names used are not the same. The four Vedic castes are called Varna. The hundreds of modern castes are called Jati. End footnote. Numerous subdivisions with exclusive rules as to intermarriage and eating have arisen among the Brahmins, and the strength of this vociferous instinct is seen among the Mohammedans, who nominally have no caste but yet are divided into groups with much the same restrictions. This remarkable tendency to form exclusive corporations is perhaps correlated with the absence of political life in India. Such ideas as nationality, citizenship, allegiance to a certain prince, patriotic feelings for a certain territory are rarer and vaguer than elsewhere, and yet the Hindu is dependent on his fellows and does not like to stand alone. So finding little satisfaction in the city or state, he clings the more tenaciously to smaller corporations. These have no one character. They are not founded on any one logical principle, but merely on the need felt by people who have something in common to associate together. Many are based on tribal divisions. Some, such as the Marathas and Nevars, may be said to be nationalities. In many, the bond of union is occupation. In a few, it is sectarian religion. We can still observe how members of a caste who migrate from their original residence tend to form an entirely new caste, and how intertribal marriages among the aborigines create new tribes. 4. Sect must not be confounded with caste. Footnote 424. Sampradaya seems to be the ordinary Sanskrit word for sectarian doctrine. It means traditional teaching transmitted from one teacher to another. End footnote. Hindu sects are of many kinds. Some, if not militant, are at least exceedingly self-confident. Others are so gentle in stating their views that they might be called schools rather than sects, were the word not too intellectual. The notion that any creed or code can be quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus is less prevalent than in Europe, and even the Veda, though it is the eternal word, is admitted to exist in several recensions. Hinduism is possible as a creed only to those who select. In its literal sense, it means simply all the beliefs and rites recognized in India, too multifarious and inconsistent for the most hospitable and adult brain to hold. But the Hindus, who are as loath to abolish queer beliefs and practices as they are to take animal life, are also the most determined seekers after a satisfying form of religion. Brahmanic ritual and Buddhist monasticism demand the dedication of a life. Not everyone can afford that, but the sect is open to all. It attempts to sort out the chaos of mythology and superstition, something which all can understand and all may find useful. It selects some aspect of Hinduism and makes the best use of it. Sects usually start by preaching theism and equality in the sight of God, but in a few generations, mythology and social distinctions creep in. Hence, though the prevalence of sect is undoubtedly a feature of modern Hinduism, it is also intelligible that some observers should assert that most Hindus belong to the same general religion and that only the minority are definitely sectarian. The sectarian tendency is stronger in Vishnuism than in Shivaism. The latter has produced some definite sects, as for instance Lingayats, but is not like Vishnuism, split up into a number of churches, even founded by a human teacher and provided by him with a special creed. Most Indian sects are in their origin theistic, that is to say, they take a particular deity and identify him with the Supreme Being, but the pantheistic tendency does not disappear. Popular religion naturally desires a personal deity, but it is significant that the personal deity frequently assumes pantheistic attributes and is declared to be both the world and the human soul. The best-known sects arose after Islam has entered India, and some of them, such as the Sikhs, show a blending of Hindu and Muslim ideas. But if Mohammedan influence favored the formation of corporation pledged to worship one particular deity, it acted less by introducing something new than by quickening a line of thought already existing. The Bhagavad Gita is as complete an exposition of sectarian pantheism as any utterances posterior to Mohammedanism. The characteristic doctrine of sectarian Hinduism is bhakti, faith or devotion. The older word Shraddha, which is found in the Vedas, is less emotional, for it means simply belief in the existence of a deity, whereas bhakti can often be rendered by love. It is passionate, self-oblivious devotion to a deity who, in return, though many would say there is no bartering, bestows his grace, prasad or anugrah. Saint Augustine, in defining faith, says, Quid est crede in Deum, credendo amare, credendo delegere, credendo in ir ejus membres incorpari. Footnote 425. I am discussing elsewhere the possible debt which Christianity and Hinduism may owe to one another. End footnote. This is an excellent paraphrase of bhakti, and the words have an oriental ring which is not quite that of the New Testament. Though the doctrine of bhakti marks the beginning of a new epoch in Hinduism, it is not necessary to regard it as an importation or due to Christianity. About the time of the Christian era, there was felt in many countries a craving for a gentler and more emotional worship, and though the history of Bhaktism is obscure, Indian literature shows plainly how it may be a development of native ideas. Its first great textbook is the Bhagavad Gita, but it is also mentioned in the last verse of Shvetashvatara Upanishad, and Panini appears to allude to bhakti felt for Vasudeva. Footnote 426. Panini, 4th. 395 to 98. End footnote. The Katha Upanishad contains the following passage: that Atma cannot be gained by Veda, nor by understanding, nor by much learning. He whom the Atma chooses, by him the Atma can be gained. The Atma chooses him as his own. Footnote 427. Katha Upanishad, first, 1, 2, 23. End footnote. Here we have not the idea of faith or love, but we have the negative statement that the Atma is not won by knowledge, and the positive statement that this Atma chooses his own. In the Rig Veda, there is a poem put into the mouth of Vak or speech, containing such sentiments as, I give will to him who gives sacrifice. I am that through which one eats, breathes, sees, and hears. Him that I love, I make strong to be a priest, a seer, or sage. Footnote 428. Rig Veda, 10th, 125. End footnote. This reads like an ancient preliminary study for the Bhagavad Gita. Like Krishna, the deity claims to be in all and, like him, to reward her votaries. It is true that the "come unto me" is not distinctly expressed, but it is surely struggling for expression. Footnote 429. Compared to the hymns of the Rig Veda to Varuna as a rudimentary expression of bhakti from the worshipper's point of view. End footnote. Again, in the Kaushitaki Upanishad, 3rd, 1 and 2, Indra says to Pratardana, who had asked him for a boon, "Know me only, that is, what I deem most beneficial to man, that he should know me. He who meditates on me as life and immortality gains his full life in this world and in heaven immortality." Here the relation of the devotee to the deity is purely intellectual, not emotional. But the idea that intellectual devotion directed to a particular deity will be rewarded is clearly present. In the Rig Veda, this same Indra is called a deliverer and advocate, a friend, a brother, and a father, even a father and mother in one. Here, the worshipper does not talk of bhakti because he does not analyze his feelings, but clearly these phrases are inspired by affectionate devotion. Nor is the spirit of bhakti absent from Buddhism. The severe doctrine of the older schools declares that the Buddha is simply a teacher and that every man must save himself. But since the teacher is the source of the knowledge which saves, it is natural to feel for him grateful and affectionate devotion. This sentiment permeates the two books of poems called Thera and Therigatha and sometimes finds clear expression. Footnote 430. Example given, Theragatha 818 to 841 and 1231 to 1245. End footnote. In the commentary on the Dhammapad, the doctrine of salvation by devotion is affirmed in extreme form, namely that a dying man who has faith in the Buddha will be born in heaven. Footnote 431. First 2. End footnote. But this commentary is not of early date, and the doctrine quoted is probably an instance of the Hinayana borrowing the attractive features of the Mahayana. The sutras about Amitabh's paradise, which were composed about the time of the Christian era and owe something to Persian, though not to Christian influence, preaches faith in Amitabh as the whole of religion. They who believe in him and call on his name will go to heaven. When bhakti was once accepted as a part of Indian religion, it was erected into a principle, analogous or superior to knowledge, and was defined in sutras similar to those of Sankhya and Vedanta. Footnote 432. They are called the Sandilya Sutras and appear to be not older than the 12th century AD, but the tradition which connects them with the school of Sandilya may be just, for the teaching of this sage, Chandogya Upanishad 3rd 14, lays stress on will and belief. Ramanuj, Sri Bhashya 2nd, 243, refers to Sandilya as the alleged author of the Panchatantra. There are other Bhakti Sutras called Naradiya and ascribed to Narad, published and translated in the sacred books of the Hindus, number 23. They consist of 84 short aphorisms. Rajmitra, in his Notices of Sanskrit, MSS describes a great number of modern works dealing with bhakti. End footnote. But its importance in philosophy is small, whereas its power as an impulse in popular religion has been enormous. To estimate its moral and intellectual value is difficult, for so much in Hinduism it offers the sharpest contrast. Its obvious manifestations may seem to be acts of devotion which cannot be commended ethically, and belief in puerile stories. Yet we find that this offensive trash continually turns into gems of religious thought unsurpassed in the annals of Buddhism and Christianity. The doctrine of bhakti is common to both Vishnuites and Shaivites. It is perhaps in general estimation associated with the former more than with the latter, but this is because the Bhagavad Gita and various forms of devotion to Krishna are well known, whereas the Tamil literature of Dravidian Shivaism is ignored by many European scholars. One might be inclined to suppose that the emotional faith sprang up first in the worship of Vishnu, for the milder god seems a natural object for love, whereas Shiva has to undergo a certain transformation before he can evoke such feelings. But there is no evidence that this is the historical development of the Bhakti sentiment, and if the Bhagavad Gita is emphatic in enjoining the worship of Krishna only, the Shvetashvatara and Maitrayaniya Upanishads favor Shiva, and he is abundantly extolled in many parts of the Mahabharata. Here, as so often, exact chronology fails us in the early history of these sects, but it is clear that the practice of worshipping Shiva and Vishnu as being each by himself all-sufficient cannot have begun much later than the Christian era and may have begun considerably earlier, even though people did not call themselves Shaivas or Vaishnavas. Bhakti is often associated with the doctrine of playfulness of God. This idea, so strange to Europe, may have its roots partly in the odd non-moral attributes of some early deities. Footnote 433. Yet it is found in Francis Thompson's poem called Any Saint. So best God loves to jest, with children small, a freak, of heavenly hide and seek fit for thy wayward wit. End footnote. Thus the Rudra of Shatarudriya hymn is a queer character and a trickster, but it soon takes a philosophical tinge and is used to explain the creation and working of the universe, which is regarded not as an example of capricious, ironical, inscrutable action, but rather as manifesting easy, joyous movement and the exuberant rhythm of a dance executed for its own sake. The European can hardly imagine a sensible person doing anything without an object. He thinks it almost profane to ascribe motiveless action to the Creator. He racks his brain to discover any purpose in creation which is morally worthy and moderately in accord with the facts of experience. But he can find none. The Hindu, on the contrary, argues that God, being complete and perfect, cannot be actuated by aims or motives, for all such impulses imply a desire to obtain something, whereas a perfect and complete being is one which by its very definition needs neither change nor addition. Therefore, whatever activity is ascribed to the Creator must not be thought of as calculating, purposeful endeavor, but as spontaneous, exultant movement, needing and admitting no explanation, and analogous to sport and play rather than to the proceedings of prudent people. This view of the divine activity is expounded by so serious a writer as Shankara in his commentary on the Vedanta Sutras, and it also finds mythological expression in numerous popular legends. The Tamil Purans describe the 64 miracles of Shiva as his amusements. His laughter and joyous movements brighten all things, and the street minstrels sing, "He sports in the world, he sports in the soul." Footnote 434. Pope, The History of Manikka Vachagar, page 23. For the 64 sports of Shiva, see Siddhanta Dipika, volume 9. End footnote. He is supposed to dance in the golden hall of the temple at Chidambaram, and something of the old legends of the Shatarudriya hangs about such popular titles as the Deceiver and the Maniac, Kalvar, and the stories of his going about disguised and visiting his worshippers in the form of a mendicant. The idea of sport and playfulness is also prominent in Vishnuism. It is a striking feature in the cultus of both the infant and the youthful Krishna, but I have not found it recorded in the severer worship of Ram. Another feature of Hindu sects is the extravagant respect paid to gurus or teachers. The sanctity of the guru is an old conviction in India. By common consent, he is entitled to absolute obedience, and offences against him are heinous crimes. But in sectarian literature, there appears a new claim, namely that the guru in some way is or represents the god whose worship he teaches. If the deity is thought of primarily as a savior, the guru is said to deliver from suffering in hell. If he requires surrender and sacrifice, then person and possessions must be dedicated to the guru. Membership of a sect can be attained only by initiation at the hands of a guru who can teach a special mantra or formula of which each sect has its own. In some of the more modern sects, the guru need not be a Brahmin, but if he cannot be venerated for his caste, the deficiency is compensated by the respect which he receives as a repository of oral teaching. The scriptural basis of many sects is dubious, and even when it exists, many of the devout, especially women, have not the inclination or ability to read and therefore take their religion from the lips of the Guru, who thus becomes an oracle and source of truth. In Bengal, the family guru is a regular institution in respectable castes. In many sects, the founder or other prominent saint is described as an incarnation and receives veneration after death. Footnote 435. Example, Ramanuja Nammarvar Basava. End footnote. This veneration or deification of the Guru is found in most sects and assumes as extreme a form among the Shaivas as among the Vaishnavas. The Shaiva Siddhanta teaches that divine instruction can be received only from one who is both God and man, and that the true Guru is an incarnation of Shiva. Thus the works of Manikka, Vashagar and Umapati speak of Shiva coming to his devotees in the form of the Guru. In the sects that worship Krishna, the Gurus are frequently called Gosai or Goswami. Footnote 436. Apparently meaning possessor of cows and originally a title of the youthful Krishna. It is also interpreted as meaning Lord of the Vedas or Lord of his own senses. End footnote. Sometimes there are members of a particular family, as among the Vallabhacharyas. In other sects, there is no hereditary principle, and even a Shudra is eligible as Guru. One other feature of sectarian Hinduism must be mentioned. It may be described as Tantrism or, in one of its aspects, as the later yoga, and is a combination of practices and theories which have their roots in the old literature and began to form a connected doctrine at least as early as the 8th century AD. Some of its principal ideas are as follows. First, letters and syllables, and also their written forms and diagrams, have a potent influence both for the human organism and for the universe. This idea is found in the early Upanishads and is fully developed in the later sectarian Upanishads. Footnote 437. Example given, the beginning of the Chandogya Upanishad about the syllable Om. See too the last section of the Aitareya Aranyaka. The Yoga Upanishads analyze and explain Om, and some Vishnuite Upanishads, Nrsimha and Ramata Panya, enlarge on the subject of letters and diagrams. End footnote. Second, the human organism is a miniature copy of the universe. It contains many lines or channels, nadi, along which the nerve force moves, and also nervous centers distributed from the hips to the head. Footnote 438. The same idea pervades the old literature in a slightly different form. The parts of the sacrifices are constantly identified with parts of the universe or the human body. End footnote. Third, in the lowest center resides a force identical with the force which creates the universe. Footnote 439. The chakras are mentioned in Act 5 of Malati and Madhava, written early in the 8th century. The doctrines of nadis occurs in the older Upanishads. Example given, Chandogya and Maitrayana is a rudimentary form. End footnote. When by processes which are partly physical it is roused and made to ascend to the highest center, emancipation and bliss are obtained. Fourth, there is a mysterious connection between the process of cosmic evolution and sound, especially the sacred sound Om. These ideas are developed most thoroughly in Shaktists' works, but are by no means peculiar to them. They are found in the Panchatantra and the later Purans and have influenced almost all modern sects, although those which are based on emotional devotion are naturally less inclined to favor physical and magical means of obtaining salvation. End of section number 12.